Chapter 1477. Li Zishuan asked Lu Yue to prepare a bowl of rice and ate the steamed egg soup that the villagers of Liujie village sent over. Little brats love to eat fatty meat, so Lu Yue's meat soup was mostly fatty meat. However, he didn't like to eat fatty meat, so he could only eat steamed egg soup. This made Lu Yue vexed, thinking that she should have prepared some vegetarian dishes for Li Zishuan. Sure enough, Dinyo, Ernyo, are you guys tired? While eating, Li Zishuan asked Huzhen, Dinyo, and Ernyo who were not far from him. Huzhen quickly swallowed the rice in his mouth and said, Young master, I'm not tired. I'm very happy to be able to help others. This child and his sister Huzhen were both kind-hearted. Even though many people mocked him for being a fool, he never minded it. A kind-hearted person would be rewarded with good fortune. Right now, Old Hu's family was happy, which was the best proof of this sentence. Dinyo also grinned and said, Young master, we're not tired. Now, the adults of Lantian County no longer call us naughty little bastards. There are even many uncles and aunts who give us eggs to eat. Saying this, Dinyo's face was filled with pride. Li Zishuan understood that this was the joy of being recognized by others. Old Hu couldn't help but slap the back of Dinyo's head and scolded jokingly, You little bastard, who calls themselves a little bastard? If your father heard this, he would beat you to death. Dinyo rubbed the back of his head and said with a face full of grievance, Ah? Uncle Hu, didn't you also call me a little bastard? Why can't I call you that? Li Zishuan heard this and almost spat out the rice in his mouth. Hu Hanyan's face darkened and wanted to slap Dinyo again. This time, Dinyo learned his lesson. He turned around and got up from the ground and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Uncle Hu, don't hit my head all the time. My mother said that if you hit my head too much, I'll become stupid. Dinyo hugged his rice bowl and shouted at Old Hu. Hu Hanyan couldn't help but laugh and scold, Young master, look at this little bastard, he's so tough. It's all thanks to you, young master, for letting them do something proper. Otherwise, they would be stealing melons and stealing birds' eggs again. Looking at these energetic children, Li Zishuan felt as if he was looking at his own childhood. Speaking of which, he was also very naughty when he was young. Haha. It's better to be thick-skinned. If you don't misbehave when you're young, you won't have the chance to do so when you grow up. Hearing Li Zishuan's deep tone, Hu Hanyan secretly guessed that Li Zishuan was most likely thinking of his childhood at Mount Longhu. Therefore, he didn't know what to say at the moment and could only eat silently. However, children could not feel the troubles of the adult world. After a while, Ernyo raised his head and asked, Young master, I heard from my mother that we are going to take these chickens to another county tomorrow. Is it true? Li Zishuan smiled and nodded, It's true. What? Ernyo, you don't want to go? Yes. I want to go even in my dreams. Ernyo suddenly became excited. It was likely that this brat had never been to a place outside of Lantian County before. However, his face immediately darkened. He scratched his head and stammered, But young master, the other county is so far away. My brother and I don't know how to ride horses. What should we do? Hey! You little bastard, you're still dreaming. Who said that we have to ride horses to another county? Where will young master get so many horses for you? Use your feet to walk over. Hearing this, Old Hu slapped the back of Ernyo's head in annoyance. Ouch! Uncle Hu, I was wrong. Ernyo cried out in pain and begged for mercy. Haha. Uncle Hu, don't say that. Li Zishuan stopped Hu Hanyan and said, We don't know how many counties we have to go to this time, nor do we know how many miles we have to walk. It's definitely not possible to walk with our feet. Firstly, it will tire the children out. Secondly, it will affect the speed of eliminating locusts. However, some children are still young and don't know how to ride horses. In addition, the horses need someone to take care of them on the road. It will be very troublesome. Therefore, I plan to let the children ride bicycles and go to another county with me. At this point, he looked at Ernyo and said with a smile, Ernyo, hurry up and eliminate the locusts. After all the fields in Lantian County are cleaned up, I will immediately give each of you a bicycle. Take advantage of the time to learn how to ride a bicycle before the sky turns dark. Tomorrow morning, we will ride and set off. Ah. Young master, you want to give us bicycles? Wow. That's great. I'll tell my brother and the others now. When Ernyo heard this, he immediately jumped up from the ground happily. Pa! What's so good about it? You little bastard, scram to the side. Ernyo was happy, but Old Hu was unhappy. Therefore, Ernyo received another slap on the back of his head. This brat looked at Hu Hanyun with grievance and then left dejectedly. Uncle Hu, what are you doing? Li Zishuan spread his hands and said helplessly. Old Hu said earnestly, Young master, you can't spoil this group of little bastards. A bicycle is not cheap. It costs a few hundred. If you give one to each person, you will have to give more than 100 bicycles. It's too wasteful. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Hu, they are all things produced by the workshop. The cost is not much. Moreover, you also know that many children in the Han family village and Plum village don't know how to ride horses. In comparison, learning to ride a bicycle is easier than learning to ride a horse. Therefore, if we want to eliminate the locusts in other counties as soon as possible, using bicycles as a means of transportation is the best choice. Although Old Hu understood that Li Zishuan's words made sense, he still found it hard to accept. Young master, this is too wasteful. Li Zishuan waved his hand and interrupted, Uncle Hu, you don't have to say any more. I have made up my mind. This matter is settled. As for the workshop, I have already asked people to prepare the bicycles. Also, other than the bicycles, I have also prepared something good for the children. At the end, Li Zishuan could not help but smile mysteriously. Hu Hanyun was speechless and could only stop trying to persuade him. Oh. That's right. Uncle Hu, you should also learn how to ride a bicycle later. This time, you will come with me. As for the Han family village, I will temporarily let Second Master Lu handle it. Suddenly, Li Zishuan added. What? Young master, I will go too. No. Young master. Even if I, Old Hu, want to go, I will just ride an old horse. You don't have to waste it. Old Hu was stunned for a moment before he waved his hand and said. A bicycle cost a few hundred strings of coins. Even if Li Zishuan did not feel the pinch, he felt the pinch for Li Zishuan. He. Uncle Hu, you don't have to decline. It's just a bicycle. Moreover, you have done so much for me. It is only right for me to give you a bicycle. Don't worry, the bicycle in the workshop is very easy to ride. It is not tiring at all. When the time comes, you can ride the bicycle and bring the children to exterminate the locusts. I will ask the local government to cooperate with us. Li Zishuan smiled. In the end, he just wanted to give a wave of benefits to the children in the two villages. After all, the Sky Pheasant Brigade had been exterminating locusts all over the world. In the end, the one who gained the reputation was himself, Li Zishuan. He could not let the others work for nothing, right? Bicycle with variable speed? Young master, you can't do that. Absolutely not. A normal bicycle is enough. Hu Hanyun was shocked. He had heard that a bicycle with variable speed was not only sold for more than 1,000 strings of coins, but it was also a priceless item. In the dark, some rich people were even willing to pay 2,000 strings of coins for one but could not get it. At first, he thought that Li Zishuan would give him and the children the first generation of bicycles. Therefore, Hu Hanyun was completely shocked. Haha. Uncle Hu, don't refuse. This is what you deserve. I still have something to do at the workshop, so I will leave first. When the locusts are exterminated in the afternoon, let the children gather back in the village. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said something. Then, he turned around and left. Yes. Young master. Hu Hanyun did not know what to say. He was stunned for a moment, then responded subconsciously. However, Li Zishuan was already far away. Mr. Wenji, Mr. Konggui, after I leave this time, the academy will be in your hands. Although he said that he was going to the workshop, Li Zishuan made a turn halfway and went to Yanhuang College. He was there to bid farewell to Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others. Li Gang nodded solemnly and said, "Yamacho, don't worry. As long as I, Li Gang, am in charge of Yunshan, I will not let outsiders offend the academy. The academy's teaching work will also be carried out according to the original plan. Yamacho, don't worry about helping the world and saving the people." Yen Silu also nodded and said, "Brother Wenji is right. Yamacho, don't worry about the academy. Even if someone causes trouble, there is still Mr. Amo and a group of guards. This time, Yamacho will bring the Sky Rooster Brigade to other provinces to exterminate the locusts. This will more or less increase the influence of Yanhuang College. Yes. After I leave, all the affairs of the academy will be temporarily handled by Mr. Wenji. The academy's safety will be handled by Mr. Amo. I will leave Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and 30 guards here to help protect the academy. Please protect the academy's confidential information and secret tools. In the past, Mr. Amo, Mr. Zhang San, and I were in charge of Yunshan. Naturally, the Jianghu people would not dare to cause trouble. However, this time, I will be going to another province, and Mr. Zhang San will also be going out to sea. Therefore, Mr. Amo, please be vigilant when the time comes." Li Zishuan grunted, then looked at Imo Huai with a serious expression and said, "Yes." He was most worried about the academy's safety. With the advancement of several trump card projects, the academy now had some cutting-edge technical information. Even if these information fell into the hands of outsiders, they might not be able to understand it. However, it was still a hidden danger. In the past, there were 3 martial Dao masters guarding Yunshan. Li Zishuan was naturally not worried that someone would sneak into the academy to steal information. However, now that 2 of the 3 martial Dao masters were leaving in the blink of an eye, Li Zishuan felt a little uneasy. Mo Huai understood what Li Zishuan was worried about. His expression could not help but become serious. "Yamacho, don't worry. As long as I am in Yunshan, I will definitely not let the academy be tainted by thieves." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "With Mr. Mo's words, I am much more at ease. After the locusts in the county are eliminated today, summon the students back to continue their classes. However, this time, I will be taking a few students with me, such as Iron Egg, Hu Zhen, and a few others. This time, I will be bringing an improved version of the telegraph. If anything happens in the academy, immediately get Qing K to send me a telegram." Li Gang, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, and the others all cupped their hands and said, "Yes." Yamacho. Marquis, the 64 villages in Lantian County are all willing to lend their chickens to Marquis to incorporate into the Sky Chicken Brigade. I have already asked someone to calculate. Excluding the 150,000 chickens from the Han village and Plum village, the remaining 62 villages can pool together a total of 93,000 chickens. Currently, these chickens have all been marked and will be transferred to the Han village in a while. In the evening, around 5:00, County Magistrate he came to the workshop and reported to Li Zishuan. 93,000 chickens? Yes, it's a little more than what I expected. This way, the Sky Chicken Brigade will have close to 310,000 chickens. When Li Zishuan heard this, he could not help but be overjoyed. Naturally, he had arranged for County Magistrate he to communicate with the villagers about borrowing chickens. The villagers all agreed, which was within his expectations. However, a total of 90,000 chickens was somewhat out of his expectations. With more chickens, Marquis will naturally be able to return victorious sooner. I only regret that I did not let the people of Lantian County raise hundreds of chickens in every household. County Magistrate he smiled and cupped his hands. Li Zishuan waved his hand and could not help but laugh and scold, "Haha. All right. Don't be a hindsight Zhuge Liang. I will be leaving tomorrow. I have already told you what I should tell you. Quickly go back to the county office to handle your official business." I should go and get the children's carriages ready. After that, he turned around and left with a smile, leaving behind a stunned county magistrate. He's standing in the same spot. Get the children's carriages ready? What carriages? County magistrate, he muttered to himself. At the threshing field at the Han village entrance, there were already more than 100 children gathered. The youngest of these children were 7 or 8 years old, and the oldest was already 14 or 15 years old. If placed in ancient times, they would be considered adults. Although the children had just returned from the fields not long ago, there was not a hint of fatigue on their faces. Instead, they were in groups of 3 to 5, chatting and laughing wildly. Ernyo, did young master really say that? Don't lie to me. Big brother, why would I lie to you? Young master really said that, but uncle, who seemed to be quite unwilling. I don't know if young master was persuaded by him in the end. Oh. That's true. I heard that the worst bicycle costs more than 200 strings of coins. The new second-generation bicycle released by the Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop costs 599 strings of coins. Young master took out so much at once, so he must have spent a lot of money. Uncle, who definitely doesn't want to see young master spend money recklessly. Sigh. If I can really get a bicycle, I'm willing to do anything. Ernyo told his playmates what Li Zishuan had said to him in the afternoon. It immediately caused quite a stir in the crowd. The brats naturally yearned for the legendary bicycle. Some of the brats even felt that if someone gave them a bicycle, it would be worth it even if they had to give their lives. Just as the discussion was lively, Ernyo suddenly pointed to the east of the village entrance and exclaimed, "Wow! Look! Young master is here. There are a lot of people following behind him. Wow! There are a lot of bicycles on that ox cart. What? Young master really gave us a bicycle? Wow! There really are a lot of bicycles. What Ernyo said is actually true. Quiet. Quiet. Let young master speak." When Li Zishuan walked to the threshing field, he saw such a scene. A group of brats were looking at the bicycles with sparkling eyes. They clearly wanted them, but they didn't dare to make a sound. They were afraid that because they were too noisy, the bicycles that were delivered to them would fly away. The parents of the brats surrounding the threshing field all looked at the pile of bicycles behind Li Zishuan with faces full of shock. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan took a long wooden stick from Pang Feiji's hands and said loudly, "All right. You guessed right. I'm here today to give you bicycles. Now, all the children will line up in 2 teams. The boys will be in one team and the girls will be in the other team. Those who are taller than this stick will get a bicycle. Those who are not as tall as this stick will sit behind other people's bicycles and follow me to other counties to kill locusts." Chapter 1478. Ernyo, you little bastard, you're not allowed to tiptoe. Xiao Wu, you too. If you're short, you'll grow taller in a few years. Why are you tiptoeing? All the kids behind, listen up. You're not allowed to tiptoe. You're not allowed to tiptoe. Be obedient and measure your height. At the threshing field at the entrance of the Han family village, 100 or so children were neatly lined up in 2 rows. They were competing with the wooden stick that Li Zishuan had brought. Some of the brats, in order to get a bicycle, tried their best to stand on their tiptoes, wanting to be a head taller than the wooden stick. However, they were discovered by Hu Hanyun. As a result, they could not avoid a round of scolding. The reason for this was not because Li Zishuan was reluctant to give everyone a bicycle, but because of safety considerations. It was to prevent the young children from getting into danger while riding a bicycle. Anyone who had ridden a bicycle before knew that if they were short, not only would they not be able to sit on the seat, it was also easy to get into danger during the ride. The pedestrians at the entrance of the village saw this scene and could not help but discuss it. Look! Isn't that Marquis? What is he doing here? Why are there so many bicycles around Marquis? Marquis seems to be giving bicycles to those kids. What? Giving bicycles? Don't tell me. A bicycle costs a few hundred strings of coins. It should be. I heard that Marquis is bringing the Sky Pheasant Brigade to another county tomorrow to exterminate locusts. These kids will definitely follow along. Oh my God. It seems like Marquis intends to let these kids ride bicycles there. This is too extravagant, isn't it? Sigh. If I had known earlier, I would have let my kid learn how to train chickens from the Han family village's children. Yeah. Who said it wasn't? Hey. I say, you guys are really insatiable. Ever since the entire Lantian County was incorporated into Marquis' fief, haven't our lives been getting better and better? As long as we do well under Marquis' leadership, we will definitely be able to live a good life like the Han family village and the Plum village. Seventh Master is right. During this locust plague, the hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile farmland in Lantian County had to rely on Marquis to exterminate the locusts within 2 days. Look at the farmers in the other counties, they are still suffering from the plague of locusts. The commoners were naturally envious of the fact that the children of the Han family manor and Plum village were able to get bicycles. Although since ancient times, people did not worry about scarcity but about uneven distribution, the commoners did not feel jealous or resentful because of this. Even if they did, they were very narrow-minded people. This was because most of the commoners knew who gave them the good life they were living now. Furthermore, everyone firmly believed that under Li Zishuan's rule, their lives would only get better and better. Uncle Hu, this speed-changing bicycle is prepared for you. I will ask the workers in the workshop to teach you how to ride it in a while. After half an hour, the bicycles were finally distributed to the children. There were a total of 125 children, but only 68 bicycles were distributed. Obviously, there were more than 50 children whose height did not meet the standards. As for the remaining bicycles, they would definitely be sent back to the workshop later on. At this time, Li Zishuan asked someone to push out a bicycle with a special design and then said to Hu Hanyun. A trace of envy flashed in Uncle Hu's eyes, but more than that, he was in a difficult position. He hesitated and said, "Young master, why don't you give me a normal bicycle? This speed-changing bicycle is too expensive." Li Zishuan pretended to be unhappy and said, "Uncle Hu, we already agreed on this before. Why are you still rejecting it now? Master, young master has good intentions. You'd better accept it quickly." Lu Yuer saw Li Zishuan's unhappy expression and hurriedly used her elbow to nudge Hu Hanyun and advised him. In fact, she also coveted this speed-changing bicycle. However, coveting was one thing. If she were to ask Li Zishuan for such a valuable item, she would feel embarrassed. At this moment, she saw Li Zishuan's unhappy expression, so she spoke up to persuade Hu Hanyun. This, since young master insists on giving it to me, then I, old Hu, will accept it. When I return from the other county, I will return the bicycle to young master. Old Hu hesitated for a moment and said, "Haha. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Li Zishuan waved his hand. He did not want to be entangled with Hu Hanyun on this matter. He looked at the excited children who had just received their new bicycles and said loudly, "All right. Everyone quiet down. Now that you have all received your bicycles, those who did not receive your bicycles will ride on other people's bicycles tomorrow. Take advantage of the fact that it's not dark yet and learn how to ride your bicycles. Fellow villagers, please watch from the side to prevent any accidents. Tomorrow morning, bring a change of clothes and we will set off on our bicycles." "Yes. Young master." The children who received their bicycles were in a good mood. After listening to Li Zishuan's instructions, they shouted in unison. It could be said that their momentum was like a rainbow. Li Zishuan nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he took out a cylindrical object from the ox cart next to him. Everyone could not help but be puzzled. They did not know what Li Zishuan was up to. They saw him press a button next to the cylindrical object and put the smaller end of the cylindrical object next to his mouth. "Hey, hey, hey." Suddenly, Li Zishuan's voice, which was dozens of times louder, came out from the cylindrical object. Everyone was shocked. Some of the more timid children were even scared to the point of screaming. Li Zishuan smiled. Then, he lowered his voice as much as possible and said, This thing is called a loudspeaker. Tomorrow, you will be divided into 62 small teams. Each team will bring 5,000 chickens and be equipped with a loudspeaker like this. When the time comes, you will use this thing to control the flock of chickens. This way, it will be much easier. When the naughty children heard this, their eyes instantly lit up. Wow! This loudspeaker is too magical, isn't it? It feels like an immortal magical artifact. With this loudspeaker, we don't have to shout at the top of our lungs. This loudspeaker is definitely not cheap. Young master is really generous. The children were ignorant, but old Hu was not. He looked at Li Zishuan and said anxiously, "Young master, the value of this loudspeaker is definitely not ordinary. What if you give these dolls to them and they break it or lose it? You'd better put it away. These children are used to being wild. It's just a matter of shouting a few more times. It won't tire them out." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Uncle Hu, this time, we don't know how many provinces and counties we will have to go to. If we keep shouting at the top of our lungs, I reckon that in a few days, the children's voices will become hoarse. Among them, many of them are in the stage of voice change. They are still growing. This is not good for them in the future. Although the loudspeaker is precious, it is not as precious as the children's bodies. Besides, this loudspeaker will be handed over to Uncle Hu for safekeeping. It will only be given to the children when they need it. There shouldn't be any accidents. Uncle Hu, you don't have to worry anymore." Hu Hanyun didn't know what to say for a moment because he was moved by Li Zishuan's words. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so considerate of the children in the village. Although he spoke casually just now, he also felt sorry for these children. Now that Li Zishuan had made a loudspeaker, it greatly reduced the children's burden. With such a master, Hu Hanyun felt that the people of the Han village must have accumulated a lot of merit in their previous lives and received the blessings of the heavens. That's good. I, old Hu, will definitely take good care of these loudspeakers for young master. After pausing for a moment, Hu Hanyun nodded solemnly at Li Zishuan and said, "Then I'll leave this place to you, Uncle Hu. Now that it's dark in this season, try to let the children learn how to ride bicycles before it gets dark. I'll go back first." Li Zishuan nodded and said something to Hu Hanyun before preparing to go home. Hu Hanyun hurriedly said, "Young master, don't worry. These children may not be good at other things, but they can definitely ride bicycles by themselves. They'll definitely learn before it gets dark." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "That's good. Tomorrow at 7:45 a.m., let all the children bring their luggage and chickens and gather at the village entrance. First stop, we'll go to Xinfen County first." After saying that, he turned and left. Hu Hanyun hurriedly replied from behind, "Yes. Young master." Loudspeaker? What's that? Night fell. Sweet dew hall. Li Er looked at Zhao Song and asked curiously. Obviously, the incident that happened at the Han village entrance in the evening had already reached Li Er's ears. Zhao Song clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this loudspeaker is a metal cylinder. When placed next to the mouth, it can amplify a person's voice by more than 10 times. It said that the Marquis of Yong and prepared it for the children who are training the chickens. He was probably worried that the children would hurt their voices from all the shouting." Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but squint his eyes. After hearing Zhao Song's explanation, he really felt that the loudspeaker was quite magical. However, to say that Li Zishuan specially made it for the children was really a waste of God's gift. Bicycles, loudspeakers, this kid is really generous. However, to bring more than 100 children and more than 300,000 chickens to the various counties to kill locusts, using a bicycle is indeed the best method. Sigh, it's going to be hard on him. Li Er pondered for a long time before sighing and said, "How about this, after Li Zishuan leaves Lantian County, let Li Junxian lead a group of 100 riders to Lantian County to protect his family. This kid doesn't care about fame or fortune, but he cares about relationships. I'm guessing that he's most worried about his family." Hearing Li Er's brainless arrangements, Zhao Song couldn't help but be stunned. After being stunned for a moment, he hurriedly bowed and replied, "Yes. Your Majesty." Seeing this, Li Er couldn't help but laugh and said, "Why? Do you think that this emperor's arrangements are a little superfluous?" Zhao Song hurriedly bowed and said, "This old servant doesn't dare." Li Er waved his hand and said, "This emperor doesn't mean to blame you. You've served by this emperor's side for many years. How can this emperor not know what you're thinking?" Having his thoughts seen through by Li Er, Zhao Song's expression froze. After hesitating for a moment, he clasped his hands and said, "This old servant is just thinking that under such peace and prosperity, the safety of the Marquis of Yong's family should be safe. After all, the security of Lantian County has been pretty good recently." Li Er narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, "This plague of locusts is indeed a bad thing for the great Tang imperial court and the people. However, to some people, it's a great opportunity. Demons appear in troubled times. When the locusts cover the sky and cover the sun, some demons and monsters will definitely come out to dance with them. This emperor will wait for them to come out and then catch them all in one fell swoop." Zhao Song sensed something unusual from Li Er's words. He couldn't help but tense up and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. He bowed and clasped his hands and said, "This old servant is willing to accompany your Majesty and slay demons and monsters for your Majesty." Li Er nodded his head. Actually, these were all just his conjectures. However, as the second son of the Duke of Tang, he had climbed step by step to his current position as the ruler of the world. He had always been more sensitive to conspiracies and danger than the average person. He always felt that in this plague of locusts, the damage caused by natural disasters to the great Tang Empire could be controlled. Only man-made disasters could catch the imperial court off guard. The slightest carelessness could cause the great Tang Empire to be in danger. "Your Majesty, according to the report of a spy, the workshop of the Curious Pavilion seems to be working on a secret project. The courtyard in the deepest part of the workshop is heavily guarded. Normal people can't even get close to it. Therefore, this old servant has no idea what the Marquis of Yong and has ordered people to research. However, His Highness, the Prince of Wei, is among them." After pausing for a moment, Zhao Song suddenly remembered something and clasped his hands and said to Li Er, "Oh, there's such a thing?" Li Er's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but stand up and walk 2 steps in front of the dragon desk with his hands behind his back. He then turned around and said, "Have the Green Sparrow returned to the palace tomorrow afternoon?" Zhao Song bowed and said, "Understood." Li Er nodded and then waved his hand to signal Zhao Song to leave. Suddenly, he was the only one left in the huge Ganlu palace. He muttered to himself, "A few days ago, I wanted to reprimand that kid for not doing his job properly. Now, it seems that I have wronged him. There should be progress on the telegraph machine, right?" The next day, early morning. After Li Zishuan had breakfast, he carried the bag that Han Yushi packed for him and bade farewell to his family. Lan was crying her eyes out. The little girl had always been inseparable from Li Zishuan. She would feel terrible if she didn't see him for a day. This time, after knowing that Li Zishuan would be leaving home for many days, the little girl insisted that Li Zishuan bring her along. However, Li Zishuan was here for disaster relief and not for a holiday. How could he let this little cutie suffer with him? Hence, the little girl pulled on Li Zishuan's arm and refused to let Li Zishuan leave. In the end, under Han Yushi's earnest persuasion and Mrs. Li's forceful tugging, the little girl finally let go of his arm. "Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, wife, Lan, take care of yourselves. I'll be back in half a month if I'm short and a month if I'm long." Li Zishuan clasped his hands at his family and then turned around to leave with Pang Feiji, Xiongda, and Xiong Er under the reluctant gazes of the crowd. This time, he only planned to bring 3 guards. As for the rest of the guards, half of them would stay at Yanhuang College and the other half would stay at the House of Ho. As for the transportation, he chose Big White. As a modern person, he was not interested in bicycles. He preferred to ride horses. Chapter 1479. Coo 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 coo. Coo coo coo. The sun rose from the east, and endless light shone on the earth. On the cement road of Lantian County, there was a huge and strange troop. The reason why it was said to be huge and strange was because this team was made up of about 100 people and more than 300,000 chickens. Roughly every 2 people were controlling 5,000 chickens. One person was riding a bicycle, and the other person was using a cylindrical object to make cuckoo cuckoo sounds to the chickens. The chickens were running on the cement road with their 2 chicken feet. The team stretched for several miles. When the pedestrians saw it, they all moved aside and avoided it. Where did so many chickens come from? It's Marquis. Marquis is leading the Sky Chicken Brigade. They must be going to other counties to eliminate the locusts. Oh my God. These kids are all riding the second-generation bicycles from Strange Interest Pavilion. There are about 100 bicycles in total, right? Not that many, but there are at least 50 to 60 of them. Tisk tsk. According to the price of 599 strings of coins per bicycle, these bicycles alone are worth tens of thousands of strings of coins. These children are so lucky. But they are also working hard. If it weren't for them, how could Lantian County be able to eliminate all the locusts in less than 2 days? That's right. These children are amazing. The Marquis of Yong and is even more amazing. They are living bodhisattvas who can save the world. The pedestrians were first shocked by the size of this troop. Then, they could not help but praise the children from the Han family village and Plum village. After all, if it was in the past, when faced with such a large scale of locusts, the civilians could only wait for death. Now, the locusts in Lantian County were wiped out in 2 days. Of course, the Sky Chicken Brigade's contribution could not be ignored. At the same time, it also proved to the world that the locusts were not invincible. Lantian County was a living example. Yamacho, have we planned our route to eliminate the locusts this time? At the front of the troop, Li Ku asked Li Zishuan, who was riding on Big White, while riding a bicycle with variable speed. It was Li Ku who had volunteered to join this locust extermination operation. He had already been transferred to the headquarters of the Yanhuang Bank in Chang'an City and could be considered the second-in-command of the bank. As for the first-in-command, it was Li Zishuan. However, this first-in-command usually did not care much. As long as there were no problems with the development of the bank, Li Zishuan would generally not interfere. Now, Li Ku had placed many Yanhuang College students in Yanhuang Bank. With these students who were proficient in the new mathematics and double-entry bookkeeping, Yanhuang Bank could maintain high efficiency and not easily make mistakes. Li Ku planned to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the locusts in other counties to check on the operations of Yanhuang Bank branches in other counties. It was for this reason that Li Zishuan decided to bring him along. At this point, it was necessary to mention Li Tai. Li Tai had wanted to come, but Li Zishuan did not allow it. Firstly, Li Tai stayed in Yunshan. If anything happened in Yanhuang College, Li Tai could send a telegram to inform Li Zishuan immediately. Secondly, Li Tai did not know martial arts. Even though he had undergone military training, his physical fitness was still relatively weak. This kind of long-distance operation was not suitable for him. Therefore, little Fatty could only grumble bitterly in the Cloud Mountain. The general route has been planned out. According to the latest information received by the Imperial Court, we will go from the south to the north. First, we will go to Xinfeng, then Weinan, Liang, Jingyang, Yunyang, Sanyuan, Fuping, and Xianyang. After Xianyang, we will split into 2 groups. One group will clean up the affected counties in the west, and the other group will follow the Yellow River to the east. We will clean up as many counties as we can. After cleaning up the counties in the west, we will immediately go to the east to meet up with the other group. While everyone else was enjoying the novelty of riding a bicycle, Li Zishuan was leisurely riding on Big White's back. He observed the farmland along the way while telling Li Ku about the itinerary plan for this trip. Obviously, Li Zishuan had made sufficient preparations before they set off. Hearing this, Li Ku roughly sketched out the marching route in his mind. In the end, he couldn't help but nod. With Yamacho's plan, we will be able to save a lot of unnecessary detours. In the shortest amount of time, we will be able to help more counties to eliminate the locusts. Li Zishuan's face didn't relax at all. He sighed and said in a deep voice, "We can only try our best to help as many counties as possible. However, according to the information received by the Imperial Court, there are a total of 108 counties affected by the locusts. Even if we speed up and don't stop working day and night, we won't be able to eliminate all the locusts in a short period of time. This time, the locusts are ferocious. Every day, or even every hour, thousands of caddies of food will enter the locusts' stomachs. We don't have much time left. According to my estimation, the counties that can eliminate the locusts in half a month will have less impact on the food production this year, so there won't be a large-scale famine. However, if the locusts can't be eliminated in half a month or even a month, then there's basically no need to eliminate the locusts. They can only wait for the government or the Imperial Court to release food for the disaster relief. Therefore, half a month is the best time to eliminate the locusts. It's best if we can eliminate as many locusts as possible within this half a month. After that, we can only cooperate with the Imperial Court to provide disaster relief." Hearing this, Li Ke's expression couldn't help but become heavy. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Yamacho is right. Disaster relief is like putting out a fire. If we delay for too long, disaster relief is better than disaster relief." Li Zishuan made a sound of acknowledgement and continued, "According to the speed at which the Sky Pheasant Brigade eliminated the locusts in other counties, it will take about a day and a half to eliminate the locusts in a county. Now that the Sky Pheasant Brigade has more than doubled in size, and we have loudspeakers, the efficiency of our command will definitely be greatly improved. Therefore, I hope that we can eliminate 2 counties a day. In half a month, that's 30 counties. If we can help more than 30% of the affected counties, then our efforts won't be in vain." Li Ke thought for a moment and said, "Lantian County can be considered an above-average county. It has a population of 80,000 people and hundreds of thousands of mu of fertile land. The Sky Pheasant Brigade formed by 150,000 chickens could eliminate all the locusts in a day and a half. Now, the Sky Pheasant Brigade wants to eliminate the locusts in 2 counties in a day. Although it's a little difficult, it's not impossible. It all depends on the efficiency of these children's command. In addition, every time we reach a county, I can arrange food and accommodation for the mountain elders and the children. This will give you more time to exterminate the locusts." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "I originally wanted to entrust this matter to you. Now that you've taken the initiative to ask, I won't stand on ceremony. Little Ku, every time we arrive at a county, you will first go to the Yanhuang Bank for an inspection. Then, you will contact the local government and ask them to arrange food and lodging for us. We will pay for this ourselves, or we can directly withdraw it from the Yanhuang Bank. We will settle the accounts after we have exterminated the locusts." Li Ke cupped his hands and replied, "Yes. Yamacho." Li Zishuan turned his head and looked at the huge team behind him. Then, he said to Pang Feiji, "Let the children move faster. We will try to reach Xinfeng County before noon." "Yes, Marquis." Pang Feiji cupped his hands and left. Li Zishuan was at the front of the team, while Hu Hanyun was at the back of the team to prevent any children from falling behind. At this time, Qing Chumo smiled and said, "Yamacho, if we run too fast, what will we do if the chicken gets tired?" This guy was originally someone who couldn't stay put. This was a rare opportunity to go to another county with Li Zishuan. How could he not seize this opportunity? Although he had a sweetheart, Gu Qingyue, she had always ignored him. Moreover, his father Qing Yaojin also hoped that he could go with Li Zishuan to help with the disaster. He had even lent his treasured bicycle to him. Therefore, Qing Chumo came. Li Zishuan heard this and rolled his eyes. He said unhappily, "You're such a busybody. Why don't you let the chicken ride the bicycle while you run below?" The bicycle's speed was not comparable to that of a war horse. Normally, it would only go about 15 kilometers per hour. Even if it ran faster, the chicken would still be able to catch up. Qing Chumo was worrying too much. No. Ching Chimo quickly shook his head and said, I think it's better for them to be tired. When they're tired, they'll be hungry. When they're hungry, they'll be able to eat locusts later. Yamacho, don't you think so? Li Zishuan smiled and didn't answer. In his heart, he secretly thought that Ching Chimo's words were right. It was true that the chicken liked to eat locusts, but they couldn't bear to eat hundreds of locusts every day. If these chickens didn't exercise more, how could they continue to eat locusts? In addition, after these chickens experienced a lot of exercise and ate locusts, the meat of these chickens would be incomparably delicious in the future. This was a top-grade ingredient. Cough cough. These chickens were the heroes who killed the locusts, and now I want to eat them. What a sin, what a sin. Li Zishuan thought to himself with shame. Mother. Look. Er Mao and I caught a big bag of locusts. Good, good, good. De Mao, Er Mao, good job. Catch more. Catch more. Later, we'll sell them at the county office and you two brothers can buy sweets to eat. Okay. Mother. We'll go now. In a field in Xinfeng County, two children carried a cloth belt and ran to the field to ask for praise from a middle-aged couple. After the two children left, the middle-aged woman said with a worried face, Husband, if we keep catching locusts like this, when will we be able to catch all the locusts in the 30 mua field? The middle-aged man next to the woman first wiped the sweat on his forehead, then sighed heavily and replied, Mother of the children, with our speed, it'll probably take a month. This is my fault. If I knew there would be a locust plague this year, I would have raised more chickens last year. Look at old Master Zheng's family raised more than 500 chickens last year. Yesterday, they cleared more than 30 mu of locusts in one day. The woman's face was full of regret, but she still comforted him, Husband, it's not your fault. Even if we knew there would be a locust plague last year, we can't afford to raise so many chickens. Old Master Zheng's family is rich, that's why they can raise so many chickens. How can we compare? The middle-aged man also knew that the woman's words made sense, and his face became even more dejected. Suddenly, he thought of something and couldn't help but say excitedly, In the morning, I heard from Li Zheng that all the locusts in Lantian County have been eliminated. Moreover, the Marquis of Yong and will bring the Sky Chicken Brigade to other counties to eliminate locusts. I don't know when they'll come to our Xinfeng County. With Marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade, all the locusts in our Xinfeng County's farmland will probably be eliminated in a day. What? Eliminated in a day? Marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade is that powerful? The middle-aged woman was shocked when she heard this. The man stared and said, Of course. Marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade is said to have 150,000 chickens. Sigh. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's not talk about it anymore. Hurry up and catch the locusts. At the same time, in a forest in the south of Xinfeng County, Uncle Hu let the children find a shady place to rest for 15 minutes and drink some water. After that, we'll start eliminating the locusts. After more than 2 hours of traveling, the Sky Chicken Brigade with more than 100 people and more than 300,000 chickens finally arrived at Xinfeng County. Li Zishuan jumped down from Big White's back and said to Hu Hanyun, Yes. Young master. Elder Hu replied. Then, he turned around and said loudly to the children of the Han family village and Plum village, Everyone, rest here. Drink some water and eat some dry food. After 15 minutes, we'll start eliminating the locusts. The children had been riding bicycles for more than 2 hours. It would be a lie to say that they weren't tired. No matter how much they liked riding bicycles, they would still be tired after riding for so long. After hearing Hu Hanyun's words, they instantly cheered. Got it, Li Zheng. The children all agreed. At this moment, Li Zishuan looked at Li Ku and said, Little Ku, I'll get Pang Feiji and Cho Nyo to accompany you to Xinfeng County. First, we'll go to the Yanhuang Bank in the city for an inspection. Then, we'll go to the Xinfeng County magistrate and ask him to help with the children's lunch. Remember to prepare some throat-soothing poplar and mung bean soup. Li Ku clasped his hands and said, Yamacho, Ku can go alone. Let Cho Nyo and guard Pang help you here. Li Zishuan said seriously, no. They have to accompany you. I don't need their help here. No matter what, Li Ku was the current king of Shu and the son of Li Zishuan. Now that they weren't in Chang'an, Li Zishuan naturally had to consider Li Ku's safety. Seeing this, Li Ku roughly understood Li Zishuan's intentions. He clasped his hands and said, all right. Then Ku will go to the county now. Pang Feiji and Qing Chimo clasped their hands at Li Zishuan before following Li Ku. 15 minutes later. Ku. The commoners who were catching locusts in the fields under the scorching sun suddenly heard waves of children's coo sounds coming from the road. They couldn't help but raise their heads to take a look. What they saw stunned them. On the road not far away, an endless number of chickens were being chased by a group of children towards them. The flock of chickens was divided into sections by the children. It was about 2 children controlling a flock of chickens. There were thousands of chickens in each flock. Sky Chicken Brigade. The Sky Chicken Brigade is here. Someone reacted at this moment and shouted excitedly. Oh my God. My crops can be saved. A shirtless old man couldn't help but kneel on the ground and cry tears of joy when he saw this scene. We're saved. Marquis Sky Chicken Brigade is here. Our crops can be saved. Chapter 1480. Have you heard? The price of grain at Zhangji grain shop in the west of the city has increased. It's now 5 copper coins for 1 dan. What? 5 copper coins for 1 dan? It was only 3 copper coins for 1 dan a few days ago. Isn't it because of the locust plague? Now, the price of grain in every county has increased. The shopkeeper of Zhangji grain shop said that if we don't buy now, the price of grain will only get higher. Then let's go buy some. I heard that the farms outside the city have all been destroyed by the locust plague. I think there won't be any harvest this year. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go buy some grain from the shop. Li Ku, Qing Chimo, and the others had just arrived at Xinfeng County when they saw some people hurrying towards the west side of the city, whispering as they walked. The price of grain in Xinfeng County is increasing? I haven't heard of any increase in the price of grain in Chang'an City. Why would the price increase here? Qing Chimo couldn't help but ask when he heard the discussions of the citizens. Li Ku frowned and thought for a moment before saying, then we'll have to ask the Xinfeng County magistrate. Let's go, we'll go to the bank first before going to the county office. Qing Chimo nodded and the group headed towards the Yanhuang Bank in the north. Shopkeeper Jean, what do you think of the matter that I mentioned earlier? In a study in the backyard of Yanhuang Bank in Xinfeng County, a middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, asked with a smile. Sitting across from him was a middle-aged scholar of about 30 years old. That person frowned and said, Boss Zhang, the Yellow Flame Bank can indeed provide loans to private merchants, and you have indeed provided sufficient guarantees. However, you must explain to this Jean the reason why you want to borrow so much money. Otherwise, this Jean will not lend you so much money. The man with the surname Zhang narrowed his eyes and said, Shopkeeper Jean, the Yanhuang Bank is also a business. I am willing to borrow 6,000 strings of coins at double the interest rate of the bank. You have no reason to reject me, right? When shopkeeper Jean heard this, he remained unmoved. Boss Zhang is right. The Yellow Flame Bank is no different from any other shop. We all need to make money. However, the Yanhuang Bank has its own rules. Every sum of money that is lent out must be used for a specific purpose. I do not dare to break the rules. So, if Mr. Zhang wants to borrow the money, please state your purpose. The man's surname Zhang frowned, and there was a trace of displeasure in his expression. His fingers tapped on the table rhythmically. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, Don't worry. Since shopkeeper Jean is so eager to know, there is no harm in me telling you. Recently, This Zhang's grain store is in urgent need of a sum of money. That's why this Zhang has come to the Yanhuang Bank. I hope that shopkeeper Jin can help us out. Shopkeeper Jin's face revealed an expression that said he had expected it. Then, he asked in a low voice, in my opinion, Mr. Zhang is planning to borrow money from the Yellow Flame Bank and then buy a large amount of food. He's going to take advantage of the locust plague to make a fortune, right? Although his intentions were exposed, the man surnamed Zhang did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he smiled and said, why does shopkeeper Jin have to say such unpleasant words? With the locust plague, the farmlands outside the city are filled with locusts. This Zhang is doing this for the sake of the people of Xinfeng County. How can shopkeeper Jin say that this Zhang is a profiteer who hoards food for profit? Shopkeeper Jin said with a serious face, Mr. Zhang, your words can only be used to deceive children who do not know the ways of the world. They are useless to this Jin. If you want to hoard food and drive up the prices, aren't you afraid of the county magistrate's investigation? Aren't you afraid of the court's condemnation? The man surnamed Zhang smiled and said, shopkeeper Jin, this Zhang is here today to borrow money, not to be interrogated. In addition, as long as this Zhang does not raise the price of food too ridiculously in a short period of time, the county magistrate will not interfere. Now that the locust plague is wreaking havoc, the price of food in Cheng and city has not budged. Xinfeng County is only 60 to 70 li away from Cheng and city. As long as we transport food from Cheng and city, I only need to wait for the people's crops to be completely destroyed. When that time comes, it will be difficult for the price of food to not rise. Even the current emperor will not be able to control it. This is a business that is guaranteed to be profitable. I hope that shopkeeper Jin can open the door for me. After this matter is completed, this Zhang will definitely repay you handsomely. Shopkeeper Jin was silent for a long time. His eyes were filled with hesitation. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, but Mr. Zhang, don't forget. It is said that the Marquis of Yong and has a sky pheasant brigade. Their speed of exterminating locusts is astonishing. The locust plague in Lantian County was completely exterminated in 2 days. Furthermore, the Marquis is planning to bring the sky pheasant brigade to other counties to exterminate the locusts. Perhaps the locust plague in Xinfeng County is not as serious as you think. When the man surnamed Zhang heard this, he could not help but sneered and said, Sky Pheasant Brigade? What a joke. This time, more than 100 counties have been affected by the locust plague. Even if the Sky Pheasant Brigade is able to exterminate a county of locusts in 2 days, they will only be able to exterminate 15 counties in a month. This does not include the time spent on the road. In fact, if they can exterminate 10 counties of locusts in a month, they will be thanking the gods. In a month's time, all the crops in the fields will have been eaten by the locusts. When that time comes, the price of food will definitely skyrocket. Not only the Marquis of Yong and will not be able to change this, but even the imperial court and the current emperor will not be able to change this. Shopkeeper Jin was instantly speechless. Clearly, he agreed with the man surnamed Zhang's words. When the man surnamed Zhang saw this, he suddenly felt that he had a chance. He quickly added, haha. This Zhang will naturally not let shopkeeper Jin work for nothing. A while ago, this Zhang bought 2 extremely beautiful twin ladies in Cheng and city. A beauty to a hero. Today, this Zhang has brought them over. This Zhang will gift them to shopkeeper Jin. Clap, clap, clap. At this point, the man surnamed Zhang clapped his hands. A moment later, the door to the room was pushed open. 2 tall beauties with golden hair and blue eyes wearing veils walked in. The veils were not very thick, and one could faintly see the outlines of their faces behind them. These 2 ladies actually looked exactly the same. Shopkeeper Jin's eyes lit up. Although he was not completely infatuated, it was obvious that he had been mesmerized by the beauty of the 2 ladies in front of him. Haha. Why aren't you pouring wine for shopkeeper Jin? The man surnamed Zhang was also an experienced man. How could he not see that shopkeeper Jin's determination had already been shaken? Thus, he quickly ordered the two Hu ladies. Yes. Old master. The two Hu ladies bowed and then came before shopkeeper Jean. One of them held a wine pot, while the other held a wine cup. Pink wine flowed down the spout of the pot, illuminating the beautiful faces of the Hu ladies. Shopkeeper Jean could not help but swallow hard. Shopkeeper Jean, please. A moment later, a woman approached shopkeeper Jean, handed him a cup, and whispered to him in a soft voice. Good, good, good. Shopkeeper Jean came back to his senses and quickly took the wine cup. Naturally, he would take advantage of the Hu lady in the process, causing her to grumble coquettishly. Ha ha ha. Looks like shopkeeper Jean is also a man who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. Then this Zhang will be relieved to give them to shopkeeper Jean. I wonder if shopkeeper Jean will agree to this Zhang's proposal? The man surnamed Zhang struck while the iron was hot. Shopkeeper Jean rubbed his chin and pretended to be deep in thought. A moment later, he opened his mouth and said, since boss Zhang is in urgent need of funds, this Jean, as the shopkeeper of Yanhuang Bank in Xinfeng County, can naturally lend a sum of money to boss Zhang. Let's go, this Jean will have someone pass the money to boss Zhang today. The man surnamed Zhang was overjoyed when he heard this. He laughed heartily and said, haha. Shopkeeper Jean is straightforward. Please. 15 minutes later, in front of Yanhuang Bank. Haha. Many thanks for shopkeeper Jin's generosity. If this Zhang comes again, I hope that shopkeeper Jean will not refuse me. The man surnamed Zhang said with a smile. Shopkeeper Jin's eyes flashed and he said with a fake smile, no problem, no problem. Then this Zhang will take his leave. The man surnamed Zhang clasped his hands and turned to leave. Ouch! Who is that? Don't you have eyes when you walk? Who knew that when he turned around, he would bump into a towering figure and almost fall to the ground? He rubbed his forehead and could not help but feel annoyed. Hey! Does this road belong to your family? You're the one who walked with your eyes closed. How can you blame others? A young man beside him could not help but mock him. The man surnamed Zhang was instantly enraged and said, Humph. Where did this wild kid come from? How dare he behave so atrociously in Xinfeng County? Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but be shocked. The young man was pushing a strange-looking bicycle. If he wasn't mistaken, that was the latest limited edition variable speed bicycle from the Strange House workshop. There were only 3 of them in the entire market. And the young man in front of him and the young man beside him each had one. What did this mean? This meant that this group of people in front of him were either rich or powerful. He might not be able to afford to offend them. Haha. This Zhang has offended all of you. I'm really sorry. This Zhang still has things to do, so I'll take my leave first. In line with the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, the man surnamed Zhang apologized and hurriedly left. Hey! Why did this old bastard suddenly change his attitude? Humph. At least he knows what's good for him. Otherwise, I'll definitely beat him up until even his mother can't recognize him. The tall young man looked in the direction that the man surnamed Zhang left and snorted. That's right. This group of people in front of him was Li Ku, Qing Chumo, Pang Feiji and the rest. Li Ku and Qing Chumo rode bicycles into the county town, while Pang Feiji rode a horse. Chumo, forget it. We're new here. Let's not cause any trouble. Disaster relief is more important. Li Ku said sternly. Qing Chumo snorted and said, it's not like I'm the one causing trouble. He's the one who ran into me. Do I have to praise him for running into me? Li Ku shook his head helplessly and said, all right. Let's go in quickly. After saying that, he parked his bicycle in the empty space outside the bank and walked straight in. He was not worried about his bicycle being stolen because Pang Feiji would be outside looking after it. Seeing this, Qing Chumo quickly parked his bicycle and followed. Young masters, are you here to exchange money or to borrow money? Shopkeeper Jean had seen the scene outside the house. He had also seen the two bicycles that Li Ku and Ching Chimo rode in. Thus, when he saw the two enter the bank, he personally went up to greet them. Speaking of which, the bank in Xinfeng County only had two businesses, exchanging copper coins for Tang Yuan and lending Tang Yuan. It was unlike the Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County, which also had a deposit business. Ask your shopkeeper to come out. We have something to talk to him about. Ching Chimo raised his head and said arrogantly. Li Ku wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He could only shake his head helplessly. He had originally wanted to observe the attitude of the servants in the Yanhuang Bank in Xinfeng County, but after being yelled at by Ching Chimo, he had no choice but to lay his cards on the table. I am the shopkeeper of the bank. May I ask what the two young masters need? Shopkeeper Jean guessed that Ching Chimo and Li Ku were nobles from Chang'an, so he did not dare to offend them. Thus, he spoke politely. You're the shopkeeper of this bank? TSK, you don't look like one. Your belly is not even as big as that old man at the door. Ching Chimo glared at him and looked him up and down. Then, he ridiculed him. Li Ku's face darkened. In order to prevent Ching Chimo from continuing to spout nonsense, he quickly took out a fish talisman and showed it to shopkeeper Jean. He said, We're here today to check the accounts. Please cooperate with us, shopkeeper Jean. When he saw the dragon pattern on the fish talisman and the two words King of Shu, shopkeeper Jean was shocked. He quickly bowed and said, Your Highness, King of Shu. The servants in the room were stunned for a moment before they reacted. They bowed to Li Ku together and said, Your Highness, King of Shu. Li Ku waved his hand and said, I'm not here in the name of King of Shu. I'm here in the name of Deputy Manager of the Yanhuang Bank. Shopkeeper Jean, quickly go to Xinfeng County and retrieve the accounts of the Yanhuang Bank for the past 3 months. Li Zishuan was the head manager of the Yanhuang Bank, and Li Ku was now the deputy manager. This matter had been sent to the various branches of the bank in the form of an internal document. Shopkeeper Jean was naturally aware of this, but when he heard that Li Ku was here to check the accounts, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. However, he did not dare to refuse and could only bow and say, Yes. Your Highness, please wait for a moment. This subordinate will go and get it. Your Highness, please take a seat in the side hall. Moments later, shopkeeper Jean walked over with a thick book of account books in his arms. Handing it over to Li Ku, he said, Your Highness, these are the accounts of Xian Feng County Bank for the past 3 months. Please have a look. Li Ku nodded and said, You can go and do your work first. I'm just going to take a look. Shopkeeper Jean was flustered, but he did not dare to show any flaws on his face. He nodded and said, Yes. Your Highness. This subordinate will take his leave. After shopkeeper Jean left, Ching Chimo could not help but say, Little Ku, how long will it take you to finish reading such a thick account book? We still have to go to the county yamen. Li Ku smiled and said, Who said I'm going to finish reading? I'm just checking some of the accounts. Moreover, the bank's accounts are now recorded using double-entry bookkeeping. It's easy to check. As long as there are no problems, we'll go to the county yamen immediately. Ching Chimo scratched his head and said, Oh. That's fine. Little Ku, hurry up. I'll go out for a walk. If you ask this fellow to fight, he would be more than happy to do so. However, if you asked him to help check the accounts, he could only say, This concubine can't do that. Li Ku also knew that Ching Chimo could not sit still, so he nodded and replied. Chapter 1481. Shopkeeper Jean, we haven't had the time to record Boss Zhang's loan in the account book. Should we inform His Highness King of Shu about it? In Xinfeng County, at the front counter of the Yanhuang Bank, a servant dressed in green saw shopkeeper Jean walk out from the back room and asked nervously. Shut up. Hearing this, shopkeeper Jean panicked. He hurriedly turned his head to look behind him. When he saw that there was no one around, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he walked over to the manservant and put on a calm expression. He said earnestly, I'm sorry. Wang Xiaodong, His Highness King of Shu is very busy every day. This time, he came to our bank to check the account book as he pleased. After checking the account book, His Highness still has to rush back to Chang'an. How can he waste so much time here? So, the less trouble the better. Don't tell His Highness that Boss Zhang came to the bank to borrow money. If His Highness becomes impatient, even this old man won't be able to save you. Do you understand? Wang Xiaodong was only a servant of the bank and had not seen much of the world. He also didn't know the nature of nobles like Li Ku. When he was frightened by shopkeeper Jean, he immediately panicked. Don't worry, shopkeeper Jean. I definitely won't say anything. Thank you for your reminder. Shopkeeper Jean nodded with satisfaction and said, N. Xiaodong. You're very sensible. I heard that your mother was bedridden a while ago. Seeing a doctor must be very expensive, right? In a while, withdraw 2 strings of money from the account book. Take it as a token of my appreciation. When Wang Xiaodong heard this, he immediately shed tears of gratitude and said, Thank you, shopkeeper Jean. You're really too good to me. If shopkeeper Jean has any requests in the future, this little one will definitely do it. Hee hee. Not bad, not bad. Xiaodong, you know how to repay kindness. This old man really didn't misjudge you. Now, bring some people to the 10,000 guests restaurant in the city and prepare a table of high-quality banquet for His Highness King of Shu. Remember, it must be the best wine and the best dishes. Shopkeeper Jean saw that he had achieved his goal and said with a smile. Yes. Shopkeeper Jean. Wang Xiaodong replied excitedly. Then, he hurriedly put down the work in his hands and left the bank. Why do I feel that shopkeeper Jean wants to hide the account book that Wang Xiaodong mentioned? Who was Mr. Zhang? Oh, the person Xiao Ku and I bumped into outside the house was also surnamed Zhang. Could it be that Wang Xiaodong was talking about that person? No, there must be something fishy going on here. I'll go tell Xiao Ku. What shopkeeper Jean didn't know was that his conversation with Wang Xiaodong in the front hall had been overheard by Qing Chumo, who had just come out of the side hall. Although Qing Chumo was a straightforward person, that didn't mean he was stupid. The conversation between shopkeeper Jean and Wang Xiaodong made him think that shopkeeper Jean was hiding something. Thus, he hurriedly retracted his aura and quietly returned to the side hall. Little Ku, how is it? Did you find anything wrong with the accounts? After returning to the side hall, Qing Chumo approached Li Ku and asked hurriedly. Li Ku flipped through the account book and replied, How can it be so fast? However, I haven't found any problems with the accounts I've checked for the past few days. Cho Ox, didn't you say you were going out for a walk? Why are you back? Qing Chumo turned around and stuck his head out to look around. After confirming that there was no one outside, he closed the door and walked over to Li Ku and said mysteriously, Little Ku, I feel that there's something wrong with shopkeeper Jean. I'm afraid that the account book he gave you is incomplete. Hearing this, Li Ku couldn't help but raise his head and asked, Oh? Why does Brother Cho Ox say that? I was just about to go out for a walk when I accidentally overheard shopkeeper Jean talking to the manservant in the front hall about an account. Qing Chumo lowered his voice and told Li Ku what he had seen and heard. After listening, Li Ku couldn't help but frown deeply. Cho Ox, from what you said just now, it seems that there's something wrong with shopkeeper Jean. If we want to get to the bottom of this matter, we need to find out who this Mr. Zhang is and how much money Wang Xiaodong was talking about. Qing Chumo laughed softly, Heh. That's simple. That Wang Xiaodong went to prepare a banquet. I'll stop him halfway and scare him. I'm not afraid that he won't tell the truth. Li Ku pondered for a moment and nodded, That's good. But we still need to do it secretly to avoid alerting the enemy. Qing Chumo nodded, Little Ku, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Bang bang bang. Not long after the two of them finished their discussion, there was a series of knocks on the door. Li Ku asked, Who is it? Your Highness, it's me. It's Jean Wanfu. Your Highness must be tired from the long journey. I have prepared a banquet for your highness in the city's 10,000 guest restaurant to welcome your highness. I hope your highness will do me the honor. Just as Li Ke finished speaking, Jin Wanfu's voice came from outside the door. The two of them looked at each other. Li Ke stood up and opened the door. He then said to Jin Wanfu, "Shopkeeper Jin, to be honest, this prince is following Marquis Yong and Sky Pheasant Brigade to Xinfen County to exterminate the locusts. Checking the bank's accounts is just a convenient thing to do. So this prince can't have lunch at 10,000 guest restaurant. I'm sorry to disappoint shopkeeper Jin." When Jin Wanfu heard this, he was stunned and said in surprise, "What? Marquis Yong and Sky Pheasant Brigade is coming to Xinfen County?" If the Sky Pheasant Brigade really came to Xinfen County, then the locusts in Xinfen County would be completely eradicated in less than 2 days. By then, Xinfen County would become the second county after Lantian County to completely exterminate the locusts. The price of food in the city would also stop increasing. And the 6,000 strings of coins that Zhang Xiongfei borrowed from the bank would not only not make a huge profit, but he would also suffer a loss. Li Ke's eyes flashed and he asked with deep meaning, "Why? Shopkeeper Jin doesn't want to see the Sky Pheasant Brigade come to Xinfen County to exterminate the locusts?" When Jin Wanfu heard this, a layer of cold sweat instantly formed on his back. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No. That's not it. For Marquis Yong and Sky Pheasant Brigade to come to Xinfen County to exterminate the locusts, this Jin is more than happy. Why would this Jin be unwilling? This Jin is just a little surprised that Marquis would come to Xinfen County so quickly. This Jin has no other intentions." Li Ke looked deeply at Jin Wanfu, then picked up the account book on the table and said, "Hee. I didn't expect shopkeeper Jin to be so concerned about the people's livelihood. This prince will take a look at this account book for a while. I will have someone send it back before dark. Right now, this prince still has some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Although Jin Wanfu was extremely unwilling, he did not dare to raise any objections. He could only cup his hands and said, "Your Highness, please take care. If your Highness has any orders, just say the word and this Jin will be at your beck and call. N. Cho Nyo, let's go." Li Ke nodded and called out to Ching Chimo. The two of them then left. Could it be that King Shu found something in the account book? That shouldn't be the case. This account book follows the rules and regulations. This old man has personally checked it before. Although there are some small flaws, there are definitely no major problems. Sigh, maybe I am overthinking. Looking at the departing backs of Li Ke and Xing Chimo, Jin Wanfu had a bad premonition, but he couldn't figure out where he had exposed himself, so he could only comfort himself with this thought. However, the bad premonition did not dissipate. Instead, it was like a stone that weighed heavily on his heart. It was to the extent that he did not have the mood to return to the backyard to meet the two beautiful ladies that he had just obtained. Little Ke. That's him. After leaving the bank and walking on the street, Ching Chimo suddenly pointed to a servant in green who was walking towards them on a small path on the right. He said to Li Ke, "Little Ke, why don't you and Pang Feiji go to the county office first? I will go find Wang Xiaodong and ask him clearly." Seeing that it was almost lunchtime, Li Ke knew that there was no time to delay. He nodded and agreed, "All right. However, Cho Nyo, don't hurt anyone and don't alert the enemy. If possible, it is best to persuade that servant to submit to our side." Ching Chimo patted Yu Xiong's chest and smiled, "Little Ke, don't worry. Alright, let's not talk too much. I will go first." After saying that, Ching Chimo turned around and walked towards the servant in green. "Let's go. Let's go to the county office." Although Li Ke was still worried, he had limited manpower and could only trust Ching Chimo this time. He turned his head and said something to Pang Feiji. Then, the two of them went straight to the county office of Xinfen County. Haha. It is the fortune of the people of Xinfen County that the Marquis of Yong and could bring the Sky Pheasant Brigade to Xinfen County to exterminate the locusts. As the county magistrate of Xinfen County, this lowly official has been worried sick about the locust plague. Now that the Marquis has solved this lowly official's problem, this lowly official must thank the Marquis in person. Otherwise, my heart will not be at ease. In the county office of Xinfeng County, after Li Ke stated his identity and purpose, County Magistrate Wang Dezheng cupped his hands and said excitedly. Li Ke said calmly, if County Magistrate Wang wants to thank Marquis Yong, and in person, that is fine. However, the most important thing now is to prepare food for the 100 people who came with us. I hope that County Magistrate Wang can arrange it as soon as possible. The food does not need to be luxurious. It just needs to have meat. Other than that, prepare a pot of throat-soothing soup and a pot of green bean soup. When the time comes, send them to the farmlands outside the city. Wang Dezheng said in surprise, Your Highness, Marquis Yong, and the children of Lantian County are not going back to the county to eat. Li Ke shook his head and said, eating back in the city is too much of a waste of time. County Magistrate Wang, quickly send someone to prepare food. All the expenses will be paid by this prince. This is the throat-soothing soup that divine Dr. Sun prescribed. Get someone to brew it carefully. There must not be any mistakes. Otherwise, this prince will hold you accountable. Wang Dezheng's face turned solemn. He received the prescription with both hands and said, The Sky Pheasant Brigade is here to help Xinfeng County exterminate locusts. The expenses for the food should be paid by Xinfeng County. How can I let Your Highness spend money? As for the throat-soothing soup and green bean soup, I will personally watch over them. There will definitely not be any mistakes. Your Highness, please rest assured. Li Ke waved his hand and said, You don't have to worry about the expenses for the food. This prince has already made up his mind. Quickly arrange for someone to prepare lunch. Wang Dezheng was helpless. He could only cup his hands and say, Yes. Your Highness, please have a seat. I will arrange it now. After saying that, County Magistrate Wang walked out of the inner hall and arranged for someone to prepare the food. Li Ke just happened to take out an account book. He leaned over the table and began to read it seriously. After about half an hour, Ching Chimo walked in and said excitedly to Li Ke, Little Ke. Little Ke. I have found out. Li Ke kept the account book and stood up in surprise, so fast? Then tell me quickly, Cho Nyo. Ching Chimo looked around and said to the maidservant standing on both sides, All of you can leave first. I have something to discuss with His Highness King of Shu. Yes. Everyone knew that the two young men in front of them were nobles from Chang'an. Even County Magistrate Wang could not afford to offend them, so they quickly bowed and left. Ching Chimo saw that there was no one around and said to Li Ke in a low voice, Little Ke, I have found out. The boss Zhang that Jean Wanfu mentioned is called Zhang Xiongfei. He is the big fat man that we bumped into at the entrance of the bank. I heard from Wang Xiaodong that Zhang Xiongfei is the owner of Zhangji Grain Store. This time, Zhang Xiongfei came to Yanhuang Bank to borrow money from shopkeeper Jean. Guess how much he wants to borrow? How much? Li Ke was still sorting out the clues that Ching Chimo had mentioned. He could not help but frown and ask subconsciously. 6,000 strings of cash. And it is at an annual interest rate of 16%. Ching Chimo lowered his voice and said. 6,000 strings of cash. 16% interest rate? Li Ke couldn't help but exclaim. First of all, 6,000 strings of cash might not be worth mentioning to a nouveau riche like Li Zishuan, but to a small county like Xinfeng County, 6,000 strings of cash was definitely a huge sum of money. The number of people who could take out 6,000 strings of cash could be counted on one hand. Another thing that surprised Li Ke was the interest rate of the 6,000 strings of cash. A 16% annual interest rate was indeed considered cheap in the past. However, Yanhuang Bank had just recently implemented a standard annual interest rate of 8%. Shopkeeper Jean had directly lent 6,000 strings of cash to Zhang Xiongfei at a 16% annual interest rate. Li Ke wouldn't believe that there wasn't something fishy going on here. What does Zhang Xiongfei want to borrow so much money for? Moreover, he is willing to borrow money at twice the interest rate. This means that he is in urgent need of money and is confident that he can use this money to earn more money in a short period of time. Therefore, he must have a business that is guaranteed to make a profit. At least, he thinks that it is a business that is guaranteed to make a profit. Li Ke thought for a moment and muttered to himself. Hey! Isn't this easy to guess? This surnamed Zhang must have used the 6,000 strings of cash to buy food. Now that there is a locust plague everywhere, this old man must want to stock up on more food. When the people's crops have been destroyed by the locust plague, he will take the opportunity to drive up the price of food and make a fortune. Little Ku, do you remember when we first entered the city, the people said that the price of food in Zhangji grain store in the west of the city increased again? Doesn't this mean that this old bastard is up to no good? Ching Chimo laughed. Yes, Chimo, your analysis is very reasonable. Li Ke heard this and nodded his head in agreement. Suddenly, he looked at Ching Chimo strangely and said, That's not right. Cho Nyo, when did your brain become so flexible? This is not like you. Ching Chimo's old face suddenly froze. At this moment, he probably had tens of thousands of alpacas galloping through his heart. F***ck. Little Ku, you are not being kind. I worked so hard to get money and then help you investigate the case, and you are insulting your brother. Li Ke laughed and said, hee hee. I was just joking with you. But then again, Cho Nyo, how did you make Wang Xiaodong tell you the truth willingly? Chapter 1482. Haha. What's so difficult about this? That Wang Xiaodong's mother has been suffering from chest pain for a long time. I told him my identity and told him that I am familiar with Sun Daozhong and he can treat his mother's illness. Then I told him that shopkeeper Jean broke the rules by lending money and is currently being investigated by the imperial court. If he cooperates with us, he will be fine and can even get Sun Daozhong to treat his mother's illness. If he insists on following shopkeeper Jean to the end, then he will go to jail with shopkeeper Jean. In the back hall of the Lantian County Yamen, Ching Chimo smiled proudly when he heard Li Ke's question. Then, he briefly explained the cause and effect of the incident. Hearing this, Li Ke couldn't help but praise, Cho Ox, you moved him with emotion, reason and even offered him benefits. Not bad, not bad. With this, that Wang Xiaodong should be on our side and we will have enough time to gather more evidence. If you ask me, what evidence do we need to gather? Let's just capture Jin Wanfu and Zhang Xiongfei and interrogate them. They will definitely confess. Ching Chimo curled his lips and said disdainfully. Absolutely not. Li Ke shook his head, we left the capital this time to exterminate the locusts. My imperial father did not give us the right to arrest people without permission. Even if we find out that Jin Wanfu broke the rules by lending money to Zhang Xiongfei who wanted to hoard food and inflate the price of food, we still need to borrow the power of Xinfeng County Yamen. Let's wait for a while and ask for Yamacho's opinion. Ching Chimo shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, all right. It's up to you. Oh, someone is coming. Towards the end, Ching Chimo's expression changed slightly because he heard footsteps coming from outside. Hearing this, Li Ke sat down and his expression returned to normal. Your Highness, the food and soup are all prepared. Do you want to send it over to Marquis Yong and the children now? Wang Dijing walked in and saw that there was another Ching Chimo in the room. He was stunned for a moment before he cupped his hands and reported to Li Ke. Li Ke nodded and said, Send it over now. County Magistrate Wang, take the Yamen runners and follow me to deliver food outside the city. Wang Dijing bowed and said, this official obeys. Not long after, 5 ox carts drove out of the Xinfeng County Yamen. Each cart carried a large wooden bucket filled with food prepared by County Magistrate Wang. Li Ke led County Magistrate Wang and a dozen Yamen runners straight to the South City Gate. At this moment, the atmosphere in the city was completely different from when Li Ke and the others had first arrived. The news of the Sky Pheasant Brigade coming to Xinfeng City to exterminate the locusts had already spread. After the citizens heard the news, they immediately rejoiced. The oppressive atmosphere caused by the locusts suddenly disappeared without a trace. Have you heard? The Marquis of Yong and has brought the Sky Rooster Brigade to our Xinfeng County to exterminate the locusts. Really? How could it be fake? Go to the farmland outside the city and take a look. There are countless flocks of chickens brought over by the Marquis of Yong and everywhere. Good boy. That's great. Our Xinfeng city's crops can be saved. I heard that the Sky Pheasant Brigade used less than 2 days to exterminate all the locusts in Lantian City. Doesn't that mean that the locusts in our Xinfeng city will also be exterminated in 2 days? No. It should be even faster. I just heard a kid from the Han family village say that the Sky Pheasant Brigade brought a total of 310,000 chickens. It's more than double the previous number. That means that the locusts in our county will be exterminated today. That's great. The price of food in the city has risen these past 2 days. I thought that a food shortage was coming. Let's see how those unscrupulous grain merchants in the city will continue to raise the price of food. That's right. Sigh. Let's not talk about it anymore. I still have a dozen chickens at home. I'll go back and chase them out of the city to help the Marquis of Yong and the rest exterminate the locusts. I have 30 chickens at home. I'll go and chase them out too. Although the citizens were overjoyed, there were some who were upset. What? The Marquis of Yong and brought the Sky Pheasant Brigade to Lantian City? And the size of the Sky Pheasant Brigade has doubled from before? West of the city, in the back hall of Zhangji Grain Store. After listening to the servant's report, Zhang Xiongfei's old face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He slammed the table heavily and stood up. Yes. Master. Now that the news has spread in the county, should we still go to Chang'an City to buy food? The servant said carefully with a bitter face. By my ass. Zhang Xiongfei's face darkened. The locust plague is about to be exterminated. Buy so much food to feed the rats? Get out. Yes. Master. Seeing that Zhang Xiongfei was angry, the servant hurriedly scrambled out of the room. 300,000 chickens. That means that the Sky Pheasant Brigade will be able to exterminate all the locusts in Xinfeng County in less than a day. In some small counties, they can even clear 2 counties in a day. Even if there are hundreds of affected counties, the Sky Pheasant Brigade will be able to clear at least 20 of them in half a month. There will definitely be no more locust plague near Chang'an City. If we want to sell our food at a high price, we can only go to other places. That's too much of a loss. Inside the room, Zhang Xiongfei muttered to himself with a gloomy face. After a moment, he suddenly remembered the 2 girls that he had given to Jin Wanfu in the morning. He slapped his thigh and said angrily, It's over. This old man had just borrowed 6,000 strings of cash from the Yanhuang Bank at double interest. I thought that I could use this money to make a huge profit. Now, does this count as losing the wife and losing the army? Sigh. My 2 delightful beauties. What a pity. Saying that, Zhang Xiongfei hammered his chest with a face full of heartache. He did not know that there was an even bigger problem waiting for him. This official greets Marquis Yong'an. For Marquis to bring the Sky Pheasant Brigade to exterminate the locusts in Xinfeng County, this official and the 50,000 people in the county are extremely grateful to Marquis. In a village outside of Xinfeng County, after Li Ku and his group found the main army, they hurriedly distributed food to the children. Wang Dezheng came before Li Zishuan and bowed sincerely. Li Zishuan nodded expressionlessly and said, This Marquis brought the Sky Pheasant Brigade to exterminate the locusts. Firstly, it was because of the Emperor's orders. Secondly, it was because I could not bear to see the common people being poisoned by the locusts. However, this Marquis heard that the price of grain in Xinfeng County has recently reached 5 copper coins per dan. County Magistrate Wang, can you explain this? Saying that, he stared at Wang Dezheng with a burning gaze. Clearly, Li Ku had already told him everything that they had found in Xinfeng County. County Magistrate Wang's face was instantly covered in a few drops of sweat. It was unknown whether it was because the weather was too hot or because he was too nervous. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "This official did not manage the county well and caused the appearance of profiteers who took advantage of the locusts to raise the price of grain. This official has let down the imperial court and the emperor. After returning to the city, this official will write a letter of apology to the imperial court." Li Zishuan coldly said, "As the county magistrate of Xinfen County, the price of grain in the county has skyrocketed. Of course, you cannot escape the crime of negligence. However, the most important thing right now is to find out which grain merchants took advantage of the locusts to raise the price of grain. The imperial court has repeatedly ordered all the counties to stabilize the price of grain. Xinfen County is less than 100 li away from Chang'an. However, on the third day of the locusts' plague, the price of grain had already risen. If this marquis had come a little later, would the price of grain have become 10 copper coins per dan, or even 100 copper coins per dan?" County Magistrate Wang cupped his hands and said, "Marquis is right. This official will return to the city to investigate the merchants who raised the price of grain." "Wait." County Magistrate Wang turned to leave. However, Li Zishuan stopped him and said meaningfully, "It's not scary for grain merchants to raise the price of grain. What's scary is that officials and merchants collude with each other to raise the price of grain. Therefore, there is no need for you to investigate this matter. This marquis does not have the authority nor the time to investigate. Before the sky turns dark today, there will be officials from the Ministry of Personnel coming to investigate this matter. I hope that County Magistrate Wang can cooperate with them." According to Li Ku and Xing Chimo's information, Li Zishuan felt that there was something wrong with this Wang Dezheng. There was a need to investigate this matter. However, Li Zishuan was right. They only went to the counties to eliminate the locusts. Li Er did not give them the authority to investigate the officials and merchants in the counties. Even if they had the authority, Li Zishuan did not have the time to waste here. Therefore, he planned to send this matter back to Lantian County via telegram and let Li Tai report it to Li Er. When Wang Dezheng heard this, his face instantly turned pale. He hurriedly said, "Marquis, please forgive me. This official has been busy with the disaster relief and neglected the soaring price of grain in the city. This official is guilty of negligence. Yes, it's Zhang Xiongfei. This time, he was the one who led the charge to raise the price of grain. This official's wife is his sister, so he has nothing to fear. However, this official dares to swear to the heavens that this official did not receive a single copper coin from Zhang Xiongfei. This lowly official has been wrongly accused. I hope that Marquis will investigate this matter properly." When Li Zishuan heard this, he nodded thoughtfully and said, "Ah. Whether or not you received any benefits is not up to you nor this Marquis to say. The officials from the Ministry of Personnel will investigate this matter thoroughly. However, since you are willing to tell this Marquis all this, you are quite honest. This Marquis will pass on your words to the imperial court. As for whether you are guilty or not, that will be up to the emperor to decide." Wang Dezheng cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Marquis." At this moment, Li Ku quickly walked over and said, "Yamacho. There are many villagers over there, saying that they want to see you." Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and asked, "See me? What do they want to see me for?" Li Ku smiled and said, "Some of them are here to deliver food, some are here to thank you in person, and some are here to deliver chickens." "Deliver chickens?" Li Zishuan could understand delivering food and thanking him in person, but the delivery of chickens made him unable to react. "Oh. What Ku means is that the villagers want to send their chickens to the Sky Chicken Brigade to help catch locusts. When we are done with them, we will return them to them." Seeing Li Zishuan's puzzled expression, Li Ku quickly explained. "Oh. There is such a thing? Let's go and take a look." When Li Zishuan heard this, he was very surprised. Although there were 90,000 chickens in the Sky Chicken Brigade that came from the villagers of Lantian County, Xinfen County was not Lantian County. The villagers here did not trust him as much as the villagers of Lantian County. Now that someone was willing to lend their chickens, it really surprised him. The two of them walked towards the villagers not far away. County Magistrate Wang thought for a moment and followed them. Marquis is here. This is the Marquis of Yong'an. So young. No wonder he is the son of a deity, he is so handsome. If it was not for the Marquis of Yong'an, my crops would have been ruined by the locusts. I want to kowtow to the Marquis of Yong'an. When they saw Li Zishuan walking towards them, the villagers immediately became excited. Greetings, Marquis. When Li Zishuan was only 4 or 5 steps away from them, the villagers all bowed and greeted him. Li Zishuan took a look. Good heavens, there were over 1,000 people. It was currently noon, and these people most likely did not even have lunch before coming over to deliver food, chickens, and express their gratitude. He never thought that he would be so popular in Xinfeng County, and for a moment, he was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Don't be so courteous. Please rise. Li Zishuan hurriedly raised his hands and said in a clear voice. Marquis. You brought these children to help us exterminate the locusts, and we are extremely grateful. We just want to use some food to reward these children for their hard work. We hope that Marquis will not reject us. At this moment, a white-haired old man carrying a food basket stood out and said sincerely to Li Zishuan. As soon as he said that, the rest of the villagers immediately shouted excitedly. That's right. Marquis. This is the chicken stewed by my wife, I hope it can nourish the children's bodies. We also stewed eggs. Marquis saved my crops, which means he saved my family of 7. This old man will kowtow to Marquis. I hope that Marquis will be safe and prosperous for the rest of his life. I will also kowtow to Marquis. Thank you Marquis for saving my family's 35 mu of crops. Marquis. I have 30 chickens at home, do you think we can join the Sky Chicken Brigade to exterminate the locusts? Marquis. I have 50 chickens at home, and I'm willing to lend them to you. It doesn't matter if we lose them. Please, Marquis, don't reject us. The villagers were all talking at once, and soon, there was a crowd of villagers kneeling in front of Li Zishuan. Among them, there were children of 7 or 8 years old, middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s, and even old people in their 60s and 70s. They were all people who had been in danger during the locusts' plague, and today, they were saved by Li Zishuan. No one could understand the joy and gratitude in their hearts. At this moment, they were willing to do anything for Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan didn't like people kneeling to him. When the first old man was about to kneel to him, he had already reached out to stop him. However, he could only stop one person, but he couldn't stop hundreds and thousands of villagers. Seeing that more and more people were kneeling to him, and the scene was getting noisier and noisier, Li Zishuan hurriedly circulated his vital energy and shouted, "Villagers! Listen to me." His loud and clear voice entered everyone's ears, and the excited villagers immediately quieted down. Li Zishuan continued, "Villagers, please get up first. This kid has just turned 20 years old. Many of you can be considered my elders. How can this kid bear such a big gift from all of you? You are not repaying me, you are shortening my lifespan. So, villagers, please get up quickly. Let's stand up and talk slowly." Hearing this, the villagers who were kneeling on the ground couldn't help but look at each other. After a while, they all stood up. Seeing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. To prevent the villagers from kneeling again, he quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "Villagers, I am very grateful that you sent food to the children of Lantian County. However, as you can see, the children already have food. To avoid wasting it, I would like to ask the villagers to bring back the food you brought." How can we do that? That's right. The children have already eaten, they can eat more. The moment Li Zishuan finished speaking, the villagers were instantly dissatisfied. Seeing this, Li Zishuan directly took a loudspeaker from old who beside him and used his zhenqi to suppress the voices of the common people. He only heard him say loudly, "This is the first time I've heard of this." He shouted, "I have extra food prepared. Villagers, please bring back the food you brought. However, you can keep the chickens you brought. Please mark the drumsticks of your chickens and register them with County Magistrate Wang." After that, they will be incorporated into the Sky Chicken Brigade. This marquee will take them to other provinces and counties to exterminate the locusts. After the locust plague is quelled, this marquee will definitely return all the chickens that I borrowed from you. If any of them are lost, this marquee will pay double. On behalf of the people of other counties, I thank all of you for your help. Chapter 1483. According to Li Zishuan's original plan, he only wanted to bring these 300,000 chickens to sweep through the various provinces and counties. However, since the people of Xinfeng County were willing to lend their chickens to him, there was no reason for him to reject them. There were more than 8,000 households in Xinfeng County. If each household lent 30 to 40 chickens, they would be able to gather more than 20,000 chickens. This was a significant increase in the overall scale of the Sky Pheasant Brigade. On the other hand, now that the children of the Han village and Plum village had loudspeakers, the size of the flock they could control was much larger than before. The Sky Pheasant Brigade could completely eat the 20,000 chickens in Xinfeng County. If the people of other provinces and counties were willing to lend their chickens, Li Zishuan would still dare to continue accepting them. After appeasing the people, Li Zishuan looked at Wang Dezheng and instructed in a deep voice, "County Magistrate Wang, I'll leave the matter of registering the people to you. This is also a chance for you to atone for your mistakes. Now, immediately send the Yamen runners to inform the entire county that those who are willing to lend their chickens to me should register as soon as possible." Wang Dezheng cupped his hands solemnly and said, "Rest assured, Marquis. I'll send the Yamen runners to inform the people of the various villages and gather all the officials in the county government to register the people. It's best if the people register before the hour of the afternoon. After that, we might have to head to Weinan County to exterminate the locusts." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Marquis is leaving Xinfeng County with the Sky Pheasant Brigade today?" Wang Dezheng was shocked when he heard this. He thought that Li Zishuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade was going to stay the night in Xinfeng County. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Based on the speed of this morning, all the locusts in Xinfeng County will definitely be exterminated before the hour of the afternoon. Now that the locust plague is everywhere, the people are living in an abyss of suffering. Time waits for no one. If the Sky Pheasant Brigade can head to the next place as soon as possible, the people there will suffer less losses." Hearing this, Wang Dezheng couldn't help but feel deep veneration. He bowed deeply to Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis is devoted to the country and loves the people as if they were your own children. Your noble character and unquestionable integrity has earned my admiration and shame. No matter how the imperial court deals with me, even if I can only be a small official in the future, I will remember Marquis' admonition today and be a good official who benefits the people." Seeing Wang Dezheng's sincere face, Li Zishuan's impression of him changed greatly. Even if County Magistrate Wang couldn't absolve himself from the blame for the soaring grain prices, it was undeniable that County Magistrate Wang was a magnanimous person. Generally speaking, although Wang Dezheng had flaws and neglected his duties as an official, he wasn't so bad that he couldn't be saved. He could still be saved. "County Magistrate Wang, last year when the Chui clan was exterminated, I once said to His Majesty, 'The ruler is a boat, the commoners are water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it.' The Chui clan thought that the people were weak and powerless, so they wantonly oppressed the people and harmed the servants. They had no respect for the people and in the end, they died in the sea of people. In fact, the same principle applies to an official. County Magistrate Wang, if you don't care about the people and don't care about the people's livelihood, then one day when the people can't live anymore, that's when you, as an official, can no longer be an official. You must know that when an ordinary man is angry, blood will splash 5 steps away." There was no need for Li Zishuan to say these words. It was mainly because Wang Dezheng could still be saved that he said a few more words. What if because of his words, there was another good official in this world? Wang Dezheng obviously understood this principle. Hearing this, he bowed to Li Zishuan gratefully and said, "Thank you, Marquis, for your admonition. I will remember it for the rest of my life." "Yes. Go and do your work." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said. Beep 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 beep. Lantian County, Strange Interest Pavilion's new workshop. Accompanied by the DDD sound of the telegraph, Li Tai quickly came to the desk and took a pen to record the code. After about a quarter of an hour, the telegraph finally stopped ringing. Li Tai shook his sore wrist and began to translate the telegram. "Qingke, there are palace people outside looking for you. Quickly go out and see." At this time, Meng Wenhao walked into the room and said to Li Tai, who was in front of the desk. Since Li Tai was the deputy chief designer of the second and third trump card projects of Yanhuang College, he had a special office in this courtyard. It was convenient for him to receive and send telegrams. No one outside the project was allowed to enter this courtyard where the trump card project was carried out. Even the eunuchs from the palace were no exception. People from the palace? Why are they looking for me? Li Tai had just finished translating the telegram and asked curiously. Meng Wenhao shook his head and said, "I don't know about this." The little eunuch didn't say. "Qingke, you should go out and see." "Okay. I'll go take a look." Li Tai thought for a while, then took out a page and handed it to Meng Wenhao, saying, "Wenhao, this is a telegram from Yamacho. It's about publishing a notice in tomorrow's Datong Daily. Take it and give it to Mr. Ma Zhou." "Okay. I'll go now." Meng Wenhao nodded, and the two of them went out together. "Your Highness, His Majesty summons you to the palace." The little eunuch outside the courtyard was a little angry because he was rejected, but when he saw Li Tai come out, he quickly put on a smile and greeted him. "Father summons me to the palace? What's the matter?" "I'm very busy here," Li Tai said reluctantly. The two trump card projects had entered the critical stage, and he was indeed very busy now. The little eunuch choked when he heard this. He thought to himself, what's wrong with Prince Wei that he doesn't even want to respond to His Majesty's summons? If the other party was a normal official, the little eunuch would have left in a huff. However, the other party was Li Tai, the Prince of Wei, who was greatly favored by the second emperor. The little eunuch did not dare to be arrogant or rash. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, His Majesty only said that he summoned you back to the palace for an important matter, but he didn't tell us what it was. Your Highness, do you want to go back to the palace to take a look?" Li Tai thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay. I also have something to talk to His Majesty about." The little eunuch heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Your Highness, this way please. The carriage has been prepared for you." "What carriage? Don't you know that my time is precious? Ride back to Chang'an." Li Tai glared at the little eunuch and said angrily. The little eunuch was stunned at first, then quickly bowed and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I will go and prepare a horse for your Highness." Speaking of which, Li Tai used to ride a carriage when he went out. After all, riding a carriage was much more comfortable than riding a horse. Today's abnormal behavior really made the little eunuch unable to understand. "Your son pays his respects to His Majesty." Sweet Du Hall. After being notified by the chamberlain, Li Tai walked in and bowed to Li Er, who was reading memorials. You may dispense with the formalities." Li Er put down the memorials and raised his head to look at Li Tai. After a while, he frowned and said, "You've lost weight. Qingke, why haven't you returned to the palace to pay your respects to me and your mother for so long? Even if you have classes on weekdays, you should still have time to return to Chang and during the weekends at Yanhuang College. Your mother has already talked about you in front of me more than once." When Li Tai heard this, he said with some guilt, "Your son is unfilial and has caused His Majesty and mother to worry. In the future, when your son has time, I will definitely return to the palace to pay my respects to His Majesty and mother." Li Er narrowed his eyes and said, "What? From what you're saying, you haven't had time recently? Is there something important that you have to deal with?" Li Tai was a little dumbfounded. According to the rules of the academy, the second and third trump card projects were classified as top secret projects. No one involved could reveal it to outsiders, not even their own family members. However, the person in front of him was not only his family member, but also the ruler of the empire. This made Li Tai feel awkward for a moment. Should he say it or not? What? What kind of thing made you hide it from me? Li Er's face suddenly became gloomy, and there was a trace of coldness in his voice. Although he already knew what Li Tai was busy with recently, seeing that his son even hid it from him as his father made him feel a little angry in his heart. Li Tai felt a chill down his spine and quickly said, "No. Father. Your son doesn't dare." Yamacho started the second and third trump card projects at the academy a few days ago. Your son has been busy with this matter recently. Oh. The second and third trump card projects? What is it for? Li Er's eyes flashed as he straightened his body and asked. He knew that the first trump card project of the academy was the Ba River Hydroelectric Power Station project. As for the second and third trump card projects, he still knew nothing. The academy's confidentiality work was really good. Li Tai had already decided to tell Li Er about the trump card project. At this moment, he had no scruples, so he continued, "Father, the second trump card project of the academy aims to improve the current telegraph machine. On one hand, it will increase the transmission power of the telegraph machine. On the other hand, it will enhance the telegraph machine's signal recognition ability and anti-interference ability. On the other hand, it will build telegraph relay stations in key states and counties for electromagnetic wave transmission and reception relays. Finally, it will increase the effective communication range of the telegraph machine to more than 1,000 miles, or even further. 1,000 miles. When Li Er heard this, he was completely shocked. Previously, Li Zishuan had told him that there was still a lot of room for improvement in the telegraph machine. He was still a little skeptical, but now that the second trump card project had been set up to increase the communication range of the telegraph machine to more than 1,000 miles, and even the improvement plan had been formulated, he had no choice but to believe it. "Qingke, tell me, is it feasible to increase the communication range of the telegraph machine to more than 1,000 miles? After a moment of shock, Li Er came back to his senses and asked eagerly. Li Tai cupped his hands and said, "Father, the plan of this trump card project has been discussed several times by more than 10 teachers in the academy. We all think that 1,000 miles communication range is absolutely feasible. Moreover, if the number of relay stations is enough, a few thousand miles communication range is not a problem." Good. 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 When Li Er heard this, he was instantly delighted, but then he felt that there was something wrong with Li Tai's words. "We all think? Qingke, what are your responsibilities in this project?" When he heard Li Er ask this, Li Tai scratched his head a little embarrassedly. That was the embarrassment of a child who had achieved good results in front of his parents, but was afraid of showing too much and making himself appear immodest. "Father, your son is the deputy chief designer of the second and third trump card projects, and Mr. Mo Huai is the chief designer." Li Er's eyes widened. Although he had always been calm in the face of change, when he heard that his son had become the deputy chief designer of the trump card project, he could not hide his shock because he knew that the teachers in Yanhuang College were all capable people. How rare was it that Li Tai, as a student, could stand out from the crowd and become the deputy chief designer? "Haha. You are indeed worthy of being my son, Qingke, good job." After the shock, Li Er could not help but laugh out loud. "Last year, Qingke, when you wanted to enter Li Zishuan's tutelage and study at Yanhuang College, I was still a little hesitant because you had always been studying Confucianism. I was worried that the proud and arrogant you would not be able to adapt to engineering in Yanhuang College. But I did not expect that in less than a year, Qingke, your achievements in engineering would reach such a level. Your father is very pleased." Li Tai was overjoyed in his heart, but he said modestly, "Father, you flatter me. Compared to Yamacho, your son is still far behind." "Haha. Take it slow. There is no rush." Li Er was delighted when he heard this, and then he asked, "Oh, right. What is the third trump card project?" Li Tai cupped his hands and replied, "Father, for the third trump card project, Yamacho wants to create new units of measurement, standards, and measuring instruments. In addition, Yamacho has also created new units of length to facilitate the precision production of the later stages of the workshop. Compared to improving the telegraph, these tasks are not difficult. Li Er nodded thoughtfully and said, when will the second trump card project be completed? Li Tai replied, within half a year. The deadline for these 2 trump card projects is half a year. Yamacho wants us to reach the target within half a year. Half a year? Good. I will wait for you for half a year. Once you are done, I will reward everyone handsomely. Li Er said excitedly. Just think about it, if the telegraph was successfully improved and could achieve long-distance communication, then the Tang Empire's territory would expand by several times. He, Li Er, would also have the ability to control the country's affairs and military affairs. This was an achievement that even Qin Huang and Han Wu could not achieve. Li Tai suddenly thought of something and said, Father, we have already made some initial improvements to the telegraph. It is estimated that the distance of communication can reach up to 400 to 500 miles. This time, when Yamacho went to another county to exterminate locusts, they brought along the telegraph that we have just improved. This time, we can test its maximum effective range. Oh, right, Yamacho just sent back a telegram regarding Xinfen County. Father, please take a look. With that, Li Tai took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and raised it above his head. Li Er's eyes flashed and he quickly said, Oh? Let me take a look. Zhao Song quickly took it and passed it to Li Er. Chapter 1484. Bam! Xinfen County is less than 100 miles away from Chang'an City. However, on the 3rd day of the locust plague, grain merchants started to raise the price of grain. The imperial court has repeatedly issued orders, but some people have turned a deaf ear to it. Do they really think that my butcher's knife won't cut off their heads? In the Sweet Dew Hall, after Li Er finished reading the report, he slapped the dragon table and coldly said with an ashen face. The palace maids and eunuchs in the hall kept quiet out of fear when they saw Li Er's rage. Li Tai's face was dark, but he didn't say anything. Zhao Song, immediately send a decree to Zhang Sun Wuji and Lu Dui. Order the Ministry of Personnel and the Supreme Court to send officials to Xinfen County to investigate the matter of grain merchants raising the price of grain. If there is no collusion between officials and merchants, then forget it. If there is, then don't let a single one of them off. No matter who is involved in this, find them all and punish them severely. The hall was silent for a moment before Li Er said with a dark face. This old servant obeys. Zhao Song cupped his fists and prepared to leave. Wait. Li Er interrupted, pass on the imperial decree, Xianling, let the secretariat send another official document to the various counties in Guangzhou. Strictly order the counties to stabilize the price of grain. If the price of grain soars, grain merchants, local county officials, and provincial governors will all be severely punished and will not be tolerated. Understood. Zhao Song bowed. Seeing that Li Er didn't have any other orders, he cupped his fists and left the hall. Li Er turned his gaze to Li Tai. After some thought, he said, Qingke, Yanhuang College's 2nd and 3rd trump card projects should be kept strictly confidential, right? Li Tai's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. He cupped his fists and said, Father, the reason why Yamacho wants us to keep it a secret is to prevent the college's core technology from being stolen by those with ill intentions toward Tang Dynasty. I didn't say that it was wrong. But if you are guarding against outsiders, don't tell me you are also guarding against me? Li Er's eyes turned cold as he interrupted Li Tai's words. If I hadn't interrogated you today, I wouldn't have known what your 2nd and 3rd trump card projects are for. Li Zishuan may be thinking for the benefit of the Tang Empire, but don't forget that I am the master of this country. As monarchs, they didn't like the feeling of being deceived because it made them feel that the matter was beyond their control. Even though Li Er was a wise monarch, he was no exception when it came to this. Even though it was currently midsummer, Li Tai still felt a trace of coldness in the sweet nectar hall. At this time, he recalled that his imperial father was never a soft-hearted and mediocre ruler. Instead, he was a decisive person who could conquer the world and kill his brother and imprison his father. Imperial father. This son is terrified. This son has never thought of hiding this matter from you. It's just that the college has been busy recently and this son has no time to worry about this. This son didn't mean to deceive Imperial Father. I believe that Yamacho is the same. Recently, there has been a locust plague in the Guangzhou area. Yamacho was busy with disaster relief and didn't report this to Imperial Father. Furthermore, this son has heard from Yamacho that Yamacho has improved the telegraph system. He has already mentioned it to you before, so this son didn't rush to report it to you. Imperial Father, please don't hold a grudge against Yamacho because of this. Little Fatty's mind spun quickly as he explained. He knew that if he didn't explain this matter clearly to Li Zixuan today, not only would he be unlucky, but Li Zixuan might also be unlucky. Since ancient times, when there was a grudge between a ruler and his subjects, the unlucky ones were usually the ministers. Hearing this, Li Er's expression softened. After a long silence, he finally said, Li Zixuan has indeed mentioned the improvement of the telegraph system to me before. I let him do it freely. I will give him the manpower and resources he needs. This time, the locust plague happened in the Guangzhou area, so I can't blame you. Forget it. Forget it. I'm not a narrow-minded person, so I won't blame you for this matter. However, if something similar happens again next time, don't lie to Imperial Father. Li Tai heaved a huge sigh of relief. When Li Er was silent just now, he had already prepared himself to be punished. At this moment, his hanging heart finally settled down. Many thanks, Imperial Father. Imperial Father is broad-minded and will definitely become a benevolent ruler like Qin Huang and Han Wu. Li Er looked at Li Tai with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, Ah. Qin Ke, you also know how to flatter Imperial Father now? However, Imperial Father couldn't tell that you are actually so protective of Li Zixuan now? He was naturally talking about how Li Tai pleaded for Li Zixuan when he was angry just now. Li Tai was stunned. Not long ago, he and Li Zixuan were sworn enemies. Moreover, he had always been looking for trouble with Li Zixuan. But now, not only had he become Li Zixuan's student, he was even willing to take the risk of being punished by his Imperial Father to plead for Li Zixuan. How did things become like this? Scenes of the past flashed through Li Tai's mind. After a long time, Li Tai cupped his hands towards Li Er and said with a serious face. Imperial Father. Not only is Yamacho knowledgeable, he is also a person worthy of respect. This son feels that the Tang Empire needs someone like Yamacho. Seeing his beloved son praising another person in front of him, Li Er felt a little jealous. However, for the sake of his face, he was embarrassed to show it. Moreover, Li Tai's words were generally correct. Thus, he waved his hand dispiritedly and said, Qin Ke, you have grown up. Go and pay respects to your imperial mother, then go and do what you want to do. Yes. Imperial Father. Li Tai cupped his hands and was about to leave when he suddenly turned around and said, Imperial Father, this son will not be by your side. Please take care of your dragon body. Li Er's heart warmed as he chuckled and said, Imperial Father knows. Go. Go. Li Tai nodded and turned to leave. The next day. On the front page of the Datong Daily, there was an eye-catching piece of news. Whose fault is it for the soaring grain prices? 108 official letters issued by the Secretariat, strictly ordering the affected counties to stabilize the grain prices. This piece of news described how Zhang Xiongfei of Xinfen County had hoarded grain and inflated the grain prices. Furthermore, just yesterday evening, Zhang Xiongfei had already been detained by the Xinfen County Yamen. Li Er had personally ordered that he would be executed 3 days later. One must know that ever since the Five Barbarians' Rebellion, the population of the Central Plains had sharply decreased. After experiencing the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the Tang Empire had always pursued a policy of recuperation. Under such circumstances, the local yamen rarely sentenced criminals to death. Even if they did, they had to report it to the higher levels and obtain the emperor's personal approval before the death penalty could be carried out. In the Jingguan dynasty, even if Li Er wanted to sentence someone to death, he had to obtain the approval of the court officials. It was recorded in the history books that when Taizong ascended the throne, he discussed with the court officials how to enforce justice. According to Wang Gui's suggestion, a righteous, kind, and impartial person would be appointed as a judge. After Zhang Yonggu was killed, Taizong immediately remembered that this young judge was a loyal follower of his cautious punishment policy and was dedicated to reversing the previous generation's practice of excessive punishment. He played chess with prisoners and exempted mentally ill people from punishment. These were all implementing the cautious punishment policy. When he was killed, he did not have the chance to defend himself. This was truly regrettable. Thus, Taizong ordered that in the future, even if the emperor ordered the death penalty to be immediately executed, there had to be 3 overturned memorials. Only after the overturned memorials could the death penalty be carried out. Not long after, he ordered that the 3 overturned memorials were changed to 5 overturned memorials in the capital, 3 overturned memorials outside the capital, and 1 overturned memorial for an evil traitor or a servant who killed his master. Of these, 5 overturned memorials were to be overturned once 2 days before the execution, once a day before the execution, and 3 overturned memorials on the day of the execution. On the day of the execution, there was to be no alcohol or meat, and all entertainment activities were to be stopped. According to the law, death can be pardoned, cases were to be brought up in a timely manner. Such a complicated system of overturning the death penalty greatly reduced the number of people sentenced to death in the Zhenguan dynasty. According to historical records, in the 3rd year of the Zhenguan dynasty, there were only 29 people sentenced to death in the country. Of course, this was because Li Er had no choice but to do so to preserve the limited labor force in the country. However, the social order of the Zhenguan dynasty did not become chaotic because of this. On the contrary, the social order of the Zhenguan dynasty was so good that it was unbelievable. East to the sea, south to the 5 ridges of the 5 ridges of the south, the door is not closed. This time, Li Er directly sentenced Zhang Xiongfei to death to make an example out of him. He wanted to be a warning to the other provinces and counties in the Guangdong region. He wanted the grain merchants to think of Zhang Xiongfei's fate before they raised the price of grain. Xinfeng County's grain price actually rose to 5 yuan per dan a few days ago. These grain merchants are really heartless. Exactly. This Zhang Xiongfei was well executed. That's right. We should make an example out of him. Let those profiteers take advantage of the locust plague to raise the price of grain. After the citizens of Chang and city saw the headlines of the Datong Daily, they all cheered and applauded Zhang Xiongfei's tragic end. They were lucky to live under the emperor's rule. During this time, the price of food in Chang and city did not fluctuate. All the major grain stores were still selling the food at the original price. The people could buy as much as they wanted. It was no different from before. Chang and city is still better, the price of grain did not skyrocket. If you ask me, this should be the work of the Marquis of Yong'an. Oh. Why do you say so? The Marquis of Yong'an led the Sky Pheasant Brigade to quickly eliminate the locusts in Lantian County. This greatly stabilized the people's hearts. Besides, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce also has some grain stores in Chang and city. They have plenty of grain. With them around, how would the other grain merchants dare to raise the price? That makes sense. Hey, look! Marquis Sky Pheasant Brigade actually eliminated the locusts in Xinfeng and Weinan counties in one day. What? Isn't that too fast? It's true. It's true. And Marquis even announced that he wants to borrow the chickens raised by the citizens of the affected counties. After the locusts are eliminated, they will be returned in full. If any are lost, they will be compensated twice the amount. Now the Sky Pheasant Brigade already has 350,000 chickens. Marquis wants to borrow the chickens raised by the citizens? That's great. I still have 30 chickens at home. I wonder where Marquis is now. Is it too late to send them over? That I don't know. I think Marquis' announcement should be for the counties waiting for the disaster relief to see, right? When the Sky Pheasant Brigade arrives, they will directly send their chickens over. That's possible. Right. My brother-in-law is providing relief to Xianyang County. Marquis will definitely pass by Xianyang County in the next few days. I have to get someone to send a letter over. I must send all the chickens at home to Marquis. This is a meritorious deed. Even if they lose a few chickens, they won't have to ask Marquis for compensation. That's right. That's right. Marquis is running around with the children of Lantian County for the people affected by the disaster in Guangzhou. We have no reason to stand by and do nothing. If we can do something, we will feel at ease. That's right. I also have relatives in Xianyang County. I have to get them to prepare the chickens and wait for Marquis to come and lend them to Marquis. When the citizens saw Li Zishuan's chicken recruitment notice, published in Datong Daily, they were all enthusiastic and wanted to send all the chickens at home to the Sky Pheasant Brigade. However, the citizens of Chang and City didn't know where Li Zishuan's Sky Pheasant Brigade was now. It was obviously unrealistic to send chickens over. Therefore, the quick-witted citizens thought of getting their relatives in other affected counties to prepare their chickens for the Sky Pheasant Brigade. In fact, these warm-hearted citizens of the capital didn't have to do this at all. Datong Daily's speed of dissemination was much faster than their speed of sending letters. Since Li Zishuan founded Datong Daily at the beginning of last year, it had been more than a year. The editorial department of Datong Daily not only set up offices in various counties, but also established a complete communication network. Every morning before dawn, there would be a dozen fast horses running out of Lantian County with the latest issue of Datong Daily. At this time, more than 20 counties around Chang and City basically saw the latest issue of the newspaper just like the citizens of Chang and City. As for the counties further away, it would only take a few days for them to receive today's newspaper. Therefore, in the counties around Chang and City, there were already citizens outside the county government, asking when the Sky Pheasant Brigade would come to their counties. They had already prepared chickens. But how would the county magistrates know when Li Zishuan would go to their counties? But they couldn't ignore the surging public opinion, especially in the context of the imperial court ordering all the counties to seize the time to actively provide disaster relief. It was even more impossible for them to ignore the public opinion. Xinfeng County was a living example. The county magistrate was demoted, and the deputy was directly dismissed. Therefore, in the face of the surging public opinion, the county magistrates of each county hurriedly sent yamen runners to the county where Li Zishuan was located to ask about Li Zishuan's marching route. There were also some county magistrates who were farsighted. While they sent people to inquire about the route, they also helped the citizens register how many chickens they were willing to lend. They also instructed the citizens to mark the legs of their chickens in advance, and then drove them to the county government to be kept by the yamen runners. When the Sky Pheasant Brigade arrived, they would directly send them to Li Zishuan. As a result, the backyards of many county offices became bustling chicken farms, and the county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, and yamen runners were all turned into breeders. Chapter 1485. Mountain Elder, Jin Wanfu has already been taken away by the Supreme Court. According to our investigation, he knew that Zhang Xiongfei was borrowing money to hoard food and drive up the price of food. However, he still chose to lend money because he accepted two beautiful women from Zhang Xiongfei. Those two women have already been dismissed. The 6,000 strings of cash that Jin Wanfu loaned to Zhang Xiongfei has also been recovered. I've sent someone to quickly send a letter back to the headquarters of the Yanhuang Bank to transfer a gentleman who is both virtuous and skilled to Xinfeng County to be the manager of the bank. Li Ke came to Li Zishuan's side on the fields outside Liang County and cupped his hands. They spent the night in Weinan County after exterminating the locusts yesterday and set off at dawn this morning to exterminate the locusts in Liang County. Along the way, they borrowed more than 20,000 chickens in Xinfeng County and more than 10,000 in Weinan County. After seeing the Datong Daily today, the people of Liang County had spontaneously started to send their chickens to the county government. It was estimated that Li Zishuan and the rest could absorb another 20,000 chickens after exterminating the locusts. This was the snowball effect. The Sky Chicken Brigade was like a snowball. Not only did they exterminate the locusts in the disaster-stricken counties of Guangzhou, but they also grew stronger as they absorbed the chickens sent by the people along the way. The more fertile the soil, the easier it is to breed corruption. The Yanhuang Bank manages countless silvers, and the manager of the bank is a lucrative job in the eyes of countless people. Today, we can punish one Jin Wanfu, but in the future, there will be hundreds and thousands of Jin Wanfu. Little Ku, how will you deal with that? Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Li Ku with a faint gaze. Li Ku heard this and was startled. Clearly, he agreed with the first half of Li Zishuan's words, but he had not thought about how to solve this problem. After a moment of silence, Li Ku cupped his hands and said, "Yamacho, please teach me." Li Zishuan sighed and clasped his hands behind his back. We can't always find a corrupt manager of a money house and punish him. You and I don't have the time to do that. It's like His Majesty and the officials of the imperial court. His Majesty is usually busy, so how can he have the time to investigate whether the civil and military officials are corrupt? But will my great Tang allow corrupt officials to run rampant because of this? No. This was because the imperial court had an imperial censorate. There were dozens of imperial censors who had been meticulously carrying out their duties to supervise the officials. Therefore, I believe that the Yanhuang Bank also needs a self-monitoring department to monitor the corruption in the various banks. Only then will we be able to prevent people like Jin Wanfu from appearing. In fact, when the bank was first established, he had thought about this problem. However, the scale of the bank was limited to Cloud Mountain, so he was not worried about the problem of corruption. Later on, Yanhuang Bank received the approval of Li Er and the other officials in the imperial court, and was affiliated with the Ministry of Revenue. After completely becoming a national bank, it began a rapid expansion. Under the rapid expansion of anything, there would be many hidden dangers. Yanhuang Bank was the same. Jin Wanfu was just the tip of the iceberg. Li Zishuan believed that within the Yanhuang Bank in the various counties of Great Tang, there would definitely be many scum like Jin Wanfu who used their power for personal gain and corruption. Catching one and dismissing another would obviously not solve the problem completely. The only way to solve the problem was to improve the current system and prevent such a phenomenon from happening again. That was the correct way to solve the problem. When Li Ku heard this, he suddenly understood and said, "Yamacho is wise. After this operation to exterminate the locusts is over, I will return to Chang and to gather people and set up a monitoring department in the Yanhuang Bank. They will regularly check the accounts of the banks in the various counties, and from time to time, send monitoring officers to the local banks to investigate if there are any illegal activities by the managers of the local banks." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That would be best. Otherwise, if there are too many people like Jin Wanfu, not only will it cause a great loss to the bank's economy, but it will also cause the bank's reputation among the people to plummet." At this point, Li Zishuan's face flashed with a hint of anger. Colluding with grain merchants to drive up the price of grain. Fortunately, this matter was not blown out of proportion and was nipped in the bud. Otherwise, our Yanhuang Bank would be hated by the people. Little Ku immediately used Jin Wanfu's example as a model and issue an internal notice in the Yanhuang Bank. Let all the bank managers take note of this. Otherwise, they will end up like Jin Wanfu. Not only will their reputation be ruined, but they will also be imprisoned. The Yanhuang Bank was founded by Li Zishuan. Seeing someone destroy his hard work, of course he would be heartbroken and angry. Li Ku's expression turned serious as he cupped his hands and said, "Yamacho, don't worry. I have already released the internal notice yesterday. The managers of the various banks should have received it in the next few days. Also, what should we name the internal supervision department of our bank?" Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, "The bank is involved in gold and silver. Let's call them the gold-robed guards." The gold-robed guards not only need clerical personnel who are good at investigating and analyzing accounts, but also military personnel who are good at arresting and fighting. This department must be well versed in both the pen and the sword. Because in the future, the scale of the Yanhuang Bank will be bigger and bigger. When Li Ku heard this, he opened his mouth wide in shock. Obviously, he didn't expect Li Zishuan to play with such a big game. "Yamacho, this matter involves the military. I'm afraid we will need Father's permission to proceed." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's natural. Yanhuang Bank is, at best, a financial institution. Of course, it does not have the authority to set up an armed force. However, it is precisely because the bank is a financial institution that it needs a strong military force to ensure its internal and external security. Therefore, I will leave this matter to you, Xiao Ku, to consult His Majesty. The future gold-robed guards will not only be able to ferret out the corrupt scum within the bank, but also protect the bank from external criminals." He definitely didn't set up the gold-robed guards for fun. The daily cash flow of the Yanhuang Bank was very impressive. Money could move people's hearts. Everyone liked money. The people inside the bank might think of embezzling money, while the criminals outside the bank might think of robbing the bank. If they didn't take precautions early, something bad would definitely happen one day. For example, modern banks not only had supervision banks like the CBRC, financial asset management companies, trust and investment companies, and other deposit-taking financial institutions, but also bank security guards to protect the safety of the bank. The Yanhuang Bank was similar to modern banks. Of course, it also needed a corresponding supervision and security department. When Li Ku heard this, he seriously pondered in his heart for a moment. Then, he cupped his hands and said, "Yamacho's words are reasonable. When we return to Chang'an, Ku will personally report this matter to father." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "N. The most important thing now is to eliminate the locusts. The scale of the Sky Pheasant Brigade is getting bigger and bigger. Little Ku, you have to coordinate and arrange tasks for each team in advance to ensure that we eliminate the locusts faster and faster. Otherwise, wouldn't the chickens that the people lent us be in vain?" For the Sky Pheasant Brigade, the increase in the number of chickens wasn't entirely a good thing. The expansion of the scale required the commander to have higher requirements. For example, previously, a team of 5,000 chickens was required to eliminate the locusts in 1,000 mu of fertile land in half a day. But now, the total number of chickens had increased, and each team would be allocated more chickens. If they still divided the tasks according to the previous speed, there would be a waste of resources. But if there were too many tasks, it would also affect the progress of the Sky Pheasant Brigade. The actual commander of the Sky Pheasant Brigade was Li Zishuan. That was why Li Zishuan said this. Li Ku cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Yamacho, don't worry. I will definitely weigh all the factors and assign tasks to each team. And that's the best. After we eliminate the locusts, we will make some preparations and go directly to the next county, Jingyang County. Let the county magistrate of Liang County send over the chickens that the people lent us." "Yes, Yamacho." On the first day of the Sky Pheasant Brigade's expedition, they eliminated the locusts in 2 counties and the scale of the flock grew to 350,000. On the second day of the Sky Pheasant Brigade's expedition, they eliminated the locusts in 2.5 counties. The reason why it was 2.5 counties was because the locusts in the 3rd county were only half cleared when the sky turned dark. Li Zishuan and his team had to stay there and wait until dawn to continue eliminating the locusts. On the 3rd day, the scale of the flock grew to 410,000. On the 3rd day of the Sky Pheasant Brigade's expedition, they eliminated the locusts in 3 counties and the scale of the flock grew to 470,000. At noon on the 4th day, after the Sky Pheasant Brigade had eliminated the locusts in Xianying County, the Sky Pheasant Brigade made up of 500,000 chickens split into 2 groups. 200,000 chickens were led by Li Zishuan and set off to the west. The other 300,000 chickens were led by Li Ku and Xing Chumo and set off to the east. They followed the Yellow River and eliminated the locusts in the disaster-stricken counties along the way. As the good news spread out, the scale of the Sky Rooster Brigade was also increasing exponentially. The people in the disaster area who had been in desperation and helplessness because of the locust plague were immediately ignited with infinite fighting spirit after they read the good news about the Sky Rooster Brigade on the Tang Dynasty Daily. All the states and counties in the Guangzhou area that were affected by the disaster began to carry out large-scale relief operations. At the same time, the various departments of the imperial court had already begun to move. The 12 imperial censors had been sent by Li Er to the 12 disaster-stricken counties to investigate the officials who had failed to provide disaster relief and had even used the locust plague to make money. Moreover, behind each imperial censor was a long transport team. Some of the transport teams even borrowed the power of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. This could be considered the second time in the history of the Great Tang that officials and merchants had openly cooperated with each other. The first time was when the imperial court had sent a fleet south to trade for grain last year, and many private merchants had participated. As for the source of the grain, it all came from Chang'an's largest granary, Taicang. Taicang was considered the granary of the imperial family. Its main function was to provide for the imperial family's consumption, rewards, the salaries of officials, military supplies, and the government's financial aid. Although Taicang's main function was to serve the ruling center, it also had some positive functions. For example, whenever there was a famine, Taicang would take out grain to replenish Changping's granary and suppress the soaring price of grain. It would also sell some grain at a low price to provide relief to the victims. Last year, the imperial court had sent a fleet south to trade for grain, and directly filled Taicang to the brim. Now, Taicang had a total of 600,000 dan of grain, and Luoyang's Hanjia granary had more than 1,000,000 dan of grain stored. It could be said that the Great Tang had enough resources to deal with this locust plague. As the locust plague had started, the effects of the shortage of grain had not yet appeared. The imperial court had sent a portion of the grain to the various provinces and counties mainly to tell the affected people in the Guangdong region that the imperial court had the strength and ability to help them through this difficult time. In the face of such a huge natural disaster, sometimes, it was better to take out white rice than 10,000 words to make the people feel more at ease. Thus, the grain in Taicang was not only for disaster relief, but also to stabilize the people and stabilize the price of grain. Li Er not only had to stabilize the price of grain with his words, but also with his actions. On the evening of the 5th day of the Sky Rooster Brigade's expedition, Li Zishuan's group and the roosters arrived at Yong County. Li Zishuan also finally saw his old friend whom he had not seen for many days, Wang Rinbiao. Haha. Little Xian, I haven't seen you for nearly half a year. I didn't think that we would meet again under such circumstances. Rinbiao really doesn't know if I should be happy or sad in this situation. At the end of last year, Li Er had appointed Wang Rinbiao as the provincial governor of Qizhou and ordered him to go to Qizhou at the beginning of this year. Qizhou belonged to Jiangxi province and was also known as Fengxiang province. It had 9 counties under its jurisdiction, and the administrative center was Yong County, where Li Zishuan and the others were now. A natural disaster should be sad for the people, and a meeting should be happy for friends. There is no conflict between the two. Li Zishuan smiled and said. Wang Rinbiao's eyes lit up and he could not help but sigh. Little Xian, you are still as cheerful and open-minded as before. After sighing, his expression suddenly turned solemn. He bowed solemnly and said, Today, as a mere provincial governor, I welcome your Sky Rooster Brigade on behalf of the 400,000 people of Qizhou. Li Zishuan quickly helped him up and said, You and I are brothers, there is no need to be so polite. Besides, it is the Sky Rooster Brigade's duty to kill locusts and provide disaster relief. We are just following the route that we planned before we set off. Even if you are not the provincial governor of Qizhou, the Sky Rooster Brigade will still come to Qizhou. Wang Rinbiao shook his head and said, No matter what, I have to support you, Little Xian. Little Xian, you must be tired after such a long journey. Follow me back to the provincial governor's mansion to rest. Li Zishuan thought about it and refused. No, it is more important to kill the locusts. Actually, I am not very tired along the way. After all, I have martial arts. The ones who are most tired are these children. Wang Rinbiao could not help but look at the children in the field who were holding loudspeakers and directing the chickens. They were all sweating profusely. However, they were still as enthusiastic as before. He could not help but sigh with emotion. Lantian County is really a place with outstanding talents. With a virtuous and knowledgeable marquis like you, Little Xian, these children will definitely be able to do well in the future. I have already ordered people to prepare meat, throat-soothing soup, and summer soup. How about I treat the children tonight? This, Li Zishuan wanted to refuse, but he was interrupted by Leng Yuyao who was beside him. Marquis, don't refuse. When my young master knew that you were coming to Qizhou today, he had already sent people to prepare these things yesterday. Yuyao knows that you don't lack the money for these meals, but my young master also wants to show his sincerity. Please fulfill his wish. Li Zishuan was helpless. After thinking for a moment, he could only nod and agree. All right. Renbiao, you have to spend money. Actually, Renbiao, you are now the provincial governor of a province. You should prioritize your official duties. There is no need for you to personally come out of the city to welcome us. Wang Renbiao laughed and said, Little Xian, you and I are brothers. There is no need to be polite. The same words, but the answers were different. The two of them could not help but look at each other and smile. All right. I won't be polite with you. Prepare 20 watermelons for the children tonight. Haha. No problem. I will send people to buy them now. Chapter 1486. Haha. Eat. All of you eat more. Little guys, you've worked hard all the way here. At night, in Yong County, the provincial governor's mansion held a banquet and invited guests. The entire back garden of the provincial governor's mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banquets. It was very lively, as if it was the new year. Wang Renbiao walked back and forth between the tables in high spirits and said loudly to the children around the table. Slurp. Oh. This official is really generous. He even gave us watermelons to eat. Ernyo muttered as he ate the delicious watermelon. Dinyo rolled his eyes and said, Heh. He's the provincial governor of Qizhou. How can he not be generous? Although he was talking, Dinyo's mouth did not stop. Although Li Zishuan had also treated them to watermelon, this thing was not enough for the children. Moreover, they were almost scorched during the day. Eating some watermelon now could cool them down. Hey! Big brother. This watermelon is not cheap. This provincial governor gave us so many watermelons. Where did he get so much money? He can't be a corrupt official, right? In that case, wouldn't we be harming the young master? As Ernyo ate, he suddenly said something for no reason. Dinyo tilted his head and thought for a while. He also felt that what his second brother said made sense. He quickly spat out the watermelon in his mouth. Bah! I didn't eat the watermelon of the corrupt official. I didn't harm the young master. Pa! I say, can the two of you not be so imaginative? This provincial governor of Qizhou is master's best friend. Moreover, he is the eldest young master of the Wang family of Taiyuan. It's just treating you to a watermelon meal. Is there a need for him to be corrupt because of this? Iron Egg, who was sitting at the side, could not listen anymore. He slapped Ernyo's shoulder and said angrily. Today, more than 100 people were only notified by Li Zishuan to come here for a meal. Not many people knew about Wang Renbiao's identity. However, as Li Zishuan's disciple and brother-in-law, Iron Egg still knew the inside story. This provincial governor of Qizhou is young master's good friend, and he is the eldest young master of the Wang family? Dinyo opened his mouth wide and was instantly dumbfounded. Swish. Swish. What else was there to say? I want to eat 5 more watermelons. Ernyo reacted and immediately started eating with full motivation. Last time when Li Zishuan treated them to watermelon, some of them were afraid that they would make Li Zishuan poor if they ate too much, so they didn't dare to eat too much. Today, eldest young master Wang treated them to watermelon, so what reason did they have to not eat as much as they wanted? After all, even a 5 or 6-year-old kid knew that the Wang family of Taiyuan was a super rich family that had been standing for hundreds of years. It was impossible for the Wang family to collapse because of a few watermelons, right? Seeing Ernyo's gluttonous look, Iron Egg couldn't help but have black lines all over his face. Haha. Come on. Little Xian. This cup of wine is for our reunion after a long separation. Let's do this. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the garden of the provincial governor's mansion, Wang Renbiao and Li Zishuan sat opposite each other while Leng Yuyao stood by the side. At this time, Wang Renbiao held up a cup of warmth and tenderness and raised his cup to Li Zishuan. It could be seen that Wang Renbiao was very happy to meet an old friend in a foreign land. Young master, Yao, don't be a wet blanket. I'm very happy today. Leng Yuyao was about to say something but was interrupted by Wang Renbiao in time. Leng Yuyao could hear the coldness in Wang Renbiao's tone and could only shut up. Wang Renbiao shook the wine cup in his hand and urged Li Zishuan, "Little Xian. Come on. Let's have a toast." Although Li Zishuan felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, he was too lazy to think too much at this moment. He raised his wine cup and clinked it with Wang Renbiao. "I haven't seen you for half a year, Renbiao, your alcohol tolerance has improved." After 3 rounds of wine, Li Zishuan said half-jokingly. Hee. Little Xian, you've been living in a bustling place like Chang, and for a long time and have a lovely wife as your companion. Naturally, you don't know that in a desolate county like Qizhou, only good wine is the best sustenance. Wang Renbiao's face suddenly became a little dejected and he seemed to be a little drunk as he muttered. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed. At this time, he could finally conclude that Wang Renbiao was indeed problematic. Oh, no, to be precise, Wang Renbiao should be hiding something in his heart. Renbiao, if you have something in your heart, just say it. As long as it's within my ability, as a brother, I'll definitely do my best to help you. Li Zishuan put down his wine cup and said with a serious face. Hee. Can't help. Can't help anyone. Little Xian, come on. Drink. Let me tell you, once a person is drunk, it's like he's an immortal. Incomparably happy. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Wang Renbiao waved his hand and then poured himself another cup of wine. He raised his head and drank it all. Li Zishuan curled his lips. When he was drunk, he would only have a splitting headache, but he had never felt as happy as an immortal. Perhaps only those who drowned their sorrows in alcohol would have such a feeling, right? Because the air they breathed in reality was bitter. Only when they were drunk and entered a dream would they forget the bitterness. Young master, you can't drink anymore. Leng Yuyao, who was standing at the side, couldn't hold it in anymore. She went up and took the wine pot from Wang Renbiao's hand and shook her head. Leng Yuyao? Are you going to disobey me too? Wang Renbiao's voice suddenly became incomparably cold, causing Leng Yuyao's body to tremble. At this time, she saw that his hair had unknowingly become messy. With his disheveled appearance, he looked like a drunken arrogant scholar, but also like a lonely lovelorn. Li Zishuan had never seen Wang Renbiao like this before. He couldn't help but advise, Renbiao, you've drunk too much. Go and rest first. If there's anything, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Miss Leng, quickly help your young master to rest. Leng Yuyao looked at Li Zishuan gratefully and then went up to help Wang Renbiao up from the chair. However, Wang Renbiao twisted his body and broke free. He snorted, I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk. Who dares to pull me? Little Xian, come, it's rare for us brothers to meet. Let's get drunk tonight. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. At the end, he actually coughed. Moreover, this cough was completely unstoppable. His shoulders couldn't help but tremble violently. Leng Yuyao panicked and quickly took out a white silk handkerchief from her sleeve. Young master, quickly go back to your room and lie down. Yao, or we'll send someone to call Dr. Zhang over right now. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Renbiao's entire body arched as he coughed. Suddenly, his expression changed. He quickly snatched the handkerchief from Leng Yuyao's hand and coughed heavily. Then, as if he had collapsed, he directly fell into Leng Yuyao's arms. That white and flawless handkerchief was now dyed bright red. As Wang Renbiao fell, that handkerchief slowly fell to the ground. Someone. Quickly go to the west of the city and call for Dr. Zhang. Leng Yuyao's face instantly turned pale. At this moment, she couldn't care about anything else. She directly helped Wang Renbiao up and anxiously said to the servants in the courtyard. Li Zishuan's expression changed. He quickly got up to help Leng Yuyao support Wang Renbiao and said to Hu Hanyun in the courtyard, "Uncle Hu, let the children go back to rest. Today's banquet is over." "Yes, young master." Old Hu also knew that something urgent had happened in the provincial governor's residence and couldn't be delayed. He responded and called a group of stunned children out of the provincial governor's residence. "Miss Leng, quickly help Renbiao lie down on the bed. Let me take a look at him first." Li Zishuan looked at Leng Yuyao, whose face was full of tears, and said in a deep voice. Leng Yuyao, who had always been a cold-faced swordswoman, was not only crying like a pear blossom in the rain, she was also a little confused. After Li Zishuan's voice fell, it took her a while to realize that Li Zishuan also seemed to know medical skills. Thus, her eyes suddenly burst forth with infinite splendor. N. Marquis, you must save my young master." Leng Yuyao supported Wang Renbiao into the room and said to Li Zishuan with a face full of expectation. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Renbiao is my good brother, I will do my best." While the two were talking, they had already helped Wang Renbiao into the side room and laid him down on the bed. Li Zishuan grabbed Wang Renbiao's wrist and a pure and gentle Daoist true qi slowly entered Wang Renbiao's body. From his wrist to his arm, then to his internal organs, limbs, and bones, Li Zishuan's brows were knitted deeper and deeper. Leng Yuyao was trembling with fear as she watched from the side. She was so anxious that tears fell down drop by drop, but she didn't dare to make any noise. "Miss Leng. Dr. Zhang is here." After an unknown period of time, a servant's shout came from outside the room. "Come in." Leng Yuyao saw that Li Zishuan didn't speak for a long time and was at a loss. When she heard the servant's shout, it was as if she heard a voice from the heavens and hurriedly said. But then she realized that this was disrespectful to Li Zishuan and hurriedly said, "Wait. Don't come in first." But her words were a little too late. A white-haired old man carrying a medicine box had already walked in. The old man couldn't help but say with an awkward expression, Miss Leng, should this old man come in or go out?" Leng Yuyao couldn't help but be embarrassed. She froze there and didn't know what to say. "Since you're here, come forward and take a look at Provincial Governor Wang." At this time, Li Zishuan, who was taking Wang Renbiao's pulse by the bed, finally stood up and said to the old man. "This." The old man had a troubled expression. For a moment, he didn't know what to hear. Because he knew Leng Yuyao, but he didn't know Li Zishuan. Leng Yuyao first looked at Li Zishuan apologetically, then said to the old man, "Marquis Yong, and wants you to take a look at my young master. Why aren't you going?" You are Marquis Yong then? Pardon my disrespect." The old man opened his mouth in shock. Li Zishuan wasn't just famous in martial arts and engineering, he was also extremely famous in the medical field. After all, other than the Imperial Physician Bureau, the best medical institution in Great Tang was on Mount Yunshan. This old man will take Provincial Governor Wang's pulse now." The old man wiped the sweat on his forehead and suddenly felt a little pressured. After all, he had heard of Li Zishuan treating Qin Xiong's illness. In his opinion, Li Zishuan's medical skills definitely wouldn't lose to him. "Marquis, I'm sorry." Yuyao lost her composure just now and let Physician Zhang in. At the door, Leng Yuyao said softly with an apologetic expression. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "This Marquis isn't a petty person. Some doctors have the problem of being arrogant because of their talents, but this Marquis doesn't. The most important thing now is to stabilize Renbiao's condition, then we can talk about other things." Leng Yuyao said gratefully, "Thank you, Marquis." After pausing for a moment, she asked softly, "Marquis, how is my young master?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Let's talk about it after Physician Zhang is done." Although Leng Yuyao was anxious, she couldn't persuade him anymore. She could only suppress the uneasiness in her heart and wait quietly by the side. 15 minutes later, Physician Zhang stood up and walked toward Leng Yuyao and Li Zixuan. "How is my young master, Physician Zhang?" Leng Yuyao couldn't wait to welcome him and asked. Physician Zhang sighed and said, "Miss Leng, the provincial governor is still suffering from his old illness. This old man has already told him not to let the provincial governor drink anymore, but why?" At this point, he looked at the tear-stained Leng Yuyao and thought that the other party wouldn't be able to persuade Wang Renbiao to drink, so he sighed helplessly and said, "Sigh. To the provincial governor, alcohol is a poison that penetrates the intestines. Miss Leng, if it's for the sake of the provincial governor, please don't let him drink anymore." Leng Yuyao's tears fell to the ground and she nodded repeatedly. "I will definitely not let my young master drink anymore in the future." "Physician Zhang, when do you think my young master will wake up?" Physician Zhang shook his head and said with a difficult expression, "It's hard to say. If it's short, it'll be an hour. If it's long, it'll be 3 to 5 days. Of course, this is only this old man's personal opinion. If I've said something wrong, I hope Miss Leng and Marquis can forgive me." After saying that, he cupped his hands toward Leng Yuyao and Li Zixuan. Leng Yuyao quickly turned her gaze to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan said in a deep voice, "Physician Zhang's diagnosis is basically correct. It's just that this Marquis feels that although drinking too much has hurt Renbiao's liver and stomach, Renbiao's biggest problem right now is that he overthinks and has a knot in his heart. If this heart disease can't be cured, even if he doesn't drink for the rest of his life, his body will continue to deteriorate." A trace of surprise flashed across Leng Yuyao's eyes, but it was more of pain. The tears in her eyes flowed faster. She probably didn't cry as much as she did in the past 10 years. At this time, Physician Zhang nodded and said, "Marquis is right. This old man has also said that the provincial governor has more of a heart disease. But this old man has lived for dozens of years and only knows how to treat physical illnesses, but not mental illnesses. Please forgive this old man for being powerless, Miss Leng. Farewell." After saying that, Physician Zhang carried the medicine box and turned to leave without waiting for Leng Yuyao's persuasion. Physician Zhang, by the time Leng Yuyao reacted, Physician Zhang had already gone out of the door. She could only look at Li Zixuan and begged, "Marquis, your medical skills are brilliant. Yuyao begs you to save my young master." Li Zixuan said with a pained face, "Renbiao is my brother. Seeing him in such a situation, this Marquis is also heartbroken. But the heart disease still needs to be cured. Before that, Miss Leng, you have to tell this Marquis in detail. What has Renbiao experienced in the past 6 months in Qizhou?" Leng Yuyao opened her mouth. After hesitating for a moment, she said softly, "My young master, he fell in love with a commoner girl." Chapter 1487. What? Renbiao fell in love with a commoner girl? Inside the provincial governor's mansion, after hearing Leng Yuyao's words, Li Zixuan's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder Wang Renbiao said that no one could help him at the banquet table. Li Zixuan really couldn't help him with this matter. Since ancient times, it was difficult for an upright official to settle a family dispute, not to mention the marriage of the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Li Zixuan himself didn't care about family background, but that didn't mean that others didn't. As a large aristocratic family, the Wang family of Taiyuan valued family background more than anyone else. As a matter of fact, the 5 surnames and 7 gazes had always attached great importance to the marriage of their clan's disciples. They would usually choose to marry between the 5 surnames and 7 gazes for generations. Currently, the 7 great clans, no, the 4 great clans, were basically related to the other 4 great clans. This was the result of generations of marriage. For thousands of years, commoners had always been proud of marrying a girl of the 5 surnames. Even some important officials in the imperial court were the same. However, it was often difficult for ordinary people to marry a girl of the 5 surnames because their family background wasn't enough. Later on, the 5 surnames came up with something called dowry money. What was dowry money? To put it in layman's terms, if a high official wanted to marry a girl of the 5 surnames, but didn't have the prestige, he would need dowry money. Dowry money could be millions, but even so, there were still many people who flocked to it. If a girl of the 5 surnames was like this, how could a man of the 5 surnames get married so casually? Especially since Wang Renbiao was the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. It was almost impossible for him to marry a commoner girl. Wang Yu wouldn't agree, Princess Tong and wouldn't agree, and the other elders of the Wang family of Taiyuan wouldn't agree either. Young master did fall in love with a commoner girl, but that girl doesn't seem to like young master. This damned girl is really blind. Young master is willing to lower himself to take a fancy to her, but she doesn't know what's good for her. At the end, a trace of anger appeared on Leng Yuyao's face. Li Zishuan couldn't help but say, that girl doesn't like Renbiao, shouldn't Miss Leng be happy? Li Zishuan had long seen through Leng Yuyao's feelings for Wang Renbiao, so he asked this question. Leng Yuyao stared blankly for a moment before her face flushed red. This made Li Zishuan click his tongue in wonder. Even an icy beauty like Leng Yuyao would blush? I am only young master's shadow. Wherever young master goes, I will be there. But I will never be young master's woman. Because I know that I don't have the qualifications. In this life, I only want to silently guard by young master's side. I will never have any improper thoughts. After a moment of silence, Leng Yuyao said softly. Li Zishuan was speechless. He didn't think that Leng Yuyao's love would be so humble. Sure enough, the prejudice of family status killed people. Miss Leng, what's the name of the woman that Renbiao likes? Where does he live? How did they know each other? Can you tell me more about it? The awkward atmosphere lasted for a long time. Li Zishuan wasn't good at comforting people, so the two just stood there quietly. After a long time, Li Zishuan opened his mouth and asked faintly. He was really curious about the woman that could make Wang Renbiao fall head over heels for her. Who was she? Leng Yuyao's face turned cold. She paused for a moment and recalled, at the beginning of this year, young master was ordered to take up his position in Qizhou. When he arrived at Yong County, the people of Yong County lined the streets to welcome him, but there was one exception. Just as young master was about to enter the city, a white-clothed woman in mourning clothes and 2 servants carrying a coffin blocked the city gate. Wearing mourning clothes and blocking the gate with a coffin. Could it be that there was an unjust case in Yong County? Li Zishuan couldn't help but interject when he heard this. Leng Yuyao nodded expressionlessly and said, there was indeed an unjust case. At that time, young master also didn't expect to encounter such a thing. But young master was kind and didn't blame her for it. Instead, he went up and asked the woman if there was an unjust case. After some questioning, he found out that the woman's name was Li Jingchu. Her father's name was Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun had owned a carriage shop when he was alive. It was the largest carriage shop in the Qizhou. He bought goods from the members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce and specialized in selling carriages and bicycles from the Strange Taste Pavilion in the Qizhou. But by chance, the former county magistrate of Yong County, Zhang Liang, took a fancy to Li Jingchu's beauty and wanted to take her as his concubine. Although Li Jingchu was the daughter of a merchant, she had her own pride. Of course, she wouldn't marry a man in his 40s and would rather die than become his concubine. Zhang Liang couldn't be forced, so he could only set his sights on Li Xingyun. He first invited Li Xingyun to the county office and tried to persuade him. But Li Xingyun wasn't willing to use his daughter's happiness to climb up the social ladder, so he tactfully refused. Zhang Liang was furious and threatened to make Li Xingyun unable to do business in Yong County. From then on, the Li family's carriage shop had local ruffians causing trouble every few days. Li Xingyun reported it to the officials a few times, but in the end, nothing was done. What was more serious was that one night, a large group of bailiffs suddenly surrounded the Li family's residence. Zhang Liang said that there was a treasonous item in the Li family's residence and wanted to search it. When Li Xingyun heard the news, he immediately came out of his bedroom. But he couldn't stop the bailiffs from searching the residence. The entire Li family was in chaos. The women were also alarmed. They all put on their clothes and left their rooms to avoid being violated. Li Xingyun thought that Zhang Liang was just trying to scare him, but who knew that the bailiffs really found a treasonous item in the Li family's residence. It was a gold medal. Gold medal? What gold medal? Li Zishuan was curious. Leng Yuyao paused for a moment and said softly, that gold medal came from the Eastern Palace. And it was engraved in the Wuda era. Hidden Crown Prince? Li Zishuan sucked in a breath of cold air. He secretly thought that the county magistrate was really King Ruthless. He actually used King Shi Li Jianqing to frame Li Xingyun. This was playing with fire. Leng Yuyao nodded and said, that's right. That was the gold medal used by the Eastern Palace when the hidden crown prince was still in power. Zhang Liang used this as an excuse to put Li Xingyun in jail. In jail, he ordered the jailers to torture Li Xingyu and force Li Xingyun to agree to marry his daughter to him. He also secretly sent someone to send a message to Li Jingchu, saying that if she wanted to save her father, she would obediently become his concubine. In order to save her father, Li Jingchu hesitated for a while before finally deciding to give up her lifelong happiness. That day, she went to the county yamen alone and expressed her willingness to give herself to Zhang Liang, begging him to let her father go. Zhang Liang naturally agreed and immediately ordered the yamen runner to bring Li Xingyun out of the prison. But who knew that the yamen runner would return empty-handed in less than a quarter of an hour? It turned out that Li Xingyun was worried that Li Jingchu would do something stupid in order to save him. Coupled with the fact that he couldn't endure Zhang Liang's torture, he used a wooden chopstick to pierce his throat and committed suicide. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. He couldn't help but say, bastard. How can such a scum be worthy of being a county magistrate? Miss Leng, what happened after that? Where is that Zhang Liang now? Leng Yuyao sighed softly and continued to narrate. When Li Jingchu heard that Li Xingyun had committed suicide in the prison, she was extremely sad. She immediately pulled out the knife in the yamen runner's hand and was about to slash at Zhang Liang, but Zhang Liang narrowly dodged it. Zhang Liang was naturally shocked and furious that his head was almost chopped off. He quickly ordered his men to capture Li Jingchu. But right at that moment, a yamen runner came to report that my young master was about to enter the city. In order to leave a good impression in front of my young master, Zhang Liang quickly turned around to prepare a carriage and went out of the city to welcome him. Li Jingchu took the opportunity to escape. Logically speaking, if Zhang Liang had sent someone to chase after her, he would definitely have been able to catch up with her. But in order to welcome my young master, he didn't want to create unnecessary trouble at such a crucial time, so he didn't send anyone to chase after her. After Li Jingchu returned home, she immediately asked the servants to prepare mourning clothes for her and went to a coffin shop to buy a coffin. Then, she put on her mourning clothes and led people to carry the coffin to the city gates of Yong County. Coincidentally, she blocked my young master's path. Thus, the scene just now happened. It's actually an empty coffin. This woman is quite quick-witted. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. Humph. Leng Yuyao sneered and continued, at that time, Li Jingchu told my young master that if my young master could make a decision for her, this coffin would be prepared for her father who died unjustly in prison. If my young master and Zhang Liang were in cahoots, then this coffin would be prepared for her. What the f***ck, so ruthless. Li Zishuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. This woman was so ruthless. She was even tougher than most men. Isn't she very special? Leng Yuyao asked without rhyme or reason. Li Zishuan nodded subconsciously. Then, he realized that something was wrong and quickly shook his head. Leng Yuyao smiled bitterly and said, at that time, my young master also saw Zhang Jingchu in a new light because of this sentence. In my impression, my young master had never looked at other women with that kind of gaze. There was gentleness and pity in that gaze, and there was even some indescribable and inexplicable feelings. Now that I think about it, it should be love. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Usually, the best choice at such a time was to stay silent and be a quiet and pure listener. After a moment's pause, Leng Yuyao continued, after hearing Li Jingchu's statement, my young master immediately ordered the arrest of Zhang Liang. However, Zhang Liang was long gone by then. My young master had no choice but to order a search in the entire Qizhou. And then? Did you find this Zhang Liang? Li Zishuan asked. Leng Yuyao shook her head and said, no. After searching for nearly half a year, Qizhou was almost turned over by the state government's bailiffs. My young master even mobilized the family's secret guards, but he still couldn't find Zhang Liang's shadow. It was as if this person had evaporated into thin air. There's actually such a strange thing? Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown. In his heart, he felt that this matter revealed a trace of strangeness. Regarding the secret guards of the aristocratic families, he had already heard about it during the rebellion in Guan City. Even the black armored army would suffer relatively large casualties when facing them head-on. It was enough to show that the secret guards of the aristocratic families were definitely not ordinary. The entire Qizhou's army, plus some of the Wang family's secret guards, couldn't find Zhang Liang after half a year. Leng Yuyao nodded and said, my young master and I also feel that it's very strange. Although it's said that finding a person in a vast sea of people is like finding a needle in a haystack, it's impossible for my young master to not find him after mobilizing so many people and searching for half a year. Unless this person can fly and escape from Qizhou in a short period of time. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, forget it, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about Ren Biao and Li Jingchu. What happened after that? What happened between them? At this time, Li Zishuan was like a woman who liked to gossip. He was actually a little addicted to listening to other people's affairs. Leng Yuyao pursed her lips and said, later on, Li Jingchu transported Li Xinyan's corpse out of the prison and buried it in a low-key manner. My young master attended Li Xinyan's funeral and told Li Jingchu that if she needed anything, she could go to the provincial governor's mansion to find him. From then on, I already felt that my young master did indeed treat Li Jingchu differently from others. But that Li Jingchu was unmoved by my young master's good intentions. Her birth mother passed away early, and Li Xingyan remarried a few years ago. After Li Xingyan committed suicide, the Li family's huge assets were all seized by her concubine mother because her younger brother was born from her concubine mother. When Li Jingchu was in poverty, my young master sent people to give her money more than once, but she didn't accept it. When she was chased out of the house by her concubine mother time and time again, my young master extended a helping hand time and time again, but was rejected by her every time. Why is that? Ren Biao is young and has a high position. Moreover, he is a talented person. Why does Li Jingchu keep him at a respectful distance? Hearing up to here, Li Zishuan couldn't help but wonder. The more he listened, the more he felt that this story was like the story of Cinderella and the prince. However, although Li Jingchu was a Cinderella who was tortured by her stepmother, Wang Renbiao wasn't the prince who could win Cinderella's heart. But logically speaking, Wang Renbiao's hard conditions weren't bad. He had a powerful family background, an official position, money, and good looks. He was simply the perfect husband in the hearts of the women of this era. Why didn't Li Jingchu like him? Hearing Li Zishuan's question, Leng Yuyao was a little angry and said, "Humph. It's that Li Jingchu who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My young master appreciating her is her fortune. She actually doesn't know what's good for her and brushes away my young master's good intentions again and again. She doesn't know that even if she is willing, master and princess aren't willing." Hearing that, Li Zishuan couldn't help but be speechless. This Leng Yuyao's logic was really weird. In her eyes, any woman that Wang Renbiao took a fancy to should be that woman's fortune. That woman should eagerly come up to thank Wang Renbiao for his appreciation. This was probably the scene in Leng Yuyao's heart. Indeed, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Cough cough. Cough cough. Yao don't talk nonsense. Just at this moment, a violent cough came from the bed. It turned out that Wang Renbiao, who was in a coma, actually woke up at this moment. "Young master. Young master. You're awake? Are you thirsty? Do you want to drink water?" Leng Yuyao was shocked and hurriedly walked to the side of the bed. She squatted down and asked with both joy and concern. Chapter 1488. I'm fine. In the side room of the provincial governor's residence, Wang Renbiao finally calmed down after coughing for a while. With Leng Yuyao's help, Wang Renbiao propped himself up and leaned against the bed. He turned to Li Zishuan and bitterly smiled. "Little Xian, I've let you see a joke. I brought this upon myself, and I shouldn't have told Yao to disturb your state of mind." Li Zishuan frowned. "We're brothers, and there are some things that we should share together. Indeed, I can't interfere in the matters of the Wang clan, but I, Li Zishuan, can't watch my brother suffer. If Renbiao truly likes that Li Jingchu, then courageously pursue her. Let's not worry about the consequences for now. Even if your father and Princess Tong and don't agree to this marriage, we'll think of another way. The worst outcome is that you'll be expelled from the Wang clan, but do you care about that?" Li Zishuan vaguely remembered that Wang Renbiao's son was called Wang Fangyi, a famous general of the Great Tang during the Gaozong era. His mother's surname seemed to be Li, and she might be the Li Jingchu that Leng Yuyao spoke of. Bringing this pair of fated people together was not only to follow the trend of history, but also to help Wang Renbiao fulfill his wish. If Wang Renbiao continued in this state, he might not be able to live for long. This was definitely not an exaggeration. When he took Wang Renbiao's pulse earlier, he could feel that the latter's pulse was weak, and there was an extremely dense gloomy aura in his body. Furthermore, Wang Renbiao also died at an early age, so Li Zishuan couldn't help but be cautious. At this moment, as long as he could resolve the knot in Wang Renbiao's heart, Li Zishuan was willing to do anything, let alone persuading him to fall out with Wang Yu and Princess Tong. This was because he felt that Wang Renbiao was a good person, and he valued this friendship. Leng Yuyao, who was standing by the side, couldn't help but stiffen. What did he mean by, "the worst outcome is that he'll be expelled from the Wang clan"? When did the title of the eldest son of the Wang clan become so worthless? Furthermore, who would persuade someone to betray the clan? Was he trying to persuade him? Just as she was about to say something, Wang Renbiao, who was lying on the bed, said, "Of course I don't care about these empty titles. The title of the eldest son of the Wang family in Taiyuan may mean glory and wealth in the eyes of ordinary people, but for me, it's more of a burden. Although ordinary people live in poverty, they can find a wife who can share weal and woe with them for the rest of their lives. But I don't even have the right to pursue the person I like. I'd rather not be the eldest son of the Wang family." Li Zishuan nodded approvingly and said, "Since you don't care about these false reputations, then what's there to worry about? Even if you leave the Wang clan, with your talent and knowledge, are you afraid that you won't be able to make a living? Moreover, even if you leave the Wang clan, you still have me as your brother. How can I just stand by and watch you suffer? Therefore, use all your strength to pursue the person you think is worth pursuing. If you are overcautious, you will only get nothing. Don't regret it when you are old. It will be too late by then." This guy's encouraging words greatly moved Wang Renbiao. He had always been very conflicted. He liked a person, but he didn't dare to use all his strength to pursue her because he was worried that his family would oppose him. Until now, he hadn't pursued his love, and his body had already collapsed. After Li Zishuan's words, Wang Renbiao suddenly felt enlightened. Indeed, if he was overcautious, it was very likely that he wouldn't get anything. It was better to let go of all the burdens and unscrupulously fall in love. At that time, even if he lost his identity as the young master of an aristocratic family, it would be worth it. "Xiao Xian, you are the first person to support me. It is the fortune of my life to have a friend like you." Wang Renbiao looked at Li Zishuan and said seriously. From this sentence, Li Zishuan could also tell that Wang Renbiao had made a decision in his heart. He couldn't help laughing and said, "Haha. You and I are brothers. Don't say such mushy words. A real man should have no regrets in his life. As your brother, I hope that you can pull yourself together as soon as possible and pursue the woman you like." Leng Yuyao's face suddenly darkened. She bowed and said, "Young master, you just woke up from a serious illness. You must be hungry. I will go to the kitchen and get someone to cook some porridge for you." After saying that, without waiting for Wang Renbiao to respond, Leng Yuyao turned and left the room. Her back view was very bleak. Li Zishuan looked at Leng Yuyao with a complicated gaze. He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He only cared about comforting Wang Renbiao and neglected Leng Yuyao's feelings. Although Leng Yuyao once said that she didn't have any extravagant hopes of becoming Wang Renbiao's woman, this kind of behavior in front of her, encouraging Wang Renbiao to pursue another woman, would more or less hurt her. Sigh. It's also troublesome to have too many women. Fortunately, I only have one wife. At the end of his thoughts, Li Zishuan couldn't help but rejoice. Miss Leng is also a good woman. Seeing Wang Renbiao looking at Leng Yuyao's back view with a complicated gaze, Li Zishuan, who came back to his senses, suddenly said meaningfully. Wang Renbiao was startled. He then smiled bitterly and said, "Little Xian, don't make fun of me. I only treat Yao as a younger sister. There are no feelings between us. Enough. I don't care about your matters. As a brother, I only hope that you can untie the knot in your heart as soon as possible and pursue your own happiness. This way, we can continue to drink and chat merrily in the future." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said. Wang Renbiao nodded, but then frowned again. He smiled bitterly and said, "Sigh. But Jingchu has always been neither close nor distant to me. I really don't know where to start. Little Xian, you are quite experienced in this aspect. Can you teach this brother?" Li Zishuan heard this and his forehead was full of black lines. "What do you mean by I am quite experienced in this aspect? I only have one wife, okay? Do you have to make me sound like a saint of love?" But compared to Wang Renbiao, who was a noob in the field of love, he did have a little more experience in this aspect. "Renbiao, have you ever thought about why Miss Li has been keeping a distance from you? Could it be that she feels that she is of low birth and not worthy of you?" After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan asked. Wang Renbiao shook his head without thinking and said, "No. Although Jingchu is a woman, she is also a proud person. She has never lowered her voice just because I am the eldest young master of the Wang family and the Qizhou provincial governor. She has her own pride and is definitely not someone who belittles herself." Li Zishuan was puzzled and asked, "Then why is she still unwilling to accept you? Could it be that she has no feelings for you at all?" Wang Renbiao hesitated for a moment and said, "That shouldn't be the case. In the process of interacting with her, I can feel that she definitely has some feelings for me. But I feel that she might have some misgivings in her heart, so she has been keeping a distance from me." "Misgivings? What misgivings could it be?" Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Just like that, the two big men were not sleeping in the middle of the night, but were thinking about the thoughts of a little woman together. He did not know if Li Jingchu should feel honored or unlucky if she knew about it. "Why don't I go meet that Li Jingchu and help you sound her out? If you don't mind." After a long silence, Li Zishuan looked at Wang Renbiao and said. Wang Renbiao nodded and said, "Xiao Xian, it would be best if you could help her out." "Why would I mind?" Li Zishuan laughed bitterly in his heart. He secretly wondered why he was acting like a matchmaker. He said, "That's good. It should take a few more days for the Sky Pheasant Brigade to clear out the locusts in Qizhou. Tomorrow, I will go to the Li family to meet Li Jingchu." Wang Renbiao solemnly cupped his hands and said, "Xiao Xian, I can't thank you enough. I, Wang Renbiao, will remember this kindness." Li Zishuan did not mind and said, "Let's not talk about this first. After you get married, just treat me to a cup of wine." Wang Renbiao smiled. He suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "Oh, right, Xiao Xian. There's something I forgot to tell you. When I heard that your Sky Pheasant Brigade was coming to Qizhou, I ordered the county magistrates to start collecting chickens from the people. Now, 120,000 chickens from the counties have gathered in the city, and all of them have been marked and registered. Xiao Xian, you can add them to the Sky Pheasant Brigade tomorrow." Li Zishuan's eyes lit up and said happily, 120,000? That's great. With these 120,000 chickens, the Sky Pheasant Brigade's scale will increase to 620,000. It has basically reached the limit of the children's control ability. Wang Renbiao nodded and said, "Yes. As long as it can help you, Xiao Xian. Li Zishuan thanked him and then left. You jinx, why did you come back again? Do you want to kill everyone in your family before you are satisfied? In a luxurious mansion in the west of Yong County, a woman in embroidered clothes and a group of servants blocked the gate of the mansion and said fiercely to a woman in white clothes. This is my home. Why can't I go back? The plain-clothed woman, however, remained fearless as she retorted with a cold expression. You damn girl, how dare you talk back? If it weren't for you jinx, how could master be harmed by that corrupt official Zhang Liang? How can you still have the face to step into this house? The woman in embroidered clothes said with a sharp voice. My father? Humph. You still have the face to mention my father? The plain-clothed woman's expression turned cold, and the temperature around her dropped to freezing point. She said coldly, back then, before my father's body was even cold and he was buried, some people were already in a hurry to divide up the family property. They replaced the shopkeeper and accountant of the carriage shop with their own family members. Lu Yuerong, do you dare to say that you have a clear conscience in front of my father's memorial tablet? You, rebelled. You wild girl, you're really rebelling. No matter what, I'm still your concubine. How dare you call me by my name? You're really a wild girl who didn't have a mother to teach you. The woman in embroidered clothes pointed at the woman in white clothes with trembling hands and feet, and her voice became sharp. The woman in plain clothes had a cold glint in her eyes. She coldly stared at the woman. If looks could kill, then the woman would have been cut into 1,000 pieces. If my mother was still alive, how could a vicious woman like you be so arrogant? I came back today just to burn incense for my father. I don't want to argue with you. Burn incense? Don't even think about it. Men! Get this jinx out of here. The woman in embroidered clothes glared and ordered the servants around her. Let me see who dares. The woman in white clothes shouted, my father treated all of you well when he was alive. You all know very well whether the Li family is thriving or declining under this woman's hands. Normally, I can't be bothered to argue with this woman. Today, I, Li Jingchu, just want to burn incense for my father. If any of you dare to stop me, my father's spirit in heaven will not forgive you. As soon as she said that, the servants around the madam looked at each other and hesitated. That's right, this woman was Li Jingchu, whom Wang Renbiao had been thinking about. Who else could the woman be but Li Jingchu's second concubine? You guys, quickly stop this jinx. Otherwise, don't even think about getting your salary this month. When the woman saw that the servants in the residence didn't listen to her orders, she almost fainted from anger. She quickly used her ultimate move. The servants looked at each other, but still, no one dared to stop Li Jingchu. The main reason was that Li Xingyun had treated his servants well when he was alive. Moreover, what Li Jingchu said just now made sense. The Li family was deteriorating day by day under Lu Yuerong's management. At this rate, Li Xingyun's family business would be squandered away by Lu Yuerong sooner or later. As servants, they would definitely be dismissed by then. Rather than that, they might as well form a good relationship with Li Jingchu and also comfort Li Xingyun's spirit in heaven. Humph. Lu Yuerong, let me give you a piece of advice. Disasters can be forgiven, but disasters brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. Li Jingchu looked at Lu Yuerong coldly, then snorted and walked into the Li residence. Ha! She's really a woman with character. Opposite the Li residence, Li Zishuan sat beside a tea stall and looked at Li Jingchu's back as he muttered to himself. He had come to the Li residence early in the morning to wait. Originally, he just wanted to try his luck. He didn't expect to actually meet Li Jingchu. The courage and quick-wittedness that Li Jingchu displayed during their first meeting had indeed exceeded Li Zishuan's expectations. This kind of woman might not be considered much in the modern era. There were plenty of career women who were more capable than her. However, in the ancient era, women who could be so quick-witted and brave were definitely rare. No wonder Wang Renbiao saw Li Jingchu in a different light. Fighting alone against the evil woman and her servants, Miss Li is really brave. Half an hour later, Li Jingqiu left the Li residence. Not long after she left, she heard a man's praise behind her. Li Jingqiu quickly turned around and saw a rather handsome man looking at her with a smile on his face. Li Jingqiu's heart instantly became vigilant. Who are you? How do you know my surname is Li? He. Miss Li, can we talk in private? Oh, don't worry, I won't harm you. Let's meet at the tea stall in front. Chapter 1489. Who are you? You should be able to tell me now, right? In Yong County, under a tea stall not far from the Li residence, Li Jingqiu looked at Li Zishuan and asked calmly. She and Li Zishuan had never met before. Just now, Li Zishuan had asked to speak with her alone. She had always been very vigilant, but for some reason, she had unexpectedly agreed. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. She secretly blamed herself for being too careless. She actually dared to be alone with a man she didn't even know. Miss Li, there's no need to be nervous. Speaking of which, the carriage business your father founded is related to me. Li Zishuan chuckled. Related to the carriage business my father founded? Li Jingqiu frowned and asked curiously, could young master be from Chang'an's Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce's Uncle Lin's family? Li Zishuan was stunned and then understood. Previously, he heard from Lang Yuyao that Lin Wenyuan founded the carriage business by buying carriages and bicycles from members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce and reselling them in Qizhou. Now it seemed that the member of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce was most likely Lin Wenyuan. He. Miss, you must be talking about Lin Wenyuan, Boss Lin, right? I'm not from the Lin family, but the bicycles and carriages sold by the Lin family all came from my hands. After pondering for a moment, Li Zishuan smiled and said. You're the Marquis of Yongmen. Li Jingqiu's eyes flickered and her expression changed. She suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. Miss Li is smart. You guessed right, I'm the Marquis of Yongmen. Li Zishuan nodded and praised. Seeing Li Zishuan's sincere face and extraordinary aura, Li Jingqiu subconsciously chose to believe him. She stood up in surprise and bowed to Li Zishuan. I'm Li Jingqiu. Greetings to the Marquis of Yongmen. He. No need for formalities. Li Zishuan raised his hands and said politely. He didn't expect the conversation with Li Jingqiu to go so smoothly, but Li Jingqiu was willing to believe his identity, and the current situation showed that Li Jingqiu didn't have any bad feelings towards him. This was a good start. What Li Zishuan didn't know was that due to his long years of cultivation in Taoist techniques, his temperament had long been different from that of ordinary people. The natural aura of Taoist techniques on his body had a special attraction to the living beings of the world, making them subconsciously feel a sense of familiarity. It was a mysterious feeling, but it was also a real phenomenon. Yesterday, I heard that the Marquis of Yong and led the Sky Pheasant Brigade to Qizhou. Jingqiu has admired Marquis' reputation for a long time, but yesterday, I had no chance to see Marquis' real face because of the mundane affairs I had to attend to. To be able to see Marquis today is truly Jingqiu's good fortune. Li Jingqiu said excitedly. The previous vigilance in her heart had now turned into joy. Facing this suddenly enthusiastic Li Jingqiu, Li Zishuan was not used to it. He waved his hand and laughed dryly. Miss Li, you're exaggerating. I'm just an ordinary person. What reputation do I have? At most, I've done some things for the people. But for my position and politics, those are all what I should do. Li Jingqiu shook her head and said, Marquis treats the people well. Everyone in the world knows that. First, there was the curved yuan plow, and then there was the Sky Pheasant Brigade going to the counties to exterminate locusts today. The people of the world have all received Marquis' kindness. If this is only for his position and politics, then I don't know how many officials in the dynasty are incompetent. The person my father admired the most when he was alive was you, Marquis. It's a pity that my father didn't have the chance to see Marquis until his death. At this point, Li Jingqiu's face suddenly became sad. Li Zishuan couldn't help but comfort her. Miss Li, the dead can't be brought back to life. I already know a thing or two about your father. I'm very sorry. Before this, although I didn't know your father's character, your father would rather die than submit for your lifelong happiness. Just based on this point alone, he was a good father worthy of respect. I believe that if your father's spirit is in heaven, he will definitely hope that you can live a happy life and not be sad for him all day. No. No. Li Jingchu's eyes were red and swollen. She shook her head fiercely and said, if possible, I'd rather marry Zhang Liang than let my father commit suicide. Lu Yuerong is actually right. I'm indeed a jinx. I'm the one who caused my father's death. At this point, a teardrop fell from the corner of Li Jingchu's eye. When Lu Yuerong was making things difficult for her, she could force the other party to be speechless with just a few words. But now, she couldn't help but cry after saying a few words to Li Zishuan. From this, it could be seen that her strength was just for others to see. Under her strong appearance, there was a fragmented and fragile heart on the verge of collapse. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan felt a little uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, he said, Miss Li, your father's death can't be blamed on you no matter what. Saying that you're a jinx is even more nonsense. It's like a group of people walking on the road being hit by a carriage. Could it be that you want to blame him for going out today? The only person to blame for this matter is Zhang Liang. Such a treacherous person doesn't deserve to be a magistrate of a county, much less a person. Thank you, Marquis, for speaking up for Jingchu. But it's a pity that the wicked person didn't get his retribution and is still at large. Li Jingchu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and whispered softly. Li Zishuan said with a resolute expression, Miss Li, the net of heaven has a long arm, but it never escapes. As long as Zhang Liang is still in the Tang Empire, I firmly believe that he will be brought to justice sooner or later. Because wicked people are not tolerated by the heavens. Li Jingchu's eyes flashed. After pausing for a moment, she said, I hope so. Although she said this, she didn't have much hope in her heart. Li Zishuan also knew that it was impossible to convince Li Jingchu with just words. After all, she was burdened with the hatred of her father's death. How could a few words resolve this kind of monstrous hatred? He didn't pursue the matter further and asked, why did Miss Li insist on returning to the Li residence to burn incense for your father today? Li Jingchu said with a sorrowful expression, today is my father's birthday. I know that if I don't come back to pay my respects, Lu Yuerong and the others won't remember this at all. I originally wanted to go to the temple to invite the 49 masters back and pay my respects for 49 days, but Lu Yuerong definitely wouldn't agree. Secondly, I'm no longer the Li family's eldest daughter. I can't even afford to donate the incense money. How could the masters in the temple be willing to pay their respects for my father? The so-called birthday of the dead referred to the birthday of the deceased. It was a custom derived from celebrating the birthday of the deceased. In terms of its nature, it was a filial and commemorative event for the ancestors by the family and the family as a unit. It was meant to be cautious and loyal to pursue the distant, and bright and generous, to enhance the family's glory. The birthday of the dead was first done at home and second at the temple. There was no ceremony at home. It was done on land and water. It could be done for 1 to 3 days or even 7 days. The day of completion was the official day. The most solemn ceremony was to invite the 49 monks back and pay their respects for 49 days. After the ceremony, the memorial tablets could be placed in the main hall of the temple to receive the incense. Although there was no specific time limit for the birthday of the dead, it was still mostly done by newly deceased people. Grandparents and parents had died less than 3 years ago, and their descendants had yet to mourn. Or less than 10 years ago, their descendants inherited their elders' property, business, and even titles, out of gratitude for the grace of the heavens. When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Miss Li's filial piety is commendable and admirable. I'm willing to step forward to help you regain control of the Li family. This way, Miss Li can openly celebrate your father's birthday. What do you think, Miss Li? Li Jingchu was suddenly startled. Obviously, she didn't expect Li Zishuan to propose such an idea. After hesitating for a moment, she shook her head and said, thank you for your kindness, Marquis. However, I, Li Jingchu, only want to take back what I've lost. I want everyone to be convinced. I want the Li family to flourish in my hands. Only in this way can I comfort my father's soul in heaven. When he heard this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but raise his opinion of Li Jingchu. He nodded and said, Miss Li is very bold. Your father can be considered to have a smile in the underworld for having a daughter like you. Since Miss Li has made up your mind, I won't interfere in this matter anymore. Li Jingchu raised her head to look at Li Zishuan and said, Thank you, Marquis, for your understanding. However, Marquis made a special trip to find Jingchu today. It shouldn't be just about my father, right? If Marquis has any instructions, please don't hesitate to tell me. Jingchu will do her best to help. This question stumped Li Zishuan. He couldn't just directly tell Li Jingchu, I'm here to matchmake you, right? If he really said it out loud, he might be scolded as a lecher. After thinking for a while, Li Zishuan coughed dryly and said, Miss Li, do you know the governor of Qizhou? Li Jingchu's expression changed slightly. She paused for a moment and replied, Governor Wang is a benefactor to our Li family. He has helped Jingchu time and time again. Of course Jingchu knows him. However, what does Marquis mean by this question? Li Zishuan faintly glanced at Li Jingchu. Her skin was white and smooth, as if it could be broken by the wind. Her pair of watery eyes were indescribably delicate and moving. It was as if the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was concentrated on her body. Even though she was wearing plain clothes, it couldn't hide the spiritual energy on her body. Not to mention other things, Li Jingchu's appearance was indeed top-notch. Coupled with her maverick personality, she could indeed be considered an outstanding female talent. It was no wonder that Wang Rinbiao yearned for her day and night. To tell you the truth, Governor Wang and I are best friends. Last night, Rinbiao suddenly fell ill. He vomited 3 liters of blood and is bedridden. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan suddenly spoke. What? Li Zishuan's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Li Jingchu's small face to instantly turn pale. A trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes as she hurriedly asked, Marquis, why is Governor Wang bedridden? What illness does he have? Marquis, please tell me how Governor Wang is now. Towards the end, there was actually a trace of trembling in her voice. Li Zishuan couldn't help but nod secretly. From Li Jingchu's reaction, she wasn't completely devoid of feelings for Wang Rinbiao. Wang Rinbiao's judgment last night wasn't wrong. I heard from Rinbiao's maidservant that Rinbiao often drowned his sorrows in alcohol. Drinking too much alcohol can easily harm the liver and stomach. The direct reason why Rinbiao vomited blood last night was because he drank too much alcohol. However, the fundamental reason is because he is overly worried and has contracted a mental illness. I know a little about medicine. I can treat Rinbiao's physical illness, but I really can't do anything about his mental illness. With Rinbiao's current condition, even if I can treat his physical injuries, his mental illness won't allow him to live past 35 years old. Smack. Hearing this, the teacup in Li Jingchu's hands suddenly fell to the ground. Her lively eyes instantly lost their luster and became lifeless. Her small face also became frighteningly pale. No. Impossible. How can he not live past 35 years old? He is the eldest young master of the Wang family. All the famous doctors in the world will definitely be willing to treat him. His illness will definitely be cured. He will definitely be able to live a long and healthy life. Marquis, this can't be true. Hurry up and tell me, this can't be true. Towards the end, Li Jingchu was already sobbing uncontrollably. She didn't know what kind of trust it was, but she had already shed all her disguises in front of Li Zishuan and revealed her truest and weakest side. She looked at Li Zishuan anxiously, as if she was praying and pleading at the same time. Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, Miss Li, Rinbiao's illness is indeed very serious. I'm definitely not lying to you. Last night, when Rinbiao was unconscious, he once muttered your name. I asked around about you from the others because I'm guessing that the crux of Rinbiao's mental illness is very likely related to you. A hint of panic flashed across Li Jingchu's eyes. She stroked the hair in front of her forehead and said, "Ho! Marquis, Jingchu is just a commoner. How can Governor Wang's mental illness be related to Jingchu?" The people around the tea stall had long been sent away by Li Zishuan's guards. Now that there was no one else here, Li Zishuan decided to lay his cards on the table. He looked at Li Jingchu with a burning gaze and said in an extremely serious tone, "Miss Li, I don't believe that you can't sense Renbiao's feelings for you. Today, there's only the two of us here. Can you tell me your true thoughts?" Li Jingchu's body trembled and she was stunned. At first, she was shy, but then she hesitated and struggled. After a long silence, she finally opened her mouth and said, "Marquis, Governor Wang's kindness to Jingchu, of course Jingchu can feel it. Jingchu is very grateful for Governor Wang's help time and time again. However, my father's death has not been avenged and Zhang Liang is still at large. The Li family has also declined because of this. At this juncture, Jingchu really doesn't have the heart to care about personal feelings. Governor Wang's feelings are not something Jingchu can accept." When Li Zishuan heard this, he finally knew what Jingchu's misgivings were. He couldn't help but frown and say, "According to what I know, in the past 6 months, Renbiao has not only mobilized the provincial government's troops, but also many Wang family's secret guards. He almost turned the entire Qizhou upside down, but he still couldn't find any traces of Zhang Liang. If Zhang Liang can't be found in 10 years, will Miss Li not get married for 10 years? If your father sees you like this in heaven, I'm afraid he will be more heartbroken than anyone else, right? Besides, can you bear to see Renbiao's body and mind deteriorate and die young because of you?" Li Jingchu hugged her head and said with a pained expression, "Marquis, don't force me. I don't want to let my father down, and I don't want anything to happen to Governor Wang. Please don't force me." Seeing Jingchu's pained expression, Li Zishuan also couldn't bear it. He thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Since that's the case, I will make a gentleman's agreement with Miss Li today. Within 2 years, I will definitely help Renbiao find Zhang Liang's whereabouts and avenge your father. When the time comes, I hope Miss Li can face your true feelings." Chapter 1490. Is Marquis speaking the truth? Under the tea stall, after listening to Li Zishuan's gentleman's agreement, Li Jingchu's eyes widened in surprise as she asked. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Of course. When this matter is over and I return to Chang'an, I will report this matter to the emperor and have the Supreme Court issue a warrant for Zhang Liang in the entire Great Tang. In addition, I will use the power of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce to mobilize all the merchants and commoners in the world to find Zhang Liang. As long as this person is still in the Great Tang, he will have nowhere to hide." Yes. Jingchu believes that Marquis will definitely be able to find Zhang Liang. Li Jingchu nodded excitedly. Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief. At this point, he had finally fulfilled his mission. "Yes. Since that's the case, I hope that Miss Li can keep your promise when the time comes. Don't suppress your feelings and don't be overly cautious. Not only will you hurt yourself, but you will also hurt the people who love you. It's unfair to you and Renbiao. If your father knows this in the netherworld, he will definitely not be willing to see his daughter torment herself because of him." Hearing this, a trace of sadness flashed through Li Jingchu's eyes. After a moment of silence, she said softly, "The Marquis is right. My actions from before were indeed too selfish. In the future, I will face this feeling squarely and will not harm Provincial Governor Wang again." Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment and could not help but say seriously, "I helped you find Zhang Liang not to force you to be with Renbiao. I just want you to face your own heart and not suppress your feelings. If you really have no feelings for Renbiao, you can tell him clearly. This Marquis will not blame you for this." In the end, Li Zishuan did not want this matter to become a transaction. As the saying goes, a melon that is forcefully picked is not sweet. This was especially true for feelings. After all, two people would spend a lifetime together. Pfft. Hearing this, Li Jingchu couldn't help but smile through her tears and said, "Marquis, don't worry. Now, no one can force me to do something I don't want to do, and no one can force me to marry someone I don't want to marry. Maybe in the past, but when that pair of chopsticks pierced my father's throat, Jingchu no longer has any relatives in this world. She no longer has any scruples, and she won't be threatened by others. At this point, Li Jingchu's voice turned low. She raised her head to look at Li Zishuan and said with a serious expression, "Governor Wang holds a high position, but he treats people modestly. If it wasn't for him, the entire Li family might have suffered under Zhang Liang's evil schemes." When Jing Chu was in despair, Provincial Governor Wang helped her time and time again. Humans are not plants, how can they be heartless? How could Jing Chu not be touched by his affection? There's no need to wait for Zhang Liang to be executed. Jing Chu is willing to marry him now. Ah! Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this. He opened his mouth and asked in confusion, "Didn't Miss Li say that she would only agree after I capture Zhang Liang? That's what you said, Marquis." Jing Chu didn't say that. Li Jingchu blinked her eyes and looked a little mischievous. Since Marquis has agreed to help Jing Chu find Zhang Liang's whereabouts, what is there for Jing Chu to be worried about? Even if we still can't find Zhang Liang after 2 years, at least all of us have tried our best. Marquis, what you said just now is right. Jing Chu can't punish herself because of this obsession, punish Provincial Governor Wang, and I can't let my father die with everlasting regret. After speaking, Li Jingchu opened her arms and looked up at the sky. It was as if she had been reborn and was filled with spiritual energy. Good. 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 Li Zishuan clapped and sighed. Congratulations to Miss Li for being able to see through the obsession and get rid of the inner demons. Life is just a short few decades. While we are remembering our ancestors, we should also cherish the people in front of us. Cherish the people in front of us, Li Jingchu murmured. Then, she looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis, I want to visit Provincial Governor Wang. I wonder if you can help me?" Li Zishuan pursed his lips and thought to himself, isn't this change too fast? It seemed that this girl was not only soft on the inside but also dared to love and hate on the outside. Once things were explained, her determination to pursue love was even stronger than Wang Renbiao's. These two people were really a match made in heaven. Why not? Come with me, Miss Li. Li Zishuan smiled and said seriously, however, there is one thing that you have to consider carefully. Renbiao is born in the Wang clan of Taiyuan, which is one of the top clans in the world. I don't need to tell you how serious the prejudice is. If you choose to be together with Renbiao, the difficulties and obstacles you will encounter in the future will be more than you can imagine. Have you really thought it through? Li Jingchu was silent for a moment. Then, she said with a firm expression, there is a solution to the problem. Provincial Governor Wang is willing to lower his status and sacrifice so much for Jingchu. Even if the road ahead is full of thorns, Jingchu will not be afraid. I am willing to face it with him. Criticism, censure, and insults, so what? Sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy, only after tasting it yourself can you experience it. Good. Renbiao really didn't misjudge you. Li Zishuan nodded. He couldn't help but praise Li Jingchu greatly. This woman had too many shining points. It was no wonder that she could train a peerless hero like Wang Fangyi. Let's go. Let's go to the provincial governor's residence. If Renbiao knows that you are here to visit him, I reckon his illness will be half healed in an instant. Marquis, you're back. Why are you here? In the front courtyard of the provincial governor's residence, Leng Yuyao saw Li Zishuan walking in and quickly went up to greet him. However, when she saw Li Jingchu behind Li Zishuan, Leng Yuyao's expression instantly turned cold. Miss Leng, I heard that Provincial Governor Wang is seriously ill. This little girl has received many favors from Provincial Governor Wang, so I specially came to visit him today. Li Jingchu didn't shrink back or get angry because of Leng Yuyao's cold expression. She first bowed respectfully to Leng Yuyao and then spoke in a natural and unrestrained manner. Leng Yuyao's beautiful eyes narrowed. Clearly, she didn't expect Li Jingchu's attitude to change so quickly. There was a voice in her heart telling her not to let Li Jingchu in, but her rationality told her that Li Jingchu could speed up the recovery of Wang Renbiao's illness and could completely dispel Wang Renbiao's heart disease. She had to let Li Jingchu in. In the end, her rationality won over her selfishness. Leng Yuyao took a step to the side and gave way. Then, she said indifferently, "Go in. Young master just woke up not long ago." "Thank you, Miss Leng." Li Jingchu looked at Leng Yuyao gratefully and then walked towards the side room. Li Zishuan thought about it and didn't want to join in the fun or be a third wheel. He looked at Leng Yuyao and wanted to say a few words of comfort. However, he realized that he couldn't because he wasn't Wang Renbiao. His comfort was pale and powerless. "Marquis, you don't have to worry about Yuyao. Yuyao said before that I don't dare to have extravagant hopes of becoming young master's woman. I only hope to be able to protect young master for the rest of my life." Leng Yuyao seemed to have sensed Li Zishuan's thoughts and said softly. Li Zishuan heaved a sigh and said, "Sigh. I hope all the lovers in the world can find their way together. Take good care of Renbiao and let him get better as soon as possible. The 400,000 people of Chizhou are counting on him. This marquis can't stay here for long. I have to leave in 2 days." After that, he clasped his hands behind his back and turned to go out. As for the progress of Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu, he was not in the mood to care about it now. Now that Li Jingchu had untied the knot in her heart, there was no obstacle between her and Wang Renbiao. It was only a matter of time before they got together. There was no suspense. On the other hand, Li Zishuan felt that he had brought a couple together, but he had hurt the other person's heart. This made him feel guilty. Wang Renbiao, now you owe me too much. You can't die early. Otherwise, who can I find to collect the debt in the future?" After leaving the provincial governor's mansion, Li Zishuan couldn't help muttering to himself. According to the official history, not long after Wang Fangyi was born, Wang Renbiao died of illness. Wang Fangyi was as sad as an adult and was praised as a filial child at that time. Wang Fangyi's mother, Li Jingchu, was ostracized by her mother-in-law, great elder Princess Tong'an, and moved to Fengquan Villa. Wang Fangyi was still young, so he cultivated farmland, planted trees, and repaired walls and houses with other handymen. From this, it could be seen that there was a huge gap between a child with a father and a child without a father. After returning to the inn where old Hu and the children were staying, Li Zishuan took out the telegraph and began to send a telegram to Yunshan. The content of the telegram was very simple. It was to ask Ma Zhou to publish a notice in Datong Daily that the Sky Chicken Brigade had stopped collecting chickens. Because of the addition of the 120,000 chickens from Chizhou, the Sky Chicken Brigade now had 120,000 chickens. In addition to the chickens collected by Li Ku and Xing Chimo's team along the way, the Sky Chicken Brigade now had no less than 650,000 chickens. This was already the limit of the number of chickens they could control. If there were more, not only would it not have a positive effect, but it would also have a negative effect and slow down the speed at which they killed the locusts. After sending the telegram, Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief. He did not go to the provincial governor's mansion to see how Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu were doing. Instead, he directly went out of the city to observe the speed at which the Sky Chicken Brigade was killing locusts for the people on the farm. Now, the cooperation between the various small teams of the Sky Chicken Brigade had become extremely tacit. As a result, with the same number of chickens, the speed of killing locusts had increased by at least 30% compared to the beginning. In addition, the scale of the Sky Chicken Brigade had been greatly expanded. Li Zishuan conservatively estimated that within half a month, the Sky Chicken Brigade could eliminate more than 60 counties of locusts, which was close to 2/3 of the disaster area. The disaster relief operation was in full swing. Seeing that more and more people would be rescued, Li Zishuan did not know that danger had already arrived. Some messages about him were gradually rising in various places. At first, it was just a spark, but as more and more people spread the news, the spark began to have the momentum to start a prairie fire. The rumors had even spread to the vicinity of the capital. Don't sell the locusts to the government. Why? These locusts can be sold for a few coins. Bah! Are you stupid? 2 caddies of locusts can only be sold for 1 coin, but the Marquis of Yong and bought these locusts, fried them by the chef, and sold them at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. A plate can be sold for a few hundred coins. How is this possible? The Drunken Immortal restaurant is a place that sells food and wine. Why would they sell locusts? Who would eat something like that? Why not? Have you heard of the soaring prosperity that the Drunken Immortal restaurant introduced last year? That was made with locusts. What? Soaring prosperity was made with locusts? How is this possible? Why is it not possible? I have a relative who works as a waiter at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. He said it himself. Hiss. Then this Drunken Immortal restaurant is really black-hearted. A plate of locusts can be sold for a few hundred coins. I think so. It is not the Drunken Immortal restaurant that is black-hearted, but the Marquis of Yong'an. No wonder he is so rich. This kind of gossip was not too much. What was worse were some conspiracy theorists, in my opinion. The Marquis of Yong, and must have known about this year's locust plague long ago. Where did this come from? Why don't you think about it? Why would the Marquis of Yong and raise hundreds of thousands of chickens in his own manor last year? Even if old Master Li is rich, he wouldn't let the Marquis of Yong and waste his money like this, right? Think about the sky chicken corps that is destroying locusts in various places. Everything seems to have been planned. Who dares to say that the Marquis of Yong and didn't raise chickens for this year's locust plague? So what? If not for the Marquis of Yong and Sky Chicken Corps, who knows how many crops would have been destroyed by the locusts? That's right. Bullshit. You think the Marquis of Yong and is doing this for the citizens? Since he knew about this year's locust plague, why didn't he tell everyone in advance? If he did, there wouldn't be a locust plague now. The Marquis of Yong and wants to use this locust plague to make a fortune. Make money? How can locusts make money? Firstly, the Drunken Immortal restaurant's soaring prosperity is made with locusts. That thing is sold at a high price. A plate costs a few hundred coins. How much does the Drunken Immortal restaurant pay for a caddy of locusts? Back then it was 3 coins a caddy. Now it's even cheaper, 1 coin for 2 caddies. The Drunken Immortal restaurant used this to make a fortune last year. Hiss. The Drunken Immortal restaurant's soaring prosperity is made with locusts? Is this for real? Ugh. I even ate soaring prosperity last year. The Marquis of Yong and is really black-hearted. A plate of locusts is actually sold for a few hundred coins. Kiki. That's not all. Last year, the price of chicken seedlings in Chang and City skyrocketed. The Marquis of Yong and was summoned to the imperial court because of this. At that time, the Marquis of Yong and claimed that he bought so many chickens to rear a batch of fresh and tender wild chickens so that the Drunken Immortal restaurant could use them for a full chicken banquet this year. Now you guys have also seen that the Marquis of Yong and Sky Chicken Corps is eating locusts all over Guangzhou. When the time comes, they will definitely be plump and tender, perfect for a full chicken banquet. Won't the Marquis of Yong and make a fortune again? Now you guys should understand why the Marquis of Yong and knew that there would be a locust plague this year but didn't tell us, right? He wants to use our food to feed the locusts, and then use the locusts to feed his chickens. Hiss. Now that you mention it, it's true. I previously guessed that the Marquis of Yong and might have predicted this year's locust plague last year. After all, he is the son of an immortal. But I didn't expect that there was actually a huge conspiracy behind this. Too black-hearted. I originally thought that the Marquis of Yong and was a good marquis who empathized with the people. I didn't expect him to be such a selfish and black-hearted person who only cares about profits. That's right. To think that I even erected a longevity monument for him. I'm going to smash it when I get back. Chapter 1491. Bah. You ungrateful villains, how dare you slander Marquis behind his back? Do you still have a conscience? If it weren't for Marquis who created the curved plow last year, many of us would have starved to death. how could we still be alive? Rumors spread everywhere, and under the encouragement of those with intentions, these rumors became more and more perfect, more and more convincing. However, over the past year, the number of people who had received Li Zishuan's kindness numbered in the tens of millions. Even if these rumors spread in an orderly manner, as if they were true, there were still many people with a conscience who chose to believe Li Zishuan. Moreover, they were willing to stand out and speak up for Li Zishuan. When one person stood up, hundreds and thousands of people followed suit. That's right, that's right. Last year, the land on our farmstead was so dry that we couldn't plow it. If it weren't for Marquis who created the curved plow, our land would have been deserted last year. Other things aside, the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, compiled by Marquis, allowed my child to learn how to read in just a year. If this was in the past, if my child wanted to learn how to read, he would have to worship a teacher. However, it would cost a lot to hire a teacher to teach him. Zhao Lauer is right. It's all thanks to Marquis. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't be a single person in our house. We wouldn't even be able to read De Tong daily. I don't care if Marquis knew in advance that there would be a plague of locusts this year. I only know that the locusts in our farmlands in Stone Village were eliminated by Marquis and the Sky Pheasant Brigade. Without Marquis's righteous help, our family of 7 would have had nothing to eat this year. If anyone dares to speak ill of Marquis, I, Old Gu, will fight to the death with him. Yes. If anyone dares to speak ill of Marquis, I will fight to the death with him. In the face of the fierce rumors, a large number of people quickly formed a united front to fight against those who were bewitched by the rumors and kept attacking Li Zishuan. The war between the two sides could be said to be on the verge of breaking out. In fact, if it was any other day, there would not be so many people talking bad about Li Zishuan. This was because Li Zishuan had always had a good reputation among the people. But now that the locust plague had broken out in Guangzhou, it was a time when the people were panicking. Someone had coincidentally released such a reasonable and irrefutable statement at this time. Those people who were not firm in their stance and had little contact with Li Zishuan were naturally bewitched. If the Marquis of Yong and had informed the people of this year's locust plague earlier, then every household would have raised over 100 chickens. Would we still have to wait for the Sky Chicken Brigade to exterminate the locusts for us? We'll destroy them ourselves. The Marquis of Yong and is clearly a hypocrite. He wants to use our crops to feed the locusts and then feed the locusts to the chickens. Yes. The Marquis of Yong and is a hypocrite, a selfish villain. Using our crops to feed the locusts and wanting us to be grateful to him, he is a villain who only wants to make money. Bullsh *T. Even if Marquis knew that there would be a locust plague this year, even if Marquis told this news to you, Sun Laochi, with your little wealth, how many chickens can you afford? Don't you still have to wait for Marquis's Sky Chicken Brigade to help you exterminate the locusts? You dog thing, you really are an ingrate. A few days ago, when Marquis helped your family exterminate the locusts, you thanked him profusely. Now, at the slightest sign of trouble, you join those evil people in slandering Marquis. Your father has always been highly respected in the Sun family village. How did he give birth to such a disappointing thing like you? I think that you bastard just can't bear to see Marquis doing well. That's right. Sun Laochi, you are the one who calls him bastard the most fiercely. When I return, I will tell your father and see if he doesn't beat you to death, you heartless wolf cub. Hearing this, a young man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks couldn't help but shrink his neck, not daring to say another word. Everyone, listen to me. At this moment, a young man who looked like a scholar roared loudly. The crowd instantly quietened down. Looking closely at the scholar, who else could it be other than Yu Dehang from the Yu family village of Lantian County? Yu Dehang had originally come to Chang'an City to visit an old acquaintance. When he left the city, he heard a group of commoners discussing and arguing about something. He didn't think much of it at first, but after hearing the contents of the discussion and argument, he instantly realized that the situation was not normal. Thus, he hurriedly stopped in his tracks, intending to dispel the rumors and protect Li Zishuan's reputation. Fellow villagers, please don't misbelieve the rumors. Saying that the Marquis of Yong and is using the commoners' crops to feed the locusts is pure nonsense. More than 90% of us have received favors from Marquis. As humans, we cannot forget our roots, and even more so, we cannot be ungrateful. Earlier, I heard someone scolding the Marquis for not publicizing the locust plague's language to the public so that everyone could be prepared. Let's not talk about whether or not Marquis knew that there would be a locust plague this year. Even if he did, would you believe it if Marquis told you in advance? And even if you did, what could you do? Go buy chicken seedlings? It's not like you don't know the price of chicken seedlings in Chang and City last year. How much money can the villagers have? Even if each of you were to exhaust all your wealth, how many chickens can you raise? Besides, think about it carefully. If you knew that there would be a locust plague this year, would your first reaction be to buy chicken seedlings? No, you would definitely panic. That is to say, even if Marquis knew that there would be a locust plague this year and told us in advance, it would be of no use. On the contrary, it would cause a collective panic among the millions of citizens of Great Tang. If that was the case, we would have already panicked before the locust plague today. Yu Dehang's meticulous analysis calmed the restless commoners down. After he finished speaking, the commoners couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Who is that scholar? I know him. He is Scholar Yu from the Yu family manor of Lantian County. Last year, when the Chui family caused a ruckus, he was almost beheaded by the Chui family's guards. Thankfully, Marquis arrived in time to save him. So he is from Lantian County. No wonder he would speak up for the Marquis of Yong'an. But what he said makes sense. Even if Marquis told us in advance that there would be a locust plague this year, it would still be useless. Based on the price of chicken seedlings in Chang and City last year, even if we used all our money to buy chickens, we would only be able to buy 60 to 70 of them. It is not enough. That's right. It seems like the Marquis of Yong'an really cares about us commoners. In order to help us exterminate the locusts, he specially bought tens of thousands of chickens. I heard that last year, Marquis spent over 10,000 strings of cash just to buy chicken seedlings. We have wrongly blamed Marquis. Hey. Then what about the drunken immortal restaurant soaring to meteoric success? Just as some of the commoners were about to change their minds, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded out from the crowd. Yu Dehang frowned. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find the person who spoke. This made him angry. That's right. The Marquis of Yong'an bought locusts at a low price from us and sold them at a high price at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. What about this matter? That gloomy voice successfully attracted the attention of the commoners. Immediately, a large man with a full beard shouted out. Yu Dehang's expression didn't change, but his mind was racing. A moment later, he took a step forward and looked at the large man and asked, "This uncle, this you will say something disrespectful. The Drunken Immortal restaurant soaring to meteoric success is a bit expensive, but have you eaten it before? Or have the Drunken Immortal restaurant forced you to eat it?" That large man's face turned red and his imposing manner weakened. He opened his mouth and said, No, that soaring to meteoric success is so expensive, how could I be willing to eat it?" Yu Dehang nodded and said, "That's the logic. Although the price of soaring to meteoric success is expensive, but what does that have to do with us commoners? The Drunken Immortal restaurant's dishes were originally prepared for those rich people. Not to mention the Drunken Immortal restaurant, the other restaurants in Chang and City also don't have cheap dishes. Why don't you go and talk about it? Why only talk about the Drunken Immortal restaurant? The Drunken Immortal restaurant is open for business. First, they don't force people to buy or sell. Second, they don't sell shoddy goods. Those who have been to the Drunken Immortal restaurant all feel that it is worth it. They don't feel that soaring to meteoric success is expensive, so what qualifications do we have to talk about it? After Yu Dehang said this, the commoners couldn't help but nod their heads. Seeing this, Yu Dehang struck while the iron was hot and continued, "In addition, have you heard of locusts being sold for money? No. Now Marquis is willing to buy locusts from everyone. Although the price is a bit cheaper, a family of 4 can catch locusts for a day. If they sell it to Marquis, they should be able to get at least 10 copper coins, right? These 10 copper coins can be exchanged for 3 to 4 stones of grain. Where else can you find such a good thing? This is originally a good thing for all of you and Marquis. Some of you have mistakenly believed in slanderous words, thinking that Marquis is making black-hearted money. Where is your conscience? Enlightening to the deaf. Yu Dehang's 2 reasonable and well-founded words could be said to be enlightening to the deaf. Hearing this, the commoners who had been bewitched earlier all blushed and lowered their heads in shame, not daring to say another word. Scholar Yu is right. This is originally a good thing, but some people are insatiable. They think that the benefits they get are too little. These bastards don't even think about it. Without Marquis, what kind of life would he be living now? He would probably be starving to death. That's right. Since we are indebted to Marquis, we have no reason to slander Marquis. If anyone dares to say anything bad about Marquis, I will beat them to death even if I have to risk my life. Seeing that the commoners had finally come to their senses, Yu Dehang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a mysterious person wearing a bamboo hat in the crowd retreating and quickly walking away. Yu Dehang's intuition told him that there was something wrong with that person. He wanted to chase after him, but before he could take 2 steps, the mysterious person had disappeared. Yu Dehang's heart sank. He felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, why would there be so many rumors about Li Zishuan out of the blue? There's no smoke without fire. There must be something fishy about this. I have to go to Yanhuang College and tell Mr. Li Gang about this. I'm afraid that someone is trying to harm Marquis. Yu Dehang's eyes narrowed. Almost in an instant, he had made up his mind to go to Yanhuang College. Hey! Kid! You've ruined Grandpa's plans. Where else do you want to go? After leaving the official road outside Chang'an City, Yu Dehang stepped onto the cement road to Yun Mountain. When she went around a mountain, 2 masked men in black suddenly appeared in front of Yu Dehang. One of them stepped forward and directly blocked Yu Dehang's path, and said, "Who are you? What do you want?" Yu Dehang's expression changed, and his heart was in his throat. His mind was racing, but he didn't forget to scan his surroundings. There were hills on both sides, so it wasn't convenient for him to escape. If he wanted to escape, he could only run backward. Thinking of this, Yu Dehang took half a step back. Hee hee. We are the ones who want your life. What do you think we want? The man in black laughed sinisterly. He didn't seem to move, but a cold dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. These 2 people actually wanted to kill Yu Dehang directly. Yu Dehang's heart was instantly nervous to the extreme, but at the critical moment, Yu Dehang forced himself to calm down with strong willpower. He said without changing his expression, "There must be a reason to kill, right? I have no grudges with you. Why do you want to kill me?" He wanted to stall for time because this cement road wasn't unfrequented. There were often farmers who were going to Chang'an City to attend the market passing by here. He wanted to wait for reinforcements. The man in black opposite him seemed to have seen through Yu Dehang's thoughts. He sneered and said, "If you want to blame it on you for being a busybody. I'll send you to hell today. You can continue to be a busybody when you reach the netherworld." After saying that, the man in black flew out and stabbed Yu Dehang's throat with the sharp dagger. The moment the black-clothed man spoke, Yu Dehang was already prepared to escape. So almost at the same time the black-clothed man made his move, Yu Dehang had already finished turning around. At this moment, she was using all her strength to sprint desperately. Bam! Ouch! Yu Dehang was fast, but someone was faster than him. When he turned around, the other man in black had already flashed behind him. Yu Dehang turned around and ran, and directly bumped into the man in black. Sadly, he felt that he had bumped into an iron wall. Then, without any suspense, he was directly shaken to the ground. Yu Dehang hurriedly got up from the ground. Before the dagger of the other man in black was about to pierce his throat, he suddenly pointed at the man in black and said loudly, You are the man wearing a bamboo hat outside Chang and City just now. Why did you frame Marquis? Who ordered you to do this? When the man in black heard this, his hand movements couldn't help but stagnate. Then he sneered and said, "Kid, do you know that the more you know, the faster you'll die? Humph. Today, I'll send you to hell no matter what. Save your questions for the king of hell." After saying that, the man in black sneered and stabbed the dagger directly at Yu Dehang's heart. It's over. This time, it's really over. Yu Dehang closed his eyes in despair. He was now sure that this man in black was the one who wanted to harm Li Zishuan. But so what if he knew? He was going to die soon. It's not that he didn't want to fight back, but the difference in strength was too great. At this moment, hey! Isn't that Scholar you? Bastard. Someone actually dares to commit murder in Lantian County. Boss, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, quickly attack for me. Chapter 1492. Now that the living conditions of the people in Lantian County had improved, many farmers who had some spare cash started to renovate their houses. After all, this was an ancient nation. The people still had a very deep sense of home in their hearts. The first thing they did when they had money was to improve their living conditions. This was universal whether it was in modern times or ancient times. Second Master Lu was no exception. As early as 2 months ago, the construction of their house had already started. Just recently, Second Master Lu brought his 7 sons into the city to buy some furniture like tables and cabinets. On the way home, he happened to see Yu Dehang being surrounded by 2 masked men. At the critical moment, Second Master Lu hurriedly asked his 7 sons to help. Seeing that someone had come to intervene, the man in black was stunned at first. Then, he revealed a ruthless expression and held the dagger at an even faster speed to cut Yu Dehang's throat. Bang! Seeing this, Second Master Lu's eldest son shouted, picked up a stool, and threw it in the direction of the assassin in black. It was just that the direction of his stool should hit Yu Dehang first and then the assassin in black. Scholar Yu, get down quickly. Second Master Lu's eldest son also understood this problem, so he shouted and ran straight toward Yu Dehang without stopping. As for Second Master Lu's other sons, they were already less than 3 feet away from Yu Dehang. At the moment of life and death, the reinforcements had finally arrived. Yu Dehang's desire to live was still very strong. Hearing the shout behind her, Yu Dehang quickly leaned back and then fell straight to the ground. Huff huff huff. The stool spun rapidly in the air, and with a whistling sound, it smashed toward the assassin in black's face. Humph. Damn it. Although the assassin knew kung fu, he would definitely not feel good if the stool hit him. He had no choice but to temporarily give up on Yu Dehang and quickly retreat. In such a short time, the 7 brothers of the Lu family had already surrounded Yu Dehang and shielded her behind them. Retreat. The 2 black-clothed assassins looked at each other and spat out the word retreat. Then, without prior agreement, they flew to the hillsides on both sides. It was not that they could not beat them, but the Lu brothers were all tall and strong. If they really fought, they could win with their kung fu, but it would inevitably take some time. If other people passed by during this time, it would be difficult for them to escape. Ouch! It hurt so much. Yu Dehang, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw the assassins escape from the 2 sides of the hill. However, a sharp pain came from the back of his head. He crawled up from the ground and cried out while rubbing his head. It wasn't a big deal when he rubbed it, but he immediately felt a sticky and wet sensation on his palm. He brought his hand to his eyes and saw that it was covered in blood. Hiss! Yu Dehang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that the fall just now would cause the back of his head to bleed. Scholar Yu, are you all right? Second Master Lu's eldest son asked aloud. I'm fine. Thank you Second Master Lu and the uncles for your help. Otherwise, Dehang would have died today. Yu Dehang hurriedly bowed to the few of them and thanked them solemnly. Hey! Scholar Yu, who did you offend? Why would anyone want to kill you? Second Master Lu squinted and asked. Second Master, I don't know them, but one of them seems to be a mysterious person I met just now outside the city. Yu Deheng rubbed his head and explained briefly. At this moment, he remembered the important matter and quickly said, I don't have time to explain to you. I have to go to the academy to find Mr. Li Gang as soon as possible. Someone wants to harm Marquis. What? Someone wants to harm young master? Second Master Lu's eyes immediately widened when he heard this. He wasn't someone who didn't know the severity of the situation. Yu Deheng was just an ordinary scholar from the countryside. Logically speaking, he wouldn't offend anyone. But now, Yu Deheng was being chased by two masked men in black. Therefore, when Second Master Lu heard Yu Deheng say that someone wanted to harm Li Zishuan, he immediately realized the severity of the situation. So, he hurriedly shouted to his sons beside him. Quick! You guys, quickly escort Scholar Yu to the academy. In case he gets into danger again. One of the young men couldn't help but ask, Father, what about this cart of things? Second Master Lu said angrily, What things? What time is it now? Who has the time to care about these things? Quickly escort Scholar Yu to the academy. Yes, yes, yes. The young man hurriedly said. Yu Deheng clasped his hands gratefully at Second Master Lu and said, Thank you, Second Master. I'll explain the details to Second Master later. Then, without waiting for Second Master Lu's response, Yu Deheng turned and left. The group of 8 rushed towards the Cloud Mountain as fast as they could. Teacher Wenji, there are a few villagers outside the academy. They say that they have an important matter to discuss with you. Li Gang was in the office going through the final exam questions that had been drafted by the various departments. At this moment, Mo Zhong's voice sounded from outside the door. Come in. Li Gang frowned. After Mo Zhong pushed the door open and entered, Li Gang asked, Did the villagers say what important matter it is? Mo Zhong clasped his hands and said, No. But there's a young man named Yu Deheng among them. Last year, when the people caused havoc in the Chui family, the Yamacho even saved his life. Today, his head is still bleeding. I think it really is an urgent matter. Bleeding? Li Gang's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly got up and said, Quickly, follow me outside to take a look. With that, the old man took the lead and walked out of the house. You're Yu Deheng? Mo Zhong, quickly send him to the medical hall for treatment. At the entrance of the academy, Li Gang immediately saw a young man clutching his head with his hands covered in blood. The old man hurriedly ordered Mo Zhong. Teacher Wenji, don't worry about my injury. I have something very urgent to tell you. Please let's talk in private. Yu Deheng heard and hurriedly waved his hand. Li Gang frowned and said, What can be more important than your life? It won't be too late to talk about it after your injury is treated. Yu Deheng's figure was a little staggered. It was probably the after-effects of excessive blood loss. He steadied himself and said, No. Teacher Wenji, someone wants to harm Marquis. What? Quickly. Mo Zhong. Quickly help him inside. Mo Yun, quickly go to the medical hall and ask Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang to return to the academy. Li Gang's expression changed suddenly, and then he said decisively. Yes. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun hurriedly accepted the order. That's what happened. If Second Master Lu and the others hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to reach the academy. A quarter of an hour later, in Li Gang's office, Yu Deheng relied on his strong willpower to resist fainting. He told Li Gang about what he heard outside Chang'an City this morning and the assassination on the way to Lion Mountain. He told Li Gang, Yan Silu, Mo Huai, Ma Zhou, and Su Hongji who came after hearing the news. After saying that, Yu Deheng finally couldn't take it anymore and was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Second Master Lu's eldest son was quick to catch him. Li Gang hurriedly said, Quickly. Mo Zhong, help you to hang down with the Lu brothers. First, do some bandaging and wait for Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin to come back. Yes. Teacher Wen Ji. Mo Zhong led the Lu brothers to help you to hang out. Inside the room, Li Gang's expression had become extremely grim. He said angrily, Yamacho led hundreds of thousands of chickens in Lantian County to go to the various counties in Guangzhou to exterminate locusts. I didn't expect that someone would use this as an excuse to maliciously slander them. They're really distorting the truth and devoid of humanity. I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. Mo Huai, who had been sitting next to him without saying a word, said with a serious expression, all signs point to someone behind this, wanting to incite the people to cause trouble. They chose to slander Yamacho and incite public anger. Unexpectedly, the rumors they spread were exposed one by Yu Dehang, so they flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to silence him. Yen Sila frowned and said, the question is, who would choose to spread rumors to slander Yamacho at this time? What good would it do them? Ma Zhou pondered for a moment and said, Yamacho doesn't attend court all year round and rarely makes enemies in the court. Even if they do have enemies, those people don't seem to be so bold. Mr. Mo is right. I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. Li Gang had calmed down by now. He frowned and said, in your opinion, what should we do now? Mo Huai pondered for a moment and said, no matter what the true purpose of those people is, they must have come with ill intentions. The Academy should immediately clarify those rumors through Datong Daily to prevent more people from being confused and bewitched by the rumors. Li Gang nodded and said, I'll write an article to refute Yamacho according to those rumors one by one. Not only me, but Ma Zhou, you also have to write. In addition, make arrangements for Datong Daily as soon as possible. Leave some places for us in tomorrow's newspaper. Ma Zhou cupped his hands and said, yes. Mr. Wen Ji. Should we inform Yamacho of this matter through the telegraph? Seeing that the plan was set, Su Hongji suddenly asked. The room instantly quieted down. After a moment of silence, Li Gang said, no need. Yamacho has rushed thousands of miles to provide disaster relief. It's not good to be distracted at this time. In addition to clarifying the rumors, I'll also write a report to His Majesty and let His Majesty send people to thoroughly investigate who is spreading the rumors. Su Hongji nodded and said, Mr. Wen Ji has thought it through thoroughly. I have no objections. I have no objections either. I have no objections either. Mo Huai frowned. He felt that there was a bigger conspiracy behind this matter, but he had no evidence and could only agree. I have no objections either. Seeing this, Li Gang nodded and said, good. Since no one has any objections, let's proceed according to the plan. In addition, those criminals dared to commit murder in broad daylight. This means that Lantian County is not peaceful today. Inform all the students not to leave the academy for the time being. Yes. Dragon Head, we have someone outside Chang and City who instigated the people to be sabotaged by a scholar. He brought people to ambush the scholar on his way home, but they were seen by passers-by and the ambush failed. In a dark thatched cottage in a village in Xinfeng County, a warrior in a tight suit walked in and bowed to a mysterious person wearing a green mask with fangs. Humph. Trash. A cracked and hoarse voice came from under the ferocious-looking mask. The warrior could not help but shudder. The mysterious man continued, have their identities been exposed? No. The warrior in tight suit bowed and replied. The room fell into a short silence. After a while, the mysterious person said, we'll spare their lives for now. They can be spared the death penalty, but they can't escape punishment. Cut a tendon in each of their hands. Yes. The warrior in tight suit trembled and left to carry out the order. Dragon Head, it seems that this Li Zishuan has the people's hearts. At this time, a ghostly figure walked out from the darkness of the room. Upon closer inspection, there was a sinister scar above his eyebrows. He looked like an evil spirit from hell. He said in a gloomy voice. Humph. The more he gets, the more I will make him lose. Only when he has nothing and is notorious, will he be completely useful to me. This is only the first step, the more exciting part is yet to come. Speaking of this, the masked man's voice had a trace of fanaticism. Have you got the formula for the gunpowder? The scarred man replied, no. That Li Zishuan is cunning and ruthless. There is no place in the Strange Taste Pavilion to produce gunpowder, and no one knows the complete formula. Now we can only use that thing as a substitute. Although it's a little weak, it should be enough. Gunpowder. Logically speaking, only Li Zishuan and Li Er knew about gunpowder. Who would have thought that these two people knew about gunpowder? The so-called dragon head nodded and said, that's the only way. Tell the people below to be careful, don't cause any unnecessary trouble. Don't be like that idiot Jin Wanfu, carelessly ruining this dragon head's plans. Don't worry, dragon head, I will tell the people below to be careful. The scarred man replied. The mysterious dragon head nodded and said after a moment of silence, tomorrow, release another rumor. I'd like to see how Li Shimin will react when he finds out. Dragon head, isn't it a little too early? The scarred man asked hesitantly. Hee. It's not early. It's not early. The mysterious dragon head smiled and said, we need to make the Tang Empire fall into chaos as soon as possible. Only then can we do things better. This is called taking advantage of the situation. Tell the Earth Emanations group to get ready. Once the time is right, we will act immediately. Yes. Dragon head. Dragon head is wise. The warrior in tight suit bowed and left. Only the dragon head was left in the room. With his hands behind his back, he looked in the direction of the Southwest Imperial Palace and sneered twice. Then, he muttered, the show is about to start. Li Shiming, oh Li Shiming, I want you to become my prisoner. Chapter 1493. Your Majesty, Mr. Li Gang of Yanhuang College has sent a memorial. Afternoon, evening. Zhao Song brought a memorial to the Ganlo Hall and bowed to Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table. Although Li Gang did not hold any position in the imperial court, the old man was well versed in both ancient and modern times. He had been the teacher of two crown princes, Yang Yong and Li Jiancheng. Last year, he had almost become Li Qingxian's teacher. The old man was an influential figure in the literary world of the Great Tang. Although he was not in the imperial court, he still had the authority to listen to memorials. Li Gang's memorial? Li Er had just finished reviewing the memorial. Confused, he hurriedly said, hurry and present it. Li Er had a keen sense of smell and sensed that something might have happened at the academy. Otherwise, Li Gang would not have sent him a memorial. Here. Zhao Song stepped forward and handed the memorial to Li Er. Li Er opened it and began to carefully read it. But the more he read, the deeper his frown became. Around 7 minutes later, Li Er closed the memorial, his face ashen. Truly, demons appear in troubled times. It hasn't even been 10 days since the plague of locusts began, but some people are already unable to hold themselves back. Zhao Song. Zhao Song had been listening in on the side, confused. He hurriedly said, this old servant is here. Take a look as well. Li Er threw the memorial to Zhao Song. Zhao Song nimbly caught it, but before he could take a closer look, Li Er coldly ordered. Pass on the decree to Li Junxian. Order the cavalry to immediately investigate who is spreading rumors and inciting the people. Remember, there is definitely more than one person spreading rumors. You must be careful. It would be best if you could follow the clues and catch the mastermind. To dare to ambush and kill the people in broad daylight, the mastermind must be planning something big. At this moment, Zhao Song had already skimmed through the contents of the memorial. His heart was in turmoil. Spreading rumors, inciting public anger, and silencing witnesses. All these signs indicated that there was a hidden dark force in the empire that was ready to make a move. It could not be ignored. This old servant obeys the decree. Zhao Song bowed and accepted the order, then hurriedly retreated. In the main hall, Li Erdwan sat on the dragon couch. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled into an icy smile, only to hear him muttering to himself, "Come. If you want to come, come together. Using this chance, we will catch all of you demons and monsters hiding in the shadows in one fell swoop. Only then can we rest at ease and fight to the death with the Turks." The rumors that slandered Li Zishuan did not stop at the wise ones. Instead, they spread very quickly among the people. Basically, with Chang'an as the center, they gradually spread outwards. It was estimated that in a few days, it would reach Li Zishuan's current location, Yong County in Qizhou. Marquis Yong, the Marquis is such a benevolent Marquis. Of the Marquis, such a benevolent person. How can such a benevolent person is? The next day, after reading the article written by Li Gang in the Tang Daily, the citizens of Chang'an could not help but discuss it. Yes. Marquis Yong'an cares about the people of the world. Marquis Yong'an is leading the Sky Pheasant Brigade to provide disaster relief. No matter what, he should not be subject to such baseless slander and accusations. Marquis Yong said that he did not know if Marquis had predicted this year's locust plague last year. But even if Marquis knew in advance, Marquis Yong felt that Marquis should not have made it public. That would cause chaos in the country. The people would not be in the mood to farm, causing thousands of people to lose their homes. That's right. If we had known that there would be a locust plague this year, we would not have farmed at the beginning of the year. Now, we can only wait for the food to run out and starve to death. But although we have encountered a locust plague recently, with the help of the Sky Pheasant Brigade, most of the crops in the fields were saved. We should be grateful to Marquis. Li Gang had personally written an article to refute Li Zishuan's rumors. It was of some use, but that was all. Hey! Marquis Li Gang is the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, and Marquis Yong'an is the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. He is protecting Marquis Yong'an. Someone in the crowd said in a sinister voice. Immediately, the rhythm was set in motion. That's right. Mr. Li Gang is openly protecting Marquis Yong'an. Shameless. Marquis Yong'an abandoned his scholarly integrity for his own selfish reasons. He is a disgrace to us scholars. Bah! You dare insult Marquis Yong'an and Marquis Li Gang? You pedantic Confucians are the ones who have no sense of shame. Unlike yesterday, there were many more scholars in Li Zishuan's group. This was not strange. Li Zishuan had created the engineering school, and after a year of development, the engineering school had gradually matured. The members of the engineering school were getting louder and louder in the Great Tang. Those lofty and unshakable Confucians naturally hated Li Zishuan. Now that many people were criticizing Li Zishuan, these Confucians naturally would not let go of this chance to hit him while he was down. The two sides quickly began to quarrel, and it wasn't long before chaos ensued. Hey! It is said that this plague of locusts is heaven's punishment for the Son of Heaven for murdering his brother and imprisoning his father. 2 days ago, when the dog ate the sun, Daoist Li Chunfeng of the Imperial Historian Bureau wrote to His Majesty that this represented heaven's warning to the Son of Heaven. If the Son of Heaven does not practice benevolence and repent for his past mistakes, heaven will send down an even greater calamity. After a long while, someone sinisterly said. The crowd immediately fell silent. After all, it was fine to talk about officials, but if they were talking about the emperor, they had to be careful. What? There's such a thing? After a few moments of silence, someone mustered up the courage to exclaim. Hey! How can it be fake? I heard that Li Chunfeng was even beaten 50 times by His Majesty because of this. Hiss. 50 strikes. It seems that Li Chunfeng's predictions were spot on. Heaven has indeed sent down an even greater calamity, a plague of locusts. Such a large plague was probably extremely rare even in the previous dynasty. Doesn't that mean that His Majesty did not listen to Daoist Li Chunfeng's advice and did not practice benevolence or repent sincerely? Humph. With an emperor who killed his brother, imprisoned his father, and infuriated the heavens, our lives are going to be miserable. The imperial army. The Imperial Army is here. Run. Suddenly, someone pointed at a group of armored soldiers that suddenly appeared on the east side of the street and exclaimed. It's not the Imperial Army, it's 100 riders. The sharp-eyed people recognized the identity of the group of soldiers. Instantly, the group of people who were still discussing fervently scattered like birds and beasts, escaping in all directions. After all, most of them were talking about Li Er just now. It was impossible for them not to feel guilty. At the same time, similar rumors were circulating in many places. In the end, this rumor gradually became more and more convincing. It was as if they had seen it with their own eyes. In this rumor, there was a very innocent person who was implicated even though he was lying down. This person was Li Chunfeng. Father, are the rumors on the streets true? Did His Majesty really allow someone to beat you 50 times? In Yanhuang College, Li Yan took the opportunity to find Li Chunfeng, who was arranging the astrological chart in his office during lunch. He asked worriedly. What nonsense are you talking about? Son, what are you talking about? Li Chunfeng was confused. He could not figure out what was going on. Dad, don't hide it from me. I heard it from the auntie who was sweeping the floor of the teaching building. Li Yan thought that Li Chunfeng was deliberately hiding it from him. He could not help but feel helpless. Hide it from you? When did I hide it from you? Also, what did the auntie say? Li Chunfeng frowned. Li Yan saw that Li Chunfeng was going to play dumb, so he said, Dad. The auntie said that when the heavenly dog devoured the sun more than a month ago, you wrote to His Majesty that it represented God's warning to the Emperor. If the Emperor did not practice benevolence and repent for the mistakes he made in the past, God would send an even greater disaster. Because of this, you were beaten 50 times by His Majesty. Dad, is this true? Nonsense. Li Chunfeng's expression changed when he heard this. He stood up and looked at Li Yan. He asked sternly, Son, where did these rumors come from? Seeing his father's big reaction, Li Yan quickly said seriously, Father, these words were heard by the sweeping auntie outside the academy. And she said that now many people in Chang'an City are saying that His Majesty got the throne unjustly and has no intention of repentance. So your prophecy is right. Heaven has sent a bigger disaster, which is the plague of locusts this time. Li Chunfeng's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, This is outrageous. This is outrageous. These people are not only audacious, they even pushed me into the fire. No, I have to go to the palace and explain this to His Majesty. Dad. Since you did not do this, why do you have to go to the palace? Li Yan quickly asked. Li Chunfeng looked at his son and said, As the saying goes, gossip is a fearful thing. Moreover, this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Someone probably wanted to incite the common people to do such a heresy and immoral thing. You stay in the school. I will go to Chang'an City. Shut up. You ungrateful people. His Majesty loves the people like his own children. Marquis Yong, and went thousands of miles to destroy the locusts for the sake of the people. Not only are you ungrateful, you are even speaking ill of His Majesty and Marquis Yong, and behind their backs. Are you even human? In Chang'an City, a beautiful young lady shouted angrily at 3 to 5 people. Hey! Where did this little girl come from? She actually doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and is pointing fingers here. A rascally-looking young man was sizing up the little girl with a malicious gaze. The corner of his mouth was currently curled into a wretched smile. That's right. You're such an insensible little girl. Not only did you eavesdrop on us, you even dared to criticize us. Come, let me teach you how to behave. Another young man, who was slightly fatter, agreed. Then, he stretched out his hand to grab the young lady. Bastard. I am Li Yu. Don't you dare touch me. The young lady took 2 steps back and shouted angrily. That's right, she was Li Yu. Little Yu came to Chang'an City today to collect literature. Yesterday, when she heard that someone was slandering Li Zishuan, she was very angry. When she found out that Li Gang and Ma Zhou had written an article to refute Li Zishuan's rumors in the Datong Daily, she wanted to see the reaction of the people. As for why she chose to come to Chang'an City and not Lantian County, it was mainly because no matter what happened outside, the people of Lantian County were always grateful and supportive of Li Zishuan. Therefore, she came to Chang'an City to collect literature. When she came to Chang'an City, she found that the number of people slandering Li Zishuan did not decrease because of Li Gang and Ma Zhou's articles. Instead, there were more of them. This was because, under the guidance of some people, most of the people thought that Li Gang, Ma Zhou, and Li Zishuan were all jackals of the same tribe. Naturally, their words were not convincing. Because of this, little Yu had already reprimanded several groups of people today. With her glib tongue and smart mind, those who were reprimanded by her were all ashamed and said that they did not dare to slander Li Zishuan anymore. When she was riding on the crest of success, little Yu did not expect to meet a tough nut. Li Yu? You're the gold medal reporter of Datong Daily? The young man who spoke first said with his eyes lit up. Humph. How is it? Are you scared? Seeing the other party's surprised face, Li Yu said proudly. Hee hee. Scared, scared, scared. Of course I'm scared. Hee hee. Come with me, the gold medal reporter of Datong Daily. I should be able to sell you for a good price. The young man smiled wretchedly and then pounced on Li Yu. How dare you? What are you doing? I'm going to call for help. Help. Li Yu reacted quickly and dodged the young man's bear hug. She said in shock and anger, and then shouted loudly. Hee hee. Shout. Shout. Even if you shout until your throat is broken, no one will come to save you. As the young man spoke, he pounced on Li Yu again. The other people also surrounded Li Yu from the front and back. They were in an alley between two old houses in the south of the city. Usually, people would not pass by here. Stop. How dare you act so presumptuously in broad daylight? Coincidentally, at this moment, a loud shout came from the alley. A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe suddenly shouted. Where did you come from? How dare you meddle in our business? Brothers, let's go. The young man was furious that someone had ruined his plan. He waved his hand and a few of them ran towards the Taoist priest. Taoist priestly, be careful. Seeing that someone had come to save her, especially someone she knew, Li Yu was relieved. However, she was worried again and could not help but shout loudly. That Taoist priest was none other than the unlucky Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng and Li Yu were caught in the crossfire, while Li Chunfeng was like a fish swimming in shallow water. Chapter 1494. Although Li Chunfeng was not a Taoist who specialized in combat, he had been cultivating his qi for a long time. His physique and reaction speed were better than the average person's. In comparison, the hooligans were worried that they would attract the attention of the patrolling marquis, so they did not bother him too much. After a short fight, Li Chunfeng and Li Yu escaped from the deserted alley. Taoist Li, why are you in Chang'an City? Li Yu, who had just survived a disaster, did not need a few days to recover like the other weak girls. She had a big heart, and in just a short while, she was back to her usual lively self. She looked at Li Chunfeng and asked. Li Chunfeng replied, I need to go to the palace for something. Miss Li Yu, you are a girl, and you are alone. It is best that you don't do such dangerous things alone in the future. So what if I am a girl? Li Yu rolled her eyes and mumbled softly. She didn't argue with Li Chunfeng because he had just saved her life. If it was someone else, she wouldn't have been so polite. Haha. Taoist Li, are you going to the palace to meet the emperor because of those rumors? Suddenly, Li Yu rolled her eyes and smiled. Taoist Li, you don't have to worry. The emperor is a wise man, and he knows what is right and what is wrong. Why would he believe those rumors? Li Chunfeng looked at Li Yu and said in a serious tone, I don't care about my own reputation, but I will not allow someone to use my name to do such a thing. If I don't clear the rumors soon, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. stealing the sky and changing the sun? Daoistly, have you also noticed that someone behind these rumors is trying to take advantage of this opportunity to create trouble? Li Yu raised her eyebrows in surprise when she heard this. Li Chunfeng nodded solemnly. Although the locust plague has engulfed the entire Guangzhou area, the imperial court has been actively helping the people. The people are far from being in dire straits, and there will not be so many people slandering the emperor and the Marquis of Yong'an. If there is no one behind this, I will not believe it. Taoistly, you are right. Shall I go to the palace with you? I've also been investigating the source of these rumors these past few days. It's a good opportunity to report to His Majesty. Li Yu thought for a moment and looked up at Li Chunfeng. Yes. Let's go. Li Yu was the top reporter of Datong Daily. She had the right to go to the emperor's palace and have an audience with the emperor. Therefore, Li Chunfeng did not reject her request. The two of them walked towards the imperial palace in the north. Hall Master, why don't we chase after them? If we really fight, that Daoist priest is definitely no match for us. After Li Yu and Li Chunfeng left, the 5 hooligans walked out. One of them looked at the direction where Li Yu left and asked in confusion. The slightly plump young man frowned and said, "If we do our best, we can definitely keep both of them here, but if the commotion is too big, it will definitely attract the attention of the patrolling Marshal Marquis. At that time, how will we escape? Before doing anything, don't forget that we are in Chang'an City. If something happens and the dragon head blames us, none of us can bear the responsibility." The other 4 people quickly cupped their fists and said, "Yes, Hall Master." The slightly plump young man nodded and said with a look of pity, "But it's a pity that we didn't manage to catch Li Yu. That girl spends all her time in the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. She must know a lot of secrets there. If we can catch her alive, it will be a great achievement." A young man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks came forward and said with a fawning face, "Hall Master, Li Yu will definitely return to Lantian County before nightfall. Why don't we set up an ambush on her way back and kidnap her?" The so-called Hall Master heard this and was tempted. However, he immediately shook his head and said, "That's not right. A few days ago, Third Brother ambushed a scholar in Lantian County. After he failed, the dragon head severed the tendons in his hand. The dragon head strictly ordered us not to cause any trouble near Chang'an City. If we don't have absolute confidence, we can't do anything." "Yes. Why are there so many people in front? Could it be that there's a commotion?" When they reached Vermilion Bird Avenue, Li Yu saw that there were many people in front of them. She was excited and curious. Li Chunfeng frowned and said, "Let's get down to business. Miss Li Yu, let's go to the palace first." Li Yu pouted and mumbled, Master Li, we'll reach the palace after passing through Vermilion Bird Avenue. There's no rush. Let's go and see what's going on. It won't take too much time." As she spoke, she tugged at Li Chunfeng's sleeve and looked at him pleadingly. Li Chunfeng sighed helplessly and said, "Forget it. Let's go and see. But once we're done, we'll have to go to the palace immediately." "Okay." Li Yu quickly nodded in agreement. The two of them walked towards the crowd in front of them. When they got closer, they realized that there were more people than they thought. They could not squeeze in at all. "Hey! Uncle, what's inside?" Li Yu stood on her tiptoes impatiently. However, she could not see anything. She had no choice but to ask the middle-aged man in front of her. "Uncle? Little girl, do I look that old to you?" The man turned around, pointed at his face, and said in disbelief. Li Yu was so angry that she almost suffered an internal injury. But in order to know what was going on in the crowd, she could only force a smile on her face. She said, "Ugh. No. Big brother, you look so young. Can you tell me what's going on in there?" The man was finally satisfied. "Hey. Inside. There are 2 godly monks fighting inside. It's so exciting." "Godly monks? Fighting?" Li Yu's eyes lit up when she heard that. She quickly asked, "Which two godly monks are they? What are they fighting about?" The man pouted and said, "Why do you have so many questions, little girl? I still want to see the fight. If you want to know, go and see for yourself." After that, he turned around and ignored Li Yu. Li Yu opened her mouth. Li Yu opened her mouth. If it was not for the fact that it was inappropriate for a girl to scold someone in public, she would have already yelled at the man. "Master Li, can you help me squeeze to the front to see what's going on?" Li Yu was amazed by Li Chuanfeng's lightness skills when they were fighting with the hooligans in the South Alley. Li Yu believed that Li Chunfeng would be able to help her squeeze to the front in this situation. Li Chunfeng was speechless. He said, "The fight between the godly monks is just a smokescreen. What's there to see? Let's just go to the palace." Li Yu tilted her head and suddenly laughed. "Master Li, Buddhism and Taoism are at odds. As a Taoist, don't you want to see what these two godly monks are capable of? The art of war says that only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. If you don't go and see, how can you know yourself and your enemy?" Li Chunfeng was stunned. He realized that he could not refute because what Li Yu said was the truth. In fact, the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism did not happen when Buddhism came from the East. As a foreign religion, Buddhism and Taoism had the same purpose when they first arrived in China. Therefore, the relationship between the two religions was relatively harmonious. However, as Buddhism and Taoism continued to be perfected in China, the two religions gradually formed an independent religious consciousness. Subsequently, the two religions developed a strong exclusionary ideology. Therefore, the two religions started to compete fiercely for the support of the upper class and the support of the lower class. Especially during the West Jin dynasty, Buddhism developed very quickly and put a lot of pressure on Taoism. Now, the Tang dynasty's ruler did not have any obvious hostility towards Buddhism and Taoism, although Li Er seemed to be closer to Taoism. Taoism and Buddhism developed together. Under such circumstances, the two religions fought even harder to gain the ruler's favor. Follow behind this poor Taoist. Li Chunfeng, who was tempted by Li Yu's words, took the lead and walked in front to help Li Yu open the way. "Okay. Thank you so much, Taoist Li." Li Yu quickly followed behind Li Chunfeng with a smile. Li Chunfeng seemed to be surrounded by a strong and invisible force field. Wherever he went, the crowd would make way for him. After a while, the two of them arrived at the front of the line. "Wow! Taoist Li, you're so good." Li Yu patted Li Chuanfeng's arm and praised him. Although Li Chunfeng did not show it on his face, he was quite proud of himself. However, what Li Yu said next made him lose all his pride. He almost vomited blood. "Taoist Li, since you're so capable, does that mean you don't have to line up at the academy's cafeteria? If I go to the academy next time, I'll look for you to have a meal together." If he could swear, Li Chunfeng would be cursing right now. He had cultivated for more than 10 years and finally managed to cultivate some pure Taoist vital qi. In Li Yu's eyes, this vital qi was only used to cut in line. Who was he looking down on? However, Li Chunfeng did not argue with Li Yu. Instead, he looked at the crowd. The monk standing to the west had a dark complexion, but he was wearing a red kasaya embroidered with golden threads. He held a pure gold staff in his hand. His equipment was fully equipped, almost blinding the titanium alloy eyes of others. The monk standing to the east was about 50 or 60 years old. His eyebrows and beard were white, and his clothes were much simpler. He wore a brown monk's robe and held a fine iron staff in his hand. He stood there motionless. This was a real old monk in meditation. Isn't this Master Huikong, the abbot of Daxing Charity? Why is he here? Li Chunfeng was surprised when he saw the old monk's face. In the second year of Emperor Wen's founding emperor, Daxing City was built and the temple was moved to the new capital. It was named the National Temple. When Emperor Wen was in northern Zhou, he was the Duke of Daxing County. The temple was located in Jingshan Square. Hence, it was named after the two words, Daxing and Jingshan Square. The Annals of Chang and stated that after the temple was built, its main hall was the largest in the capital. The system was the same as that of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. The founder of Daxing Charity Temple was Master Ling Tsang. He was a close friend of Emperor Wen of Sui, Yang Jian. At the same time, he was the Zhao Xian Du monk who was in charge of the affairs of monks and nuns. Later Zhao Xian Du monk Meng, the successor Zhao Xian Du monk Tan Yen, and their followers all lived in the temple. In the 7th year of founding Emperor, Huiyuan, Wuzong, Sengu, Baozhen, Hongzuan, and Tan Yen were summoned to the capital. They were the 6 great virtues. More than 300 monks entered the temple to worship them. To the west of Vermilion Bird Avenue was Xuandu Temple. To the east was Daxing Charity Temple. Hence, Li Chunfeng had seen the abbot of Daxing Charity Temple before. Master Huikong? Then who is that monk? Li Yu didn't think that she would be able to see such an important person like Huikong just by watching the show. She couldn't help but open her small mouth with a face full of surprise. Then she pointed at the monk in the west and asked. Li Chunfeng shook his head and said, I don't know. Look. Divine Monk Du Yi is going to attack. At this moment, several people around them suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Li Yu and Li Chunfeng immediately focused their attention on the 2 monks. The monk in the red cassock bowed with one hand and said, Thank you for your kindness, Brother Li, Ba. It has been more than 40 years since the Tantric Buddhism was introduced to the Tang of the East, but it has been declining and declining in your hands. This has made the Buddha sad. Huikong, you can't escape the blame. Why don't you abdicate and let me take your place to promote Buddhism and manage the Daxing Shan Temple? Tantric Buddhism of India? This monk is from Tantric Buddhism of India? Li Chunfeng was shocked when he heard that. Daoistly, is Tantric Buddhism of India very powerful? What does it have to do with Master Huikong? Li Yu was confused. Li Chunfeng nodded and said, Of course. Actually, Master Huikong is also from Tantric Buddhism of India. Daxing Charity Temple is the ancestral court of Tantric Buddhism of the 8 sects of Buddhism. It was the royal temple of the Sui dynasty and one of the 3 major scripture translation centers in Chang'an. During the reign of Emperor Kaihuang, Tantric Buddhism of India came to Chang'an and translated scriptures at Daxing Charity Temple. Master Huikong is Tantric Buddhism's last disciple. Oh. So this divine monk Du Yi came from India to compete with Master Huikong for the position of the abbot? Li Yu nodded and said softly. Li Chunfeng pursed his lips and did not say anything. He felt that things were not as simple as Li Yu said. Master Huikong looked at the monk in the kasaya expressionlessly and bowed with one hand. Then, he said, What do you mean by decline and what do you mean by glory? A monk should jump out of the secular world. Du Yi, you are still too stubborn. Humph. People don't believe you and Buddha doesn't protect you. You are not declining? Monk Du Yi snorted and said, Today, I will show you what Tantric Buddhism of India is really like. Having said that, he turned to look at the people around him and said, Ba. Patrons, although the path is far away, I can still use recent events as proof. Buddha is merciful and protects all Buddhists in the world. Today, this penniless monk will use a trivial matter to let all of you understand that Buddha always protects the world. The crowd cheered when they heard that. Great! Divine Monk Du Yi is finally going to make his move. Finally, I can broaden my horizons. I heard that Divine Monk Du Yi is the reincarnation of a true Buddha. He can summon the wind and rain. His dharmic powers are boundless. Really? How can it be fake? You will know if you don't believe me. Chapter 1495. Du Yi handed the Buddhist staff in his hand to a little monk beside him. Then, he put his palms together and chanted a few incantations solemnly. His entire temperament instantly became sacred. People could even hear the Sanskrit chants descending from the sky. Faced with such a strange scene, the surrounding people's faces suddenly became solemn. They put their palms together and faced Du Yi as if they were on a pilgrimage. Ba. Gods and Buddhas, disciple Du Yi respectfully invites Buddha to descend and bless the world. At this moment, Du-yi suddenly used his deep and magnetic voice to speak loudly. Then, he took out a golden alms bowl and asked someone to bring a bowl of clear water. He poured the clear water into the golden alms bowl. Du-yi nodded to the little monk behind him. The little monk immediately took 3 incense sticks and lit them up. He inserted them into a small copper tripod. Smoke lingered around. After the people smelled the special fragrance, they felt refreshed and refreshed. Du-yi placed his right palm in front of his mouth and performed a Buddhist salute. Soon after, he began to murmur, "In this boundless world, all the Buddhas, including Maha Bodhisattva and Mahasattva, will gather. Praise Shakyamuni Buddha for being able to overcome the evil world." His chanting speed was extremely fast. At the beginning, people could still hear what he was chanting. However, towards the end, they could not hear anything clearly. It only made people feel that the Buddhist scriptures were extremely obscure and profound. However, bathed in the Sanskrit chants, the people only felt that their bodies and minds were free and comfortable. In the 3,000 boundless worlds, vegetation, forests, rice, hemp, bamboo reeds, mountains, rocks, and dust, everything is counted as a Ganges river sand, a realm, within a realm, a dust is a tribulation, within a tribulation, all the accumulated dust is a tribulation. When the flowers bloom, the Buddha nature is revealed. In the heart, there is a spiritual mountain. Open. As time passed, Du-yi's expression became more and more solemn. As he chanted, his voice became louder and louder. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes like an angry Arhat Vajra. He used his right hand to form a seal and pointed at the golden alms bowl that was filled with clear water. Following his last word, "open," a magical scene appeared. Without any warning, an emerald green stalk grew out of the golden alms bowl. The stalk grew longer and longer, followed by a lotus leaf. Moreover, the number of lotus leaves kept increasing. When there were about 4 or 5 lotus leaves, a pink flower bud suddenly grew out of the lush greenery. Under the sunlight, the bud slowly bloomed. A moment later, a lotus flower bloomed proudly in front of everyone's eyes. Reflecting the noon sun, it looked incomparably bright. Witnessing such a spectacle with their own eyes, everyone was stunned. Lotus blooming in clear water, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the process of a lotus blooming for several months was revealed in just half an incense stick's time. If this was not the power of the gods and Buddhas, what else could it be? Lotus appeared out of thin air. The Buddha has appeared. The Buddha has appeared. Someone shouted, and the crowd knelt down in front of Du-yi. They put their palms together and said, "Greetings, Buddha. May the Buddha bless our entire family so that we can be safe and sound. May the Buddha bless my mother so that she can recover quickly. May the Buddha bless me so that I can become rich. May the Buddha bless my wife so that she can give birth to a fat child for me this time." In an instant, the people had all kinds of wishes. Li Yu's eyes widened. She tugged at Li Chuanfeng's sleeve and whispered, "Wow. Priestly, this divine monk Du-yi is so powerful. I clearly saw that there was nothing in the golden alms bowl except for clear water, but he could make a lotus bloom. It's so magical. Could this divine monk Du-yi really be the reincarnation of a god? That's not right. Mr. told me before that there are no gods or Buddhas in this world." Li Chunfeng shook his head and said, "Although I can't tell what method Du-yi used, he's definitely not the reincarnation of a god." Priestly, why are you so sure?" Li Yu asked curiously. Li Chunfeng pursed his lips and did not know what to say. He could only say, "Intuition. I think you're jealous of divine monk Du-yi's supernatural powers." Li Yu curled her lips and said softly. Li Chunfeng almost vomited blood when he heard that. At this moment, Monk Hui Kong, who was opposite Du-yi, was expressionless. He held a Buddhist bow with his right hand and said, "Amitba, the lotus flower in the clear water is like the moon in the water. Everything in sight is illusory. Du-yi, you're so good at Buddhism, but you're using it to confuse the masses. That's ridiculous. I advise you to repent before it's too late." Hui Kong, you don't have the ability to communicate with the gods and Buddhas, yet you're slandering me. You're being disrespectful to the Buddha. Aren't you afraid that the Buddha will punish you? Hearing this, Du Yi's gaze focused as he glared hatefully at Hui Kong and said. Abbot Hui Kong's expression did not change. He said, Ba. I have a clear conscience. Why would I be afraid of the gods and Buddhas? Du Yi sneered and said, Humph. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I asked you out today to compete in Buddhism. Now that I've used my magic, it's your turn. Let the people of Chang and be the judge and see whose Buddhism is more profound. Hui Kong closed his eyes and recited 2 lines of Buddhist scriptures. He then said, Ba, I don't know your magic. I only know how to recite Buddhist scriptures, promote Buddhism, save the world, and persuade the people to be good. I'm willing to admit defeat in this kind of battle. Du Yi's eyes flashed with surprise. He then could not help but laugh and said, Haha. Save the world, save the world, save the world. I'll show you what it means to save the world and save the world. Then, he held the golden bowl with the lotus and turned to look at the people who were kneeling on the ground. He was about to speak when he looked at Li Chunfeng and Li Yu. He said unhappily, Why aren't you 2 kneeling when the gods and Buddhas are descending? Because everyone around them had knelt down, only Li Yu and Li Chunfeng were still standing. Moreover, these 2 people were standing at the front, so they were particularly conspicuous. Just now, Du Yi was debating with Hui Kong, so he had no time to observe the situation around him. Now that he turned around, he happened to see these 2 living people standing. How could he bear it? The rest of the people who were kneeling on the ground looked at Li Yu and Li Chunfeng angrily after hearing Du Yi's question. Li Yu blushed and did not know what to do for a moment. Li Chunfeng's expression did not change. He bowed and said, Master, please don't blame me. It's not that I don't respect the gods and Buddhas, but I only believe in the Jade Emperor and the 3 pristine Taoist ancestors. That's why I can't kneel. Du Yi's expression turned slightly better when he heard that. So you're a friend from Taoism. Then, please stay here and observe the ceremony. Feel the holy light of Buddhism. Then Du Yi glanced at Li Yu who was beside Li Chunfeng. He didn't say anything, probably because he didn't want to argue with the girl. He turned to the people kneeling on the ground and said loudly, Everyone, listen to me. Ba. Dear benefactors, this lotus is the lotus under the Buddha. This water is the holy water of Jasper Lake. The Buddha said, when the flower blooms, one can see the nature of Buddha. There is a spiritual mountain in one's heart. If you can see the water lotus, it means that you are fated with the Buddha. The Buddha is compassionate to all living beings, so he specially gave me the holy water of the divine lotus to cure all diseases. Therefore, the holy water of the golden bowl can cure all diseases in the world. Eating the lotus leaves can prolong one's life without any pain or worry. Wow! As soon as Du Yi finished speaking, the surrounding people were in an uproar. According to Du Yi, the water in the golden alms bowl could cure all kinds of diseases, and the lotus in the clear water could prolong one's life. Wasn't this the effect of a divine object in the heavens? As a mortal, who would not want to drink the holy water and eat a lotus leaf? Therefore, the people kneeling on the ground went crazy. Divine monk, my leg hurts when it rains. Please give me a drop of the holy water of Jasper Lake. In the future, this old man will definitely abstain from meat and pray for the divine monk day and night. Master. My mother has been suffering from abdominal pain recently. Please do me a favor and give my mother a drop of the holy water of Jasper Lake. I will go to the temple tomorrow to buy some incense money. Please give me a drop of the holy water of Jasper Lake. I am willing to donate 100 strings of incense money. I have been suffering from headaches recently. Please give me a lotus leaf. I am willing to donate 200 strings of incense money. Soon, the scene almost turned into an auction. Previously, the monk Du Yi used the ability of clear water lotus, which made everyone completely believe that he was the reincarnation of the true Buddha. So now, naturally, no one doubted that the water in his golden alms bowl could cure all kinds of diseases. There were millions of diseases in the world, and there were always some that could not be cured. For some rich people, as long as their diseases could be cured, they were willing to fork out some money. Therefore, in order to get a few drops of the holy water, the rich people began to throw money at it. Li Chunfeng, who was standing at the side, frowned imperceptibly. Seeing this, Li Yu quickly asked in a low voice, "Master, can the water and lotus really cure all diseases and prolong one's life? Should I go and ask for a piece too?" Li Chunfeng replied without hesitation, "Impossible. I am not good at medicine, but ever since I entered Yanhuang College, I have often talked with Master Sunday. There is no such thing as a miracle medicine that can cure all diseases in this world. However, your body is fine. Why do you want to ask for water and lotus like those people?" At the end of his sentence, Li Chunfeng looked at Li Yu with a puzzled expression. Li Yu said embarrassedly, "Didn't divine monk Du Yi say that the lotus can prolong one's life? I want to live for a few hundred more years." A few hundred more years. Li Chunfeng's mind was in a mess. He decided not to talk to this mischievous girl for the time being. He felt that the generation gap was serious. Well, Li Chunfeng had to know what the generation gap meant first. Amitabha. Buddha will help those who are fated. I will choose a few donors who are in urgent need of treatment to come forward and drink the holy water. Du Yi said loudly in the midst of the commotion. Then, the crowd quieted down. Everyone looked at Du Yi with eager eyes and prayed that he would choose them. "Almsgiver, come forward." Du Yi pointed at the old man who said that his leg hurt and said, Master, you called for me?" Although the old man was the first to speak, when he heard that the rich people behind him were all willing to pay a few hundred incense sticks, he suddenly felt that he had no hope. Now that Du Yi chose him first, he could not believe it. "That's right. Donor, please come forward." Monk Du Yi nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Master." The old man bowed respectfully, then limped out of the crowd and came to Du Yi's side. Du Yi asked someone to bring a teacup and poured some of the water from the golden alms bowl into the teacup. He then passed it to the old man and said, "Donor, drink it quickly. Let's see if your leg will be better." "Thank you, Master." The old man received the teacup with both hands respectfully. Then, he held the teacup to his mouth impatiently and drank it in one gulp. At this moment, there were already thousands of people around. Thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the old man without blinking. They all wanted to see if Du Yi's holy water could really cure all diseases. My leg doesn't hurt anymore. It's much better now. It's amazing. It's amazing. Thank you, divine monk. Thank you, divine monk. After the old man drank the tea, he paused for a moment and tried to walk 2 steps. Then, he shouted excitedly, "Wow!" The surrounding people were in an uproar. This time, those who were sick became even crazier. "Master! Master! Master, please give me a bowl of holy water. I'm willing to pay 300 strings of incense money. Master, I'm willing to pay 400 strings of incense money. Master, please give me the Jade Lake holy water. Master, I'm willing." Seeing that the people were so crazy, Du Yi revealed an imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. He made a Buddhist salute and said in a loud voice, "Amitabha. Benefactors, please don't be impatient. Listen to this poor monk." Hearing this, the people quieted down. Du Yi pointed at the old man and said, "This benefactor's leg disease has been around for a long time. Just now, half a bowl of holy water didn't completely cure it. He needs to take another bowl of holy water in half a month to completely cure it." Master, where can I get the holy water in half a month?" The old man was in a dilemma. Du Yi smiled and said, "Although this poor monk is a member of Tantric Buddhism, I've already joined the Dragon Sect. The Dragon Sect's mission is to help those in need. If you're willing to join the Dragon Sect, as a disciple, you can enjoy a bowl of holy water every half a month. There's such a good thing. Master. This old man also wants to join the Dragon Sect. What do you think?" the old man said excitedly. The eyes of the other commoners also lit up, their faces filled with eagerness. Dewey said solemnly, Amitabha. If you join the dragon sect, you have to obey the sect's rules and believe in Buddha. You have to abstain from meat and pray to Buddha every day. Are you willing? I'm willing. I'm willing. The old man couldn't wait to reply. Dewey nodded and said, Good. Then this poor monk will make the decision to accept you as a member of the dragon sect. In the future, you have to abstain from meat and pray to Buddha, accumulate virtue, and do good deeds. Yes. Master. The old man put his palms together and bowed. Master. I want to join the dragon sect too. Master. I beg you to take me in. At this time, the surrounding people began to scramble to join the dragon sect. Each of them had a fanatical expression and the scene was very lively. Chapter 1496. Hui Kong, how is it? Are you convinced of your loss? On the Vermilion Bird Avenue, after agreeing to let a group of people join the Heavenly Dragon sect, Monk Du-yi turned to look at Hui Kong and said provocatively. Hui Kong was expressionless. He was neither sad nor happy nor angry, and did not say a word. Seeing this, Du-yi revealed a victorious smile and said, Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. This poor monk will not compete with you for the position of the abbot of the great Xing Shan temple. You should guard your temple well. There is a Buddhist temple in Xinfeng County called the Heavenly Dragon Temple. This poor monk has been there recently. If Master Hui Kong is free, you are welcome to fight with this poor monk at any time. After saying that, Du-yi no longer paid attention to Hui Kong and turned to leave. But before he left, he looked at the vast number of believers in front of him and said loudly, Amitabha, benefactors, those who have passed my test and can become a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect, please go to the Heavenly Dragon Temple in Xinfeng County tomorrow morning. At that time, you will officially become a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect, and I will preach to you on the spot. Okay. Master is going to preach tomorrow, then I have to go no matter what. Thank you, Master. I will definitely go to the Heavenly Dragon Temple tomorrow. Farewell, Master. Farewell, Master. In the warm farewell of the people, Du-yi held the golden alms bowl in his hand and the Buddhist staff in his hand. With the attitude of a victor, he left. Let's go. Enter the palace. Li Chunfeng turned around and saw Li Yu was in a daze. He hurriedly said, Oh. Li Yu came back to her senses and responded. She followed behind Li Chunfeng and after a few steps, she could not help but ask, Taoist priest, why do I feel that this monk Du-yi is not here to fight with Master Hui Kong today? Li Chunfeng did not confirm nor deny, but smiled faintly and asked, Why do you think so? Li Yu frowned and said, I feel that he just wants to use Master Hui Kong's fame to attract more believers and let the people join his Heavenly Dragon sect. However, he does have some ability. He was actually able to clear the water lotus and make Great Master Hui Kong willingly admit defeat. She was not a stupid person. On the contrary, she was very smart. At the beginning, Du-yi used the clear water lotus to amaze her. But later on, Du-yi used the opportunity to create a Heavenly Dragon sect to entice the commoners to join the sect. In Li Yu's opinion, this was somewhat impure. Li Chunfeng was silent for a moment before he said, I'm afraid that the Dragon Sky sect's background isn't simple. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's quickly enter the palace and meet the emperor. Yeah. Qing Shui Lian, Heavenly Dragon Church. Li Er had just finished his lunch and was about to take a nap in the Sweet Dew Hall when a servant came to report that Li Yu and Li Chunfeng were seeking an audience. Li Er did not reject the two of them and welcomed them with open arms. Naturally, Li Er did not believe the rumors about him and Li Chunfeng that were spreading among the commoners. This was because he had personally experienced the situation during the solar eclipse. He knew better than anyone what Li Chunfeng had said at that time. However, after Li Chunfeng described what he had seen and heard on the Vermilion Bird Avenue, Li Er's interest was instantly piqued. He sat up straight and looked at Li Chunfeng. Li Shilang, in your opinion, is this divine monk Du Yi really the reincarnation of a Buddha? Li Er had always been interested in the immortals. Although Li Zishuan had confidently told him that there were no immortals in the world, but what if there were? It had to be said that Li Er had always had a trace of hope in his heart. However, it was just a fluke. He would not send a large number of people to search for the illusory immortals like Qin Shi Huang. Old Li was a person who knew how to restrain himself. Hearing the trace of hope in Li Er's voice, Li Chunfeng quivered and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I dare to say that this Du Yi is not the reincarnation of a Buddha. The purpose of his battle with Master Hui Kong today is probably to attract the commoners to join his heavenly dragon sect. Your Majesty, please understand." Li Er frowned and said, "Then how do you explain the clear water lotus in front of everyone?" Li Chunfeng cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, although I can't see the mystery behind the clear water lotus, I think it's just a slightly better illusion technique. If Du Yi is really the reincarnation of a Buddha, why is he unknown before? Your Majesty, please don't believe in the reincarnation of a Buddha so easily." Whether it was for the benefit of Taoism or his responsibility as a subject, Li Chunfeng had to dispel Li Er's fantasies about the immortals. Otherwise, if Li Er believed in Du Yi's evil and summoned him and put him in an important position, it would be troublesome. Illusion technique? Are you saying that the clear water lotus is just an illusion technique? Li Er was curious and asked. Li Chunfeng nodded and said, "Your Majesty, in Taoism, there are the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and Qimen Duanjia. In Buddhism, there are also supernatural powers and illusions. This Du Yi is from the Tantric sect of India. As far as I know, there are very few high monks who don't know illusions. Your Majesty, please consider it rationally." Li Er nodded thoughtfully. After a short pause, he said, "If it's really an illusion technique, then this Du Yi is bewitching people. I'll send someone to investigate the origin of this heavenly dragon sect and their intentions. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Your Majesty is wise." Li Chunfeng cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, in order to save the locust plague, Mr. traveled thousands of miles to the various counties to provide relief. Now, there are many unfavorable rumors about Mr. Your Majesty, please help Mr. to clear Mr.'s name." At this moment, Li Yu stood out and bowed to Li Er. Li Er nodded and said, "I've heard about the rumors about the Duke of Yong'an. I've already ordered people to investigate the source of the rumors. When the time comes, I'll definitely give the Duke of Yong'an an explanation. I'm not a muddle-headed ruler, I won't believe in slanderous rumors." Li Yu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Your Majesty is wise. I'm impressed." Li Er couldn't help but laugh and said, "You little girl, what benefits did the Duke of Yong'an give you for you to speak up for him like this?" He always felt that Li Yu was very familiar. There was an indescribable feeling that was very close to him. That was why he gave Li Yu the title of a gold medal reporter. Moreover, his attitude towards Li Yu was more tolerant. If it was someone else who said this to him, he would definitely punish them for the crime of gossiping about the imperial court. However, since it was Li Yu who brought it up, he didn't have any thoughts of getting angry. Li Yu quickly said, "Your Majesty, Li Yu isn't speaking up for Sir, I'm speaking up for justice. Even if I don't say anything, I'm sure Your Majesty knows what kind of person Sir is. However, the rumors about Sir are endless. Not only that, aren't there many rumors about Your Majesty among the people?" Li Er's face darkened. Li Chunfeng had mentioned those rumors before, but he said it in a more tactful manner. Now that Li Yu said it again, it was the same as exposing his scars again. Looking at everything together, I feel that there must be someone with bad intentions behind this. They want to incite the people to be dissatisfied with Sir, the imperial court, and even Your Majesty. Although I'm just a little girl, Sir said that everyone has a responsibility for the rise and fall of the world. I hope Your Majesty can treat this matter seriously and not let those evil people succeed." Li Er's face turned solemn. He had indeed thought about the mastermind behind this, but he didn't expect Li Yu to have such thoughts. He couldn't help but look at Li Yu with praise and said, "What you said isn't without reason. I'll order the Supreme Court to investigate this matter. You don't have to worry." Liu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Your Majesty is wise. I'll take my leave then." "I'll take my leave too," Li Chunfeng said. Li Er nodded. After the two left, Li Er's face turned gloomy. The rumors that Li Chunfeng had told him earlier kept echoing in his mind. This plague of locusts is God's punishment for the emperor for killing his brother and imprisoning his father. The solar eclipse earlier represented God's warning to His Majesty. His Majesty didn't listen to Li Chunfeng's advice. He didn't practice benevolence and didn't repent sincerely. That's why this plague of locusts is caused. These rumors could be said to be a dagger dipped in poison, stabbing straight into Li Er's heart. As an emperor, Li Er knew the importance of the people's hearts more than anyone else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said to Li Zishuan in prison, "The emperor is the boat, and the people are the water. The water can carry the boat, but it can also capsize the boat." He agreed greatly. It was because he knew the importance of the people's hearts that Li Er was so angry that someone was spreading rumors against him and shaking the hearts of the people. Especially at the end of last year, the 1,000-year-old Shui family was directly trampled by the angry people. Li Er deeply understood the importance of the people's hearts. Those who were spreading rumors now were similar to Li Zishuan's method of dealing with the Shui family last year. They wanted to use the power of the people and the power of public opinion to achieve their own goals. Obviously, someone wanted to destroy his roots. Naturally, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He had to fight back. Zhao Song. Previously, I asked the 100 Cavalry Division to investigate the rumors about Li Zishuan. How's the investigation going? After a long silence, Li Er suddenly opened his mouth and asked coldly. Zhao Song bowed and said, "Your Majesty, so far, we've caught 5 people who deliberately spread rumors and incited the people. However, these people are very tight-lipped and refuse to admit to their crimes." Li Er's eyes were cold as he said, "Then, use torture. As long as we can confirm that they're deliberately inciting the people, then use torture, regardless of life or death." Li Er could feel that in the peaceful kingdom, there was actually a huge unstable factor hidden in it. He had to do something, or else when the person in the dark finished all the arrangements, it would be too late for him to make a comeback. At this time, why would he care about the life and death of those suspects? Zhao Song shuddered. He understood that Li Er was really angry. He quickly bowed and said, "This old servant obeys." Li Er thought for a while and ordered, "This dragon sect also needs to be thoroughly investigated. Immediately send out a spy from the 100 Cavalry Division. Before tomorrow night, you must give me a result." Zhao Song cupped his hands and said, "Understood." Other than that, order the Wuhou government to strengthen the patrols in Chang and city, to prevent people from using this opportunity to stir up trouble. Order the Yanhuang College's Ma Zhou, the recent Datong daily needs to focus on the current rumors and refute them. Do not let the people be misled by scoundrels and do illegal things. After a moment of silence, Li Er ordered again. Understood. Zhao Song cupped his hands and said. Li Er waved his hand and said, "Send the order as soon as possible. This old servant will take his leave." Zhao Song cupped his hands and left the hall. Dragon Head, we already have 3,000 followers in Chang and city. With these followers, we can establish a firm foothold in Chang and city and develop more followers. Xinfeng County, in a secret room under the Sky Dragon Temple, the monk Du Yi no longer had his previous arrogance. Instead, he respectfully reported to a masked man. So this man was the dragon head of the dragon sect. Previously, the rumors about Li Zishuan and Li Er in Chang and city were spread by him. The iron-masked man nodded and said, "N. You did well. We are new here, so we need the support of a group of followers to establish ourselves in Chang and city. But in your opinion, is it really impossible for Abbot Huikong to cooperate with us? You guys are from the same sect, and he won't even give you this bit of face?" Du Yi performed a Buddhist bow and said, "Dragon Head, although Huikong is a member of the Tantric sect, he has lived in the central region for decades and has long regarded himself as a Tang person. In my opinion, he will definitely not cooperate with us." Hearing this, the iron-masked man sighed and said, "What a pity. Hui Kong has quite a reputation among the nobles in Chang'an City. If he can be used by us, our plan is at least half successful." Haha. Dragon Head, why are you so disheartened? Dewey smiled and said proudly, "Since Hui Kong is not willing to cooperate with us, then we will develop our own followers. Today, this poor monk used some means to recruit 3,000 followers for my dragon sect. In time, this poor monk's reputation and connections in Chang'an will definitely surpass Hui Kong's." The iron-masked man nodded. After a moment of silence, he said, "In that case, we will have to trouble you. There is not much time left for us. Li Zishuan is more astute than others. We must complete all the arrangements before he returns to Chang'an. Otherwise, he will definitely see through us. After everything is done, the position of Nation Master will definitely belong to you. At that time, why do you have to go back to India to suffer?" Du Yi said with joy, "Thank you, Dragon Head. I will do my best to help Dragon Head accomplish your great task." Due to the cover of the mask, the iron-masked man's expression could not be seen. He continued, "Your Jade Lake holy water is very good. Remember to prepare more. The followers of the dragon sect will increase. When the time is right, I will order all the followers of Qingzhou, Qizhou, Zhangzhou, and Jizhou to come to Chang'an." Du Yi narrowed his eyes and said with a somewhat evil smile, "Dragon Head, don't worry. I have a lot of Jade Lake holy water here. I guarantee it will be enough." Ha ha ha. Good. Tomorrow's lecture will depend on you. The iron-masked man laughed loudly. "Yes, sir." Du Yi smiled and cupped his hands. Chapter 1497. The next morning. "All right. Renbiao, you don't have to send me off. Go back quickly." Li Zishuan looked at Wang Renbiao and said in the pavilion outside Yong County in Qizhou. In more than 2 days, all the locusts in Qizhou had been wiped out by the Sky Rooster Brigade. Therefore, Li Zishuan planned to leave Qizhou with the Sky Rooster Brigade and head to the next destination. As for Wang Renbiao, after this guy was nourished by love, his body was now very healthy. Didn't you see Li Jingchu standing next to him like a little bird? Thinking back to how strong she was in the past, who would have thought that after confessing her feelings to the person she loved, she would become like a little girl? Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Women were indeed unpredictable creatures. However, he didn't know that some women's strength was just a layer of shell used to protect themselves. Once they found someone to rely on, they didn't need to disguise themselves anymore, because their other half would protect them. "Send me off again. Xiao Xian, you've helped me so much this time, but I didn't treat you well. Now that you're leaving after helping me, I should send you off no matter what." Wang Renbiao said with a face full of reluctance. Li Zishuan's trip to Qizhou this time had indeed helped him a lot. First, he had helped him eliminate the locusts, and second, he had helped him solve his emotional problems. It could be said that he had untied the knot in his heart. This kind of great kindness, no matter how much he thanked him, it would not be enough. Li Zishuan said with a smile, Isn't there a saying that even if you send someone off 1,000 miles, you will have to part in the end? You and I will meet again if fate wills it. Now that the locusts are here, I have to hurry to the other affected states to eliminate them as soon as possible. I can't stay in Qizhou any longer. On the other hand, Renbiao, if the eldest princess knows about the matter between you and Miss Li, she will definitely strongly oppose it. You should be mentally prepared in this regard. At the end, Li Zishuan's face became serious. Wang Renbiao's face stiffened. He had obviously thought about these problems before, but the happy life of the past 2 days had made him choose to temporarily avoid these problems. Now that Li Zishuan had brought it up in front of him, all those troublesome matters immediately floated to the surface of his mind. "Little Xian, don't worry. Little Chu and I are already mentally prepared. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, no matter how many people oppose us in the future, we will advance and retreat hand in hand and walk down together. We will never leave each other, and we will follow each other in life and death. Wang Rinbiao held Li Jingchu's hand and said firmly. At this time, Li Jingchu also said, Marquis, don't worry. I will walk down the road with Rinbiao in the future. Even if the eldest princess opposes it, even if everyone says that I am a shameless bad woman, as long as Rinbiao needs it, I will always stand with him. After saying that, the two of them seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding. They looked at each other, their eyes full of determination and love. When Li Zishuan saw this, he suddenly felt that he was unnecessary here. In order to prevent himself from being a third wheel, he quickly said, since it's like this, then I can be assured. Rinbiao, Miss Li, if you need my help in the future, just ask. I can't manage the Wang family's internal matters, but I can still help with the Wang family's external matters. Wang Rinbiao said gratefully, many thanks. In the past, he did not need the help of others, but it was different now. Since he chose to be with a commoner girl, he had to be prepared to break off relations with his family and even be kicked out of his family. The Taiyuan Wang family's young master that everyone envied before, without the support of his family, could become a commoner. In this kind of situation, Li Zishuan was still willing to extend a helping hand to him. This meant that this was true friendship. How could Wang Rinbiao not be grateful? How could he not be moved? Li Zishuan nodded and said, all right. You guys take care of yourselves. Rinbiao, your body hasn't fully recovered yet, so you need to recuperate for a period of time. With Miss Li here, I definitely don't need to worry about this. Let's part ways here, see you again someday. Wang Rinbiao and Li Jingchu both cupped their fists and said in unison, Little Xian, Marquis, take care, see you again someday. Li Zishuan nodded. Suddenly, he looked at Leng Yuyao and said, Miss Leng, you take care too. Leng Yuyao, who was standing to the side, looked up at Li Zishuan and cupped her fists. Marquis, take care. See you again someday. Li Zishuan responded. Then, he mounted Big White and turned to leave. The Sky Rooster Brigade had already left under Old Hu's lead. Their next stop was the Lan province, because he had received a letter from his father-in-law asking for help yesterday. It was a letter from Wang Qingxing, the county magistrate of Yifan County, who had asked Han Tianhu to send Li Zishuan a letter. The letter said that some counties in the Lan province had also encountered a locust plague. Han Tianhu hoped that Li Zishuan could bring the Sky Rooster Brigade along. How could Li Zishuan refuse? Coincidentally, after leaving the Lan province, he could head east and bring the Sky Rooster Brigade to meet up with Li Ku and Xing Chimo. Moreover, ever since Han Liqing went to Yifan County in the Lan province at the beginning of the year to take care of the 3 villages that Li Zishuan had bought for him, he had never returned to Lantian County. Iron Egg hadn't seen Han Tianhu for almost half a year. This trip was a good opportunity for the father and son to reunite. Your Majesty, according to our investigations, the Heavenly Dragon sect began to rise in the Qing province at the beginning of last year. Later on, it gradually began to develop followers in the Qi province, Tsang province, and Ji province. Because the Heavenly Dragon sect often provides porridge and treats the common people, it is deeply respected and welcomed by the people. There are even some local authorities that sometimes require the Heavenly Dragon sect's help. As for the monk Du Yi, according to Abbot Hui Kong of the Great Xingshan Temple, his Buddhist name is Shakyamuni Du Yi. He is a disciple of the Tantric Buddhism of India, and his master is the Venerable Dharma Chitta of the Nalanda Temple. Nalanda Temple is the holy land of Buddhism in India, and the Venerable Dharma Chitta is the most famous monk in India. It is said that he is more than 700 years old, but he has the face of a man in his 30s. The Indians call him the living Buddha. At noon, Li Junxian arrived at the Sweet Dew Palace and reported to Li Er. Due to the urgency of Li Er's order yesterday, the entire 100 Horsemen department had been mobilized in order to find out what Li Er had told them as soon as possible. Including him, he hadn't slept a wink since he received the order yesterday. However, his efforts had paid off and he had found out something. That is Nalanda Temple, Dharma Chitta. Li Er frowned. This Dharma Chitta is really more than 700 years old? Li Junxian had a troubled expression. This subordinate has no way to investigate this, but according to Abbot Hui Kong, Dharma Chitta is very profound, and he is the most likely venerable to become a Buddha in the past thousands of years. In fact, this venerable Dharma Chitta did indeed have a great background. Dharma Chitta, also known as Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Ali, Dragon Bodhi, and so on, was born in India, now India. He was the direct disciple of Dragon Fierce Bodhisattva, and was the fourth-generation founder of Tantric Buddhism. Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva had ascended to the Holy Land, and his divine power was unimaginable. His virtue was known throughout the 5 heavens, and his name spread far and wide. It was said that when Xuanzang traveled to India to study, he met Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva at the eastern border of the Great Forest. Seeing that Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva was about 700 years old and looked like he was in his 30s, he decided to learn Buddhism from him. Thus, from a certain perspective, Tang Xuanzang could be considered Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva's disciple. In fact, in another few decades, in the Kaiyuan era, Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva, who was also Dharma Chitta's other disciple, Shan Wuwei, would also come to Great Tang. According to the official records, Shan Wuwei was deeply favored by Tang Xuanzang, and he became the revered state teacher. At this moment, Li Er nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he asked, "How many members does the Heavenly Dragon sect have now? Who is the person in charge?" Li Junxian clasped his fists. "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Dragon sect has around 3,000 members in Chang'an. As for how many members there are in the other 4 provinces, this general has yet to find out. According to our investigation, Shakyamuni is the venerable of the Heavenly Dragon sect, and he has a hall master and a dragon head. However, the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect has always been mysterious, and it is said that very few people have seen it. I heard that Shakyamuni has a holy water called the Jade Lake that can cure all illnesses." Li Er couldn't help but frown. He stood up and walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back. "I didn't expect the Heavenly Dragon sect to have hidden in our Great Tang for so long and have so many members. In the long run, they will be a great threat to the imperial court. Wait, if the Heavenly Dragon sect has risen in Qingzhou, why haven't we received any reports from the Qingzhou provincial governor? This general doesn't know." Li Junxian clasped his fists. However, according to the intelligence obtained by the 100 Horsemen Department, not only will the local officials not resist the Heavenly Dragon sect, they will even welcome them. This is because the Heavenly Dragon sect has a holy water called the Jade Lake that can cure all illnesses. Firstly, it can help the local officials treat their illnesses, and secondly, if the officials suffer from a difficult illness, they will inevitably seek help from the Heavenly Dragon sect. Li Er was displeased. Humph. Preposterous. The local officials should be unconditionally loyal to the imperial court. If that's the case, won't they be suppressed by the Heavenly Dragon sect? It's fine if the Heavenly Dragon sect is wholeheartedly benevolent, but if they harbor evil intentions, won't these local officials become accomplices? Li Junxian decisively shut his mouth, not daring to interrupt. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't say a word when it came to the affairs of the imperial court, because he understood what his duty was. After a few moments of silence, Li Er's anger somewhat subsided. He muttered, "Did you manage to interrogate those 5 people who were intentionally spreading rumors? Are they related to the Heavenly Dragon sect?" To tell the truth, Li Er really wanted to obtain evidence of the Heavenly Dragon sect's crimes so that he could use this opportunity to arrest all of them. For the Great Tang, this would remove an unstable factor. Li Junxian clasped his fists. "Your Majesty, even though those 5 were tortured to the point of fainting from the pain, they were still unwilling to say anything. Now, 2 of them have been tortured to the point of death, but they would rather die than tell us why they spread the rumors." Li Er's face instantly turned so gloomy that it seemed like water would drip from it. "Preposterous. Then continue to arrest them and torture them. We don't believe that they'll all be so stubborn." Li Junxian hesitantly said, "Your Majesty, if we make such a big fuss, we might harm the innocent, and if word gets out, the court might criticize us and harm Your Majesty's reputation. Your Majesty, please reconsider." Although the cavalry were very cautious in arresting people, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any innocent among them. Moreover, if the court learned of this, they would fiercely object. Li Er's brow furrowed, and after a few moments of thought, he said, "Be more cautious when arresting people and more discreet when interrogating them. We must find out as quickly as possible if these people spreading rumors have any connection to the Heavenly Dragon sect." Li Er felt that he could no longer be overly cautious. He had to be decisive, or else it would be too late once the mastermind behind the scenes had finished setting up. Li Juanxian's heart trembled as he clasped his hands. This general obeys the decree. Father. Lan Province, outside the gates of Yifang County. Li Zishuan and the Sky Chicken Brigade had arrived before noon. Lan Province's provincial governor Zhou Wenfang, Yifang County's county magistrate Wang Qingxing, a group of officials from the government and county offices, and Li Zishuan's father-in-law, Han Tianhu, had all been waiting to welcome them. As the procession reached the gates, Iron Egg saw that extremely familiar figure and couldn't help but ride over. In the past, when Han Lijing was at his side, Iron Egg would often complain that Han Lijing was meddling too much. But after being separated for nearly half a year, Iron Egg only missed Han Lijing. Han Lijing quietly stood in front of the gates, not cheering or crying. It wasn't that he didn't want Iron Egg, but there were so many officials standing next to him that he needed to maintain his calm and self-control. Otherwise, wouldn't he make a fool of himself and cause his son-in-law to lose face? Father. Are you feeling well? Iron Egg took the lead and rode his bicycle to Han Lijing. He quickly got off the bicycle and parked it at the side. Then, he stepped forward and said excitedly, "Haha. Your father's body is fine. You don't have to worry about me." Han Lijing smiled with great relief. Then, he looked at Iron Egg from head to toe and couldn't help but nod. "You've become darker, thinner, and taller. Iron Egg, you've done well this time. More or less, you've accumulated some merit. Also, you've gained a lot of knowledge along the way, right?" Seeing Iron Egg grow from a naughty kid who only knew how to play with mud to his current state, how could Han Lijing not feel gratified? His daughter had married a kind-hearted and capable person, and his son was becoming more and more promising day by day. Han Lijing now had no regrets. He had no more desires. Haha. Brother Han, you've given birth to a good son. He'll definitely be successful in the future. Lan Province's provincial governor Zhou Wenfang stroked his beard and laughed. Han Lijing hurriedly said, "No. No. It's fine as long as this brat doesn't cause any trouble for me." How can he bear the provincial governor's love? Zhou Wenfang smiled and didn't say anything because Li Zishuan had already arrived. Lan Province's provincial governor, Zhou Wenfang, greets Marquis. Yifang County's county magistrate, Wang Qingxing, greets Marquis. "Greetings, Marquis." Li Zishuan jumped down from his horse. Zhou Wenfang, Wang Qingxing, and the other officials came forward to salute him. Chapter 1498. Provincial Governor Zhou, County Magistrate Wang, there's no need for such formalities. Outside Yifang County's city gate, Li Zishuan approached the group of officials and said with a smile, "I came to Lan Province to exterminate locusts. You don't have to worry about me. If you have official business to attend to, go ahead." Li Zishuan was a pragmatic person and didn't like to engage in such superficial formalism. However, Zhou Wenfang and the others had come out of the city to welcome them out of good intentions. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face, so he had no reason to blame them. Zhou Wenfang's eyes flashed. He was surprised, but his expression returned to normal after a while. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Marquis is a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. I admire you for your devotion to the public." Speaking of this, he turned to the group of officials behind him and said with a serious expression, "Did you all hear that? If you have official business to attend to, go back to the Yamen immediately and don't make any mistakes." Lan Province's capital was Yifang County, so Zhou Wenfang's words were not only directed to the subordinates of the provincial governor's office, but also to the officials of Yifang County's Yamen. Yes. The 30-odd officials standing behind couldn't help but look at each other. After a while, they cupped their hands and said in unison. Zhou Wenfeng pointed to the hundreds and thousands of people around him and said to Li Zishuan with a smile, "Ah, Marquis. These people came to welcome you on their own accord after hearing the news. I didn't ask them to come. I can't chase them away." Li Zishuan pursed his lips and looked at the people around him who were looking at him with anticipation. Li Zishuan said loudly, "Folks of Lan Province, I'm here, so you don't have to worry about the plague of locusts anymore. The sun is so hot, everyone should go back and eat. This afternoon, the Sky Rooster Brigade will head to the villages to exterminate the locusts." Actually, on their way here, they had met quite a number of enthusiastic citizens. Li Zishuan was naturally aware of the pleas of the citizens. It was noon, and the scorching sun was blazing above their heads. It was as if it was going to burn people to death. Therefore, Li Zishuan didn't waste any time. With just a few words, he made the citizens feel completely at ease. "Thank you, Marquis. Thank you, Marquis." Li Zishuan's voice was very loud, and almost all the people around him heard it clearly. Hearing this, they couldn't help but cheer loudly and express their gratitude. "Let's go back and eat," Li Zishuan said kindly. After receiving the reply they wanted from Li Zishuan, the citizens did not stay any longer and left in satisfaction. The Sky Rooster Brigade is finally here. The locusts in our county should be wiped out soon, right? Of course. It's said that the Sky Rooster Brigade only took 2 days to exterminate the locusts in Chizhou. Good boy. So fast. Hey. We still have to thank Master Han. Do you know why the Sky Rooster Brigade came to Lan directly after exterminating the locusts in Chizhou? Why? Because Master Han is the father-in-law of the Marquis of Yong'an. Willow Village, Nanping Village, and Kaiyang Village were originally bought by the Marquis of Yong'an for Master Han. Now that our Lan province is suffering from a locust's plague, how could the Marquis of Yong'an not help? Oh. I remember now. It seems like there is such a thing. Speaking of which, the farmers in these 3 villages are close to the coal mines and iron mines. Just by working in the mines, they can earn a lot of money every month. Who asked the coal mines and iron mines to belong to the Marquis of Yong'an? The Marquis of Yong'an is famous for being nice to his subordinates. Before this, although Li Zishuan had never been to Lan province, many citizens in Lan province had received Li Zishuan's kindness, especially the citizens of Yifang County. This was because Li Zishuan not only owned coal mines, but also iron and aluminum mines. Although mining would pollute the local environment, ever since Han Lijing came here, he had been using the method that Li Zishuan taught him to treat sewage. Therefore, after half a year, the local environment was not polluted much. Instead, the citizens earned a lot of money working in the mines. Marquis. This official has prepared some light wine in the residence. There are no delicacies, only some ordinary home-cooked meals. I hope that Marquis will honor me with your presence. Outside the city gates, Li Zishuan and Han Lijing exchanged a few words. At this moment, Zhou Wenfeng stepped forward and cupped his hands. Actually, this lunch banquet was not just a home-cooked meal. However, after seeing Li Zishuan's actions, Zhou Wenfeng guessed that Li Zishuan did not like their extravagance and waste. Therefore, he changed the delicacies into a home-cooked meal. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "A home-cooked meal is just right. I'll have to trouble Provincial Governor Zhou to prepare some home-cooked meals for the children as well." Regarding Zhou Wenfeng's character, Li Zishuan had heard from Han Lijing that he was a smart person who knew how to curry favor with his superiors but would not overly curry favor with them. This kind of person could not simply be defined as a corrupt official, because he was not corrupt. He only knew a little about the way to curry favor with his superiors. Compared to an upright and plain-spoken official like Wei Zheng, under normal circumstances, people like Zhou Wenfeng who knew how to curry favor with his superiors and knew how to be flexible would do better. Therefore, Li Zishuan did not have any bad feelings towards Zhou Wenfeng, but he also did not have a good impression of him. Moreover, his father-in-law, Han Tianhu, was still in Zhou Wenfeng's territory. He did not need to embarrass Zhou Wenfeng over such a trivial matter. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, Li Zixuan agreed to Zhou Wenfang's invitation. Under Li Zixuan's exemplary leadership, the lunch in the provincial governor's residence ended very quickly. It only took about half an hour from start to finish. After lunch, Li Zixuan bade farewell and led the group of children out of the county town to kill the locusts. Of course, Han Lijing followed behind them. Along the way, not only did iron eggs stick to Han Lijing, the children of the Han family manor also liked to surround Han Lijing and call him Lijing non-stop. Although Han Tianhu was no longer in the Han family manor, the children did not treat him as an outsider. Along the way, he left behind a trail of laughter. It was very lively. Looking at the noisy children around him, Han Tianhu could not help but sigh. I never thought that these little rascals who only knew how to play with mud and dig out bird nests would become heroes who saved the world after learning the art of controlling chickens from Hu Jing and Hu Gua. Haha. It's not easy for them to be heroes. At this moment, Li Zixuan interrupted. It's only been 8 days since the locust plague happened, and these children have already traveled hundreds of miles. Many of the children's backs are peeling from the sun, and they have rashes all over their bodies. They can only sleep on their stomachs at night. I've let these children down, I've made them suffer. He was also speaking from his heart. This season was the hottest season of the year, and yet he had brought these children everywhere to help with the disaster. In the eyes of others, they were heroes, but the price of being a hero was too heavy for these children. In just a few days, the children were all tanned by the sun. It was impossible for Li Zixuan not to feel guilty. Xiao Xian, don't say that. Han Lijing said in a low voice, these children have suffered a little, but what they have seen and learned along the way is enough for them to use for the rest of their lives. To be able to follow you to kill locusts and gain experience is their honor. When they grow up, they will be grateful to you. Li Zixuan shook his head and did not reply. Suddenly, Li Zixuan caught a glimpse of a particularly large pond in front of them. The pond's topography was lower in the south and higher in the north. The most important thing was that its shape was very strange. The part near the north was built with stone dams. Seeing this, Li Zixuan quickly reacted. He pointed at the pond and asked, that pond must be the sewage treatment pond father-in-law had people repair, right? When Han Tianhu had complained to Li Zixuan about the serious water pollution near the iron and coal mines, Li Zixuan not only bought the 3 villages near the iron and coal mines, but also taught Han Tianhu some methods to treat the sewage. One of them was the sewage treatment pond. Han Tianhu looked in the direction Li Zixuan was pointing at, then nodded and said, that's right. That's the sewage treatment pond. There are 2 other ponds like this near the iron mines. After using this thing, the sewage has indeed decreased a lot. It's because of this that no one objected to us mining. Li Zixuan nodded and praised, That's right. We can't just bury ourselves in mining and ignore the feelings of the locals. Otherwise, we'll become a rat that everyone wants to beat up. That should be our iron mine, right? As he spoke, Li Zixuan pointed to a small hill in front of them. They could vaguely see a lot of people on the hill. Han Tianhu looked at it and then replied, yes. That's right. That's our iron mine. It's also the largest iron mine in the Lan province. Today, the iron mine is transporting a batch of ore to Lantian County. Fu Bin couldn't leave, so he didn't come. Xiao Xian, do you want to go take a look? After pondering for a moment, Li Zixuan nodded and said, Of course, I have to go take a look. Now, more and more iron was being used in the workshops. Carriages needed iron, bicycles needed iron, and weapons and armor needed iron. Moreover, it was an astronomical number. Now that he was in Yifan County, he could go to the mines to take a look and see if he could increase the mining capacity. Fu Bin. Come out quickly. Look who's here. When they arrived at the mines, Han Li directly shouted towards the inside. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man with dark skin and a thin figure quickly walked out from the shed. Uncle Han? Marquis, you're here. The young man first greeted Han Tianhu, then when he saw Li Zixuan, he couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly went forward and bowed respectfully. Marquis, I know you're going to Yifan County at noon, but I couldn't leave at that time. So, this young man is Fu Bin. Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled. No matter. You did the right thing. Business is more important. There are so many people welcoming me. You won't make a difference, right? Hey. You're tanned and thinner than before. Looks like you've suffered a lot here. Do you want me to transfer you back to Lantian County? Just by looking at Fu Bin's tanned and thin appearance, it was obvious that he had suffered a lot here. If he was now fair and fat, Li Zishuan would suspect that this young man had been eating and drinking all the time. Marquis. I'm not suffering. I'm not suffering at all. Hearing this, Fu Bin shook his head like a rattle drum and quickly said. Han Tianhu laughed, hee hee. This young man has taken a fancy to Registrar Zhang's daughter. Xiao Xian, if you ask him to go back now, how would he be willing? I think even if you were to chase him away with a knife, he wouldn't leave. Li Zishuan heard this and couldn't help but ask, oh? Fu Bin, you've taken a fancy to Registrar Zhang's daughter? Sure. You young man. Do you want me to help you matchmake? Fu Bin didn't even think and rejected, no need, Marquis. How could I trouble you with such a small matter? Furthermore, she might not even like me. At the end of his sentence, Fu Bin's face turned red like a monkey. Li Zishuan was also an experienced person. How could he not see that this couple was about to become a couple? He smiled and said, all right. Then I won't interfere. But when the both of you get married, I will be attending the wedding banquet. Oh, if you have time, go back and visit Faubert. He is getting older. A trace of shame flashed across Fu Bin's face when he heard that. He nodded and said, After I'm done with my work, I will make a trip back. Faubert didn't have any children and had always treated Fu Bin as his own son. Fu Bin knew this very well. Li Zishuan nodded and didn't dwell on this matter. He said seriously, Xiao Bing, how is the iron mine's production now? When it came to serious matters, Fu Bin's face immediately turned serious. He quickly replied, Marquis, this iron mine can now mine about 5,000 caddies of ore a day. Under normal circumstances, we have to send a batch of iron ore out of the warehouse every 3 days. Oh, last month, I found that the quality of the ore deeper underground is better and there are more of it. I got someone to dig a mine that is 4 to 5 feet deep and plan to mine from the bottom. This way, we can mine at least twice as much iron ore. The ancient people couldn't dig tens of meters deep into the ground like the modern people. At that time, due to the lack of advanced machinery and technology, most of the ore they mined was near the surface. Fu Bin could think of using a mine to mine directly from the bottom. This was considered a new approach. However, this method of his could easily lead to danger. What? Mine? Li Zishuan's face changed and quickly said, where is this mine? Bring me to take a look. Fu Bin saw Li Zishuan's face and had a bad feeling. But he couldn't think of what he did wrong. He could only bite the bullet and said, Marquis, the mine is over there. Follow me. Okay. Under Fu Bin's lead, Li Zishuan came to a 1-meter deep, bottomless pit. Above the pit, there was a rotating device similar to the one above the well. It should be used to pull people or goods. Marquis, do you think there is anything wrong with this mine? After a while, Fu Bin asked. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, Xiao Bing, it is good that you can think of this method. But this method is risky. Chapter 1499. Risks. Marquis, what risks are there? In ancient times, most of the mining was done close to the surface. Some of the ore was even directly exposed to the surface, so Fu Bin couldn't think of any risks at the moment. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment, then said, firstly, if it rains, due to the terrain, the rainwater will gather in the mine, which is definitely a threat to the safety of the miners. Secondly, the deeper the mine, the less air there is, the more likely the miners will suffocate to death. Thirdly, and this is also the most serious point. If the mining route and the size of the mine are not strictly controlled, it is very likely that the mine will collapse. When that happens, no one will be able to come out, and the casualties will be disastrous. No one can bear the responsibility for this. After hearing Li Zishuan list out the risks, Fu Bin's face instantly turned pale. Although his skin was already tanned, it was still very obvious that his face was pale. Marquis, then, why don't I get someone to fill up the mine? Fu Bin was scared. Although he was almost half a gangster in the past, and although he was now the manager of an iron mine, and could be said to have great power in his hands, he didn't dare to get involved in a murder case. Yeah. Xiao Xian. Since mining in this mine is so dangerous, why don't we fill it up to prevent the miners from losing their lives? Besides, this mine is so deep. What if a playful child comes here to play and accidentally falls in? The ore near the surface of this iron mine is enough for us to mine for another 2 years. There's no need to take such a risk. Han Tianhu, who was beside him, also said with concern. Li Zishuan frowned and didn't say a word. He was also weighing the pros and cons in his heart. When it came to mining, if there was a large amount of ore on the surface, then the best choice was of course to mine on the surface. Not only was it simple and convenient, but the mining efficiency was also much higher. Because the surface area was large, it was convenient for more people to mine at the same time. However, the problem was that the ore on the surface was often limited. Most of the ore was distributed below the surface. Just like this iron mine, the ore on the surface probably didn't even account for 1% of the total reserves. Should he give up eating for fear of choking, or should he face the difficulties head-on? This was a question worth pondering. After pondering for a long time, Li Zishuan said, "Don't fill it up yet. This mine is only 4 to 5 feet deep. If we can control the path and the size of the mine well, the risk is relatively low. Xiao Bing, in the future, when the miners are mining in the mine, the tunnel must not be more than 10 feet wide. Also, you need to plan the mining route in advance. You cannot dig through 2 tunnels. In addition, the mine could only be dug from the depth of the mine. It couldn't be dug any further. The deeper it went, the greater the risk. Before the miners entered the mine, they had to use torches or candles to check if there was enough air underground. They also had to build a drainage ditch above the mine to prevent rainwater from entering the mine. Do you remember all these? A depth of 4 to 5 feet was only about 10 meters. In fact, it wasn't that deep. Most modern mines were about a few hundred meters deep. The world's deepest mine, Bonig Mine, was more than 4,000 meters deep. Therefore, in comparison, as long as the safety measures were in place, there shouldn't be any danger in this mine. Of course, more importantly, Li Zishuan wanted to try mining underground. As Tang Dynasty's industrial base became more and more complete, the demand for all kinds of ores would increase. The ores on the surface would not be able to meet the demand. By that time, they would have to mine from underground. Rather than not knowing anything at that time, it was better to start accumulating the experience and skills of mining underground. This way, they could be prepared when the time came. Fu Bin was actually a little scared at this time. After listening to Li Zishuan's words, he hesitated and asked, "Marquis, is this really okay? There won't be any deaths, right?" Li Zishuan stared at Dong Xuebing. But he thought about it again. Sometimes, it might not be a bad thing to be timid. Take Fu Bin for example. If he had the guts, he would have started using the mine method to mine. Also, the depth of the mine would definitely be more than 10 meters deep. If that was the case, the miners here would have already lost their lives. As long as you do as I say, everything will be fine. This is also a good opportunity for you to increase your knowledge and experience. You have to come here often to check on the mine to prevent accidents. After thinking for a while, Li Zishuan looked at Fu Bin and said. Fu Bin gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. During this time, I will keep an eye here and do everything according to Marquis's instructions." Li Zishuan nodded and suddenly remembered something. He said seriously, "Xiao Bing, you can use the mine to mine the iron mines, but you cannot use this method at the coal mines. No matter how shallow the mine is, you cannot use it. Do you understand? Fu Bin was puzzled and asked, Marquis, why is that so? Dong Xuebing really had this thought. Since the iron mines can be used to mine the mine, then the coal mines should be able to do it too. Mining in a mine is more efficient than mining in an open pit. After all, mining in an open pit requires the soil to be removed from the surface. Mining in an open pit can be done directly from the mine. Li Zishuan said seriously, don't ask why. Just do as I say. Remember, do not dig on top of a coal mine. I would rather waste more manpower digging in an open pit than dig on top of a coal mine. Or else, a lot of people will die. A coal mine is different from an iron mine. If you dig a mine, there will be gas inside. This gas will explode when it comes in contact with a flame. To light up the mine, you must have special explosion-proof lamps. If not, the mines will explode. With the current conditions, explosion-proof lamps can't be manufactured in a short period of time. So, Li Zishuan asked Fu Bin to give up on the idea of digging on top of a coal mine. Hearing that, a lot of people will die, Fu Bin trembled and quickly said, okay. Marquis, don't worry. I will remember. I will definitely not dig on top of a coal mine. Li Zishuan nodded and walked around the mine 2 more times before leaving with Han Tianhu. Then, under Han Tianhu's lead, Li Zishuan went to the other nearby mines to inspect. He felt guilty. Ever since he got these mines from Li Air last year, he hadn't seen them in person. Now that he was in Lan Province, how could he not take the opportunity to take a look? However, after looking at the mine, Li Zishuan felt a little bloated. In his previous life, people often joked, if you charge a few thousand yuan for a game, you must have a mine at home, XXXXX, you have a mine at home. Now, Li Zishuan really wanted to say, yes, I really do have a mine at home, and not just one. After visiting the mines, it was almost dusk. Zhou Wenfang sent someone to invite Li Zishuan and the children to dinner, but Li Zishuan politely declined. That night, he and the children planned to stay at Willow Village where Han Tianhu lived. It was a good opportunity to understand Han Tianhu's life here. Hee. It's right in front. When the sun set, the children in the fields officially finished work. Under Han Tianhu's lead, a large group of people and chickens marched towards Willow Village. Han Tianhu said to the children as he walked, you've all been tired for the day. Later, eat as much as you want. I see that some of you were too embarrassed to eat too much for lunch. You must be starving now, right? As soon as Han Tianhu's voice fell, the children immediately began to chatter. Yes. I didn't dare to eat after eating 2 bowls of rice in the afternoon. I was afraid that the official would laugh at me. I didn't dare to eat after eating 5 drumsticks. Li Zheng, are there drumsticks tonight? Is there fatty meat tonight? Hearing this, Han Tianhu laughed, yes. Chicken, duck, fish, and fish are all available tonight. Eat as much as you want. Whoever pretends to be polite and doesn't dare to eat too much, I'll kick that person's ass today. Although he said this, Han Tianhu's eyes were filled with kindness. He was really happy today. Many of the children in front of him grew up under his watch. Of course, some of them were even beaten up by him when they were young. After being in a foreign land for more than half a year, Han Tianhu also missed the people in the Han family manor. Now that he saw these children, he felt as if he had already returned to the Han family manor. That kind of homesickness could only be experienced by those who had been wandering around for years. Oh. I want to eat 4 bowls of rice tonight. I want to eat 10 drumsticks tonight. I want to eat 2 bowls of meat. The children instantly cheered. They were all from the same manor. These children had always treated Han Tianhu as their own uncle. Naturally, there was no need for them to be polite. Unlike when they had lunch at the provincial governor's residence, they had to be considerate of others. Tonight, they could eat as much as they wanted. Father-in-law, can you prepare dinner for so many of us by yourself? Why don't I send someone to the city to invite a few chefs over? Li Zishuan helplessly shook his head as he looked at the group of brats trying to eat Han Tianhu poor. Then, he said worriedly. After all, Han Tianhu was alone here without any companions. Han Tianhu smiled and waved his hand. Hee. No need, no need. A few of the villagers have already prepared dinner for you at my house an hour ago. It's just right for you to go back now. From Han Tianhu's tone, the villagers here should have a good relationship with him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to cook for him. Also, I have already arranged for the children's sleeping quarters. For those who have empty rooms, I will arrange one for each family. Xiao Xian, don't worry. The villagers are very easy to talk to. I have already informed them in advance. The children won't be mistreated if they sleep at their place at night. Seeing that Li Zishuan didn't say anything, Han Tianhu added on. Li Zishuan nodded and said, since father-in-law has already made arrangements, then of course I'm not worried. Han Tianhu's love for these children was no less than his. Li Zishuan naturally didn't have any reason to worry. Yo! Tianhu, you're back. This is Marquis, right? This humble one, Ma Jiang, greets Marquis. After entering Willow Village, the group came to a courtyard. A bare-chested, burly man walked out from the door. That burly man first greeted Han Tianhu, then noticed Li Zishuan and hurriedly bowed to Li Zishuan. No need to be so polite. This Marquis is here to freeload a meal. Li Zishuan nodded and joked. However, he had some doubts in his heart. This person in front of him actually called Han Lijing Tianhu. This was very rare. One must know that even in the Han family manor, when the villagers saw his father-in-law, they would only call him Lijing. Almost no one would call him by his name. This could only mean that the burly man in front of him had a close relationship with Han Tianhu. Xiao Xian, Ma Jiang is my brother. During the battle in Yunzhou, he and I were both part of Duke Yi's personal army. After the world was peaceful, he also retired. Han Tianhu said to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was startled. He then cupped his hands towards Ma Jiang and said, so that's how it is. Then this junior should be the one greeting Uncle Ma. This was not only to give face to Han Tianhu, but also out of respect for a soldier who had risked his life for the great Tang Empire. Ma Jiang originally thought that this marquis in front of him was very easygoing, witty, and not at all arrogant. However, when he saw Li Zishuan bowing to him, he was startled. He hurriedly turned his body and said in a fluster, Marquis, you can just call me Old Ma. I don't deserve to be called Uncle Ma. I really don't deserve to be called Uncle Ma. Li Zishuan said with a serious face, since you are my father-in-law's former brother on the battlefield, then you deserve to be called Uncle Ma. No. I can't. Marquis, please don't call me Uncle Ma. Ma Jiang was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. He was at a loss for what to do. At this time, Han Lijing said, haha. Little Xian, Old Ma, let's not get entangled in this. The children are still hungry. Is the meal ready? Ma Jiang hurriedly said, it's ready. It's ready. My wife, Shanzi, and the other family's wives are all inside. They have also prepared the pheasants and hares sent by the villagers. There are 6 tables in the courtyard. They will help to serve the dishes in a while. Tianhu, I will go back and tidy up the house. Later, you can let the children sleep in my house. Han Lijing hurriedly said, what's wrong? Old Ma? You don't want to eat before going back? Ma Jiang waved his hand and said, I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat. I was just smelling the meat in the kitchen and I was already full. The house is very messy. I have to go back and tidy it up. The children have been tired all day. I have to let them have a good night's sleep, right? Marquis, I will go back first. After saying that, Ma Jiang cupped his fists towards Li Zishuan. Without waiting for Li Zishuan's reply, he hurriedly ran away. The villagers were simple and honest. If it were anyone else who had the chance to eat with Li Zishuan, they would definitely lick his face and stick to him. For example, in the afternoon at the provincial governor's office, Zhou Wenfang and Wang Qingxing's subordinates. However, Ma Jiang was different. He would only feel uneasy when eating with Li Zishuan. Go, go, go. Let's all go in and eat. Han Lijing didn't mind. He waved his hand and called out to the group of children behind him. Oh! Let's eat. The devilish brats burst into cheers and immediately swarmed into the courtyard like a swarm of bees.